rap, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is A1. Every dog has its day, it's been mine since day one. This is real grinding, I'm still climbing. While you still trying, I'm still shining. It's real blinding, and I'm getting hotter too. Talking top two, I'm not a two. You let the pressure bother you when I do what I gotta do. Let's go hard.
Coming close to me, flow is on atomic, I'm starting fires through poetry. The hardest out, staying loyal, no falling out. And if you step into the court, be ready, we balling out. Yeah, the coldest of teens, they know what we bring, don't try us. Ain't no in between, we go for these dreams in silence. Don't mistake it for magic, we been shooting in the gym, this is target and practice, yeah. And I'm just getting started, getting feet wet. It's all in repetition, ain't a secret. All facts, all black dress code. Pay me my respect, collecting every debt.
Oh, the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Go hard. Go hard. want is right here. We gon' give them what they came for. We gon' take it up from last year. Shoot 'em my shot, boy, I'm long range. Me and the team on the same thing. Stayed down, never switched up. Only thing changed was the game. I'm in the zone now. Nothing can change what we on now. When I pull up, know it's going down. Foot on the gas, ain't no slowing down. Aiming for greatness, no settling. Kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change, yeah. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. I do not gamble, but bet on me. Tell them that's like, yeah, it's Tel Aviv. I'm taking a shot for my enemies. I can't waste no more time on my energy. I know they know I got it on lock. Go against me, that's a long shot. Cause I'm counting wins all around the clock. Never doubt me, boy, I don't stop. Who do you feel when they make you the monster? I am not scared of none of you imposters. Taking the lead now while they watching. Think you should leave now while the option. Taking no else, yeah, I gotta win. Watch me kick down the doors, they won't let me in. Who running the game now? Foot on the gas, can slow down, no. My team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change, yeah.
back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. So I'm bringing it back, keep bringing it back. But you can sound like swinging back, back. Keep bringing it back.
running in place. Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round me, you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out and I know I don't make sense, but no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it, I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever met, it's time that you face it, so tell me.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All that hate is a heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Wesley, test me.
Kiss like that, 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 kiss like that, that, kiss like this, 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 kiss like that, 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 kiss like that, 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 kiss like this, kiss like this, kiss like this, kiss like this.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Hello everybody and welcome back to Hellcup number 10. We're rolling on with our playoff proceedings, and in today, the penultimate day, it's two now semi-final matches to see who is going to be our top two teams in this edition of Hellcup. My name is Eternal J. I'm joined by Dweg as per usual. This one has got all the hallmarks of a good day in my eyes, mate.
Well, we're down to 4 teams, and get this right. This is the 10th edition. Sashi won the 9th one, and Nemega won the 8th one. I love the idea that we're getting these history lines of teams that are consistently trying to put up title contentions.
Indeed, and they are two of potentially 3 favourite teams that we've got in the tournament left at the moment, and that's 3 out of 4 squads that could be in title contention, Dwayne. So that's why I'm saying I'm looking at this one being a very, very good day indeed. 2 best of 3s to play out. We're going to play the entire semi-final proceeding, and look, mate, it's just going to be, I think, a hell of a day so far.
Well, you'd consider the aspect. I mean, Bait being able to try and go another best of 3 without dropping a map. They took on 9 in the round of 16, got a 2-0 there, took on Talon, got another 2-0. For Nemega, on the other hand, we got to see them yesterday, and I tell you, they looked pretty comfortable against 9 Pandas. Yeah, the playstyle definitely had some question marks, but in terms of the scoreline, I think they could be very satisfied with what they achieved.
Indeed, of course, the CIS derby once again will be in action for our first matchup today, and then later on we will have Sashi versus Endpoint as our other semi-final. Certainly looking forward to the first one as being the big close one here, Dwayne, because these two teams, they got history, they got priors, they've also got potentially the title in their hand if they can make it through today.
Now, just knowing that for both of these teams, they're quite familiar in the overall Tier 2 circuit. I mean, even the HLTV ranking, Nemega at 37, Bait at 34. Both of these teams are going to be looking to try and get the one-up over one another so they can get themselves ready for Sashi tomorrow.
Yeah, there's a good reason why these two teams were directly invited to the playoffs themselves, and they have had very different runs to get to this particular point. You mentioned Nemega yesterday taking on 9 Pandas, and that particular matchup that did see a little bit wild there from the Nemega side. But Bait, honestly, like, they've had a bit of a cruisy run so far.
Yeah, they haven't had to beat the best of teams, have they? But you have to play the teams in front of you, and that's happened quite consistently for Bait, even when it comes to these two teams today. We've had a head-to-head just 3 days ago, and anytime that happens, Jay, that excites me, because having a matchup where we can draw parallels, right, where we can look at prior history and say, okay, we saw that, but what about in a semi-final? What about the matchup that sets yourself up for title contention?
Well, let's talk a little bit more in depth about these two teams. Obviously, you mentioned Bait and Nemega have had a head-to-head only very recently here, so I imagine we'll be pulling a lot from what we saw in that last best of 3 on the 7th and coming into this one today on the 10th. So let's start with the Nemega lineup because we saw them yesterday, and I have to say, Dwayne, I was significantly impressed. I mean, this is the first time that I've sort of seen them personally, like, casting a match for them. And Zwei has to be, like, what a revelation he's been for this side, right?
I mean, he's been okay. Like, I don't know about a revelation. That's probably a step too far. He's been a good player, and he's been embedded into the system for the last couple of months now. He had a very good showing in an important game against 9 Pandas. He didn't particularly have a great game, though, against Bait a few days ago. It's actually Risky Bob and Calm that stepped up. And I even felt in that series yesterday, we didn't even see much of the AWPing, right? Like, Calm was mainly rifling rather than getting the big green in his hands.
I think, obviously, like, in terms of, like, a revelation overall, like, I'm not talking about, like, him being a player that's just going to skyrocket to the top, but I'm thinking about the fact that he's filled the shoes of Flamus rather well here for Nemega, which is something I was really worried that he wouldn't be able to do. Over on the Bait side, obviously, you have very, very well-known players within this team, and they've obviously been having a hell of a time of their own right. They've made some significant tournament runs recently.
Yeah, they have been in 3 grand finals in the last 3 months, and every single time they've won the tournament. So this is a side that's looking for a lot of progression. This is a side that's really consistent. You've got a stable, 2-man veteran, I suppose, position, right, of Captain Kirker and MPL. Then you've got some of the newer blood of Essential and Hetrick that have come in towards the latter parts of this year. And then even Alex666, who played on Bait for 8 months previously, went over to Melbet, went over to Betra. He's been brought back into the core, and he's been doing very well. He was a standout player in that series a few days ago against Nemega, so I'm watching out for him to be pivotal today.
And seeing whether the Bait side can, of course, trump up and return fire against Nemega is going to be their key important winning factor in terms of the tournament. They have been able to, as you say, win several tournaments over the past few months, and one of which actually led to them going towards a LAN at the tail end of the year. So they've got a lot to look forward to after Hellcup as well.
Indeed they have, and I suppose getting just that next little jump, right, to have another crack at someone like Sashi is only going to benefit teams like Nemega and Bait for what could be on the cards for a very successful second half of the season.
And they beat Sashi in a grand final as well back in Elisa, so I'm looking forward to seeing that head-to-head come up if it does happen, of course, for the Bait side. And Omega obviously were the team that they've lost to during that ECL matchup, and for them it's still going to be a case that you have that history marker towards the favor of the Omega side, right?
Yeah, I don't know, to be honest. I mean, these kind of games, anytime you get a head-to-head that happened a few days ago, and if the veto process is the same, I tend to sway it the other direction. Now, the scorelines were insanely close. You actually had an 11-13 loss on Ancient for Nemega on their map pick. You had a 22-20 on Mirage, so I don't know, right? Like, when you have scorelines that close and competitive, I do really think there isn't going to be a favorite when it comes to this series today.
Well, that series over, Bait, is one of 4 matches that Omega have had in a row. So they've obviously been on a bit of a form run recently, obviously beating 9 Pandas yesterday and Aurora to start off this particular match win streak. So there's a lot of momentum coming into this game for these guys.
Yeah, they beat some good teams. There's no denying that one. I mean, beating Aurora 18th in the world, Bait at 34th, 9 Pandas at 41. Now, looking at the veto, it pretty much looks identical except the end, right? We're getting Dust 2 banned out and Anubis coming in. I think that's a good decision for Bait. You played Dust 2 last time, and that was the only map in the best of 3 that wasn't competitive. So just ban it out and curve the veto.
Yeah, 13-7 scoreline for reference there that the Omega, of course, were winning. So, I mean, yeah, it makes a lot of sense that Bait would ban that out, go to that Anubis as the 3rd map up, though. How do you think that map might change the dynamics of this series, though?
I don't know if we're going to go there, to be honest. I actually think that there could be a 2-0 here for Bait. What I've seen more consistently for Bait is better performances in semifinals than I have for Nemega. So just knowing that we're getting the first 2 exact same maps of this veto, and with how close it was last time around, I would actually say there's a fairly equal chance, maybe like 60-40, on both teams being able to 2-0, just because they play so much of both Mirage and Ancient.
That feels so wrong for me to hear, though, because they are just such a good set of squads. They went the distance last time. Ancient and Mirage were traded back and forth, and obviously Mirage was such a close affair that really that is a map that could swing either way. So, I mean, I kind of want to go towards 2-1 personally, just because I feel like that I look towards these 2 teams and I look at how they've competed against each other, knowing that they are 2 of our tournament favorites, thinking that they're not going to go down without a simple fight.
You would certainly expect so. Now, I certainly remember in that game yesterday, Xanta was doing mad stuff on the T side of Ancient. He was just fighting Rab, he was getting aggressive into Cheetah, he was taking the B-bomb by himself. So watch out for Xanta on the T side and just his wacky ways to open up kills.
Quick predictions, Dwayne, you going Bait on Omega?
I'm going to go Bait on this one.
I'm going to join you there, but I think it's still going to be a 3-map affair. It's Alex to start things off. The first blood drawn out in the semi-finals. Can't fall. The B site is going to get stormed. Xanta's trying to pick his opportunities against these taps and damage. No kills against the T side. The bomb plant is successful.
Now, Alex is in a strong post-planting position, not dropping down on the site and maintaining the apartments. It's all about the stall of time now for Bait.
A little bit of damage done towards Lear and Head Trick. The Omega try and set themselves into the bomb site. They have that smoke on Lear. He wants to use it carefully. Back at E-Box, there is one player in that corner getting that headshot against the man. Xanta and Risky well cleaned up. Alex will double up in this round. It's a very simple pistol take for Bait.
And just when it comes to Mirage for Bait, this is now the 18th time on HLTV in the last 3 months that it has been picked as a sort of start in a best of 3. So you expect a lot of cohesion from them. I mean, 26 times played in an overall perspective. You've got MPL at a 1.25 rating, followed by guys like Hetrick and Alex that's only a little bit behind him. Let's see how strong Bait are going to be on this T side. And Omega are giving them a lot of freedom in round 2 to say, do you know what? We're going to half fight, or like we're going to eco, and we're not going to look to try and force it up. We're going to look to try and get those rifles in early in the next.
In some very passive force buy states over the last few days, Dwayne. Teams being careful about their money game, wanting to get into those rifles early. Their best chances to win these matches will come there. And Omega happy just to leave a Deagle on his way and hope that he can get a headshot. If he doesn't do so, however, nothing major will be lost. They will be inbound for the guns in the next. Bait should get their 2-0.
I'm really concerned about Omega's CT side after the Mirage performance I saw from them against Sampi in the round of 16. They went down 2-10 at the half on their CT basis. I don't even know how that's possible. How does a team to the caliber of Omega only get 2 CT rounds? Something was certainly off in that best of 3, and it was actually like insanely close. They could have very easily lost lost to Zampi and gone down in the round of 16.
How different things could have been had a few more rounds in a different way. As it stands, the Mega, of course, are standing here against the bait camp, and they are down on a couple of rounds at the moment. Only early doors, though, so Rifles inbound to change their fortunes. M4s across 5 players, in fact. Xanta opting not to go for the utility.
Never seen the bait organization participate in a Hellcup before. Their first time, and straight away yet to lose a map. They'll be looking at this semi-final and say, yep, let's get another 2-0. Let's go up against Sashi. Let's get that rematch from the Alyssa Invitational Spring Grand Final. Benthiel fairly quick out to A main. A very heavy mid stance here for the CTs.
Got smokes in over at the ramp entrance, and connected control will be separated off from Bates. Way still going to find a Senthiel, so the start is there for him. Captain Kirker trades back on the bomb site. 4v4 has been gained. Bomb yet to be gained on the bomb site, though. They're just going to break away. Captain Kirker will continue facing forward because they've walked out on that B site.
Oh, this is very good work from Bait, because Captain Kirker is going to get him in a good position to try and cut rotations from Con.
Good shot on MPL. Xanta down. Captain Kirker going to follow suit on Lear, and now the site is completely opened up. Rotations have been cut away, and Nemega, these last 2 players, they've just got to save.
You know, this round reminds me of how Nemega were playing on their T side of Ancient yesterday against 9 Pandas, where they're kind of taking both bomb sites at the same time. Now, that was more passive in just being a single lurk, but all of that distraction towards A, the over-rotation, Bait, stunning round from them.
Round in which no Nemega player should stay in. Khan going to fight to defend himself, but so many more players to fight against. One of which in the back of this A site. Spray does not come through to the casualty. Alex credited with 2 more kills to his tally. Bait will win their 3rd. And it's a good thing you mentioned back towards yesterday and what we saw from Nemega, because like that whole playstyle was extremely wild against 9 Pandas, and I'm questioning whether or not it's going to work again here against Bait.
Well, I genuinely believe that it comes down on whether individuals are looking comfortable and hitting hard. If they're kind of losing fights, if the aim is a bit shaky, then that playstyle of being really aggressive and trying to work contact plays at the same perspective, that's when things can actually start losing out to a lot of round losses. Bait have looked fairly comfortable on this T side at the moment. Not a lot of pressure against them at all, which is a great sign.
Only upgrade pistols for Nemega, of course, should lead to another one for Bait. Confidence building, money line starting to flourish for the T side. These smokes are up. Alex is going to find Xanta to start.
And Nemega just hoping to try and make this eco expensive. The issue is the T side money is just growing by these rounds because they really aren't taking many casualties.
Very slow into this one for Bait. Don't want to make any mistakes. Isolate these individual kills. Get almost everybody, it seems. Way at least holds on to one of these Deagle dinks, but no more than that. Actually, Risky Bob also with 1 more casualty against Captain Kirker. So, a couple of kills of expense, I should say. Still 3 alive. Still the money can build. Bait still looking confident in spite of those exits from the Nemega.
And we've been speaking a lot about Nemega's thought process with their new iteration of the lineup and bringing up these younger guys that have got very limited pro experience. You can actually say the same for a lot of the Bait players. Captain Kirker played nowhere before Bait. He made his name on this organization. MPL, okay, had the stint on Na'Vi Jr. and the main Na'Vi roster. That's it for him. Someone like Ascential, we'd never even heard of him before he joined up on Bait. And then Hetrick played on Na'Vi Youth, played on Na'Vi Jr., had, okay, a bit of a tier 1 stint out on NIP. What about Alex? He played on Hellraisers for a few months and then instantly went over to Bait. And then from that point onwards, played on Melbet, played on Betra, never really played at a high level of tier 2 outside of this Bait name. You've got 2 organizations that have picked up a lot of players that have kind of allowed themselves to put a career on the map under the Ukrainian banner.
Coming together to make a top-end tier 2 squad in my eyes.
Now, even the previous iteration of Bait, I mean, when they had Wrinkle on the team, that was very strong too. They made it to the RMR at Paris.
Strength in the mid control attempted by Alex. That flashbang against Lear's position, however, making sure that he actually gets a kill and a double, in fact. Head trick Forced to return fire, forced to hold on to mid presence, but can see the man advantage.
Well, good work there for the in-game leader. Nemega have not been able to work a lot of success at all in the gun rounds, and instantly, he's the one to put his hand up and say, right, I'm going to make an aggressive maneuver, and he's come out with 2. Bait slow this round down and start working Captain Kirka to just allow a quick lurk pick, try and force it into a 3v3. And Khan on the AWP is undetected at top con.
Walks into mid, is centralized to the play here for Bait. Xanta's going to try and engage one player at the bench, but Captain Kirka takes him back.
Khan is waiting for that window jump up. Miss Molly for Captain Kirka, but it's okay because him and Hetrick can start working Con into A now.
The smoke down in Con. Khan's AWP is going to watch alongside Sway back at Dark, M4 and AWP combination here, and they're watching and waiting for T-side contact to come towards them. They isolate Khan, take him down. 2 players peek in from Khan, and they can get the tray back against Sway. Risky Bob, a 1v2 clutch without the kit on the retake.
I don't often see him on the AWP. This is not going to be an easy round at all. He has got an easy first pick, but he doesn't know where Essential's repositioned to.
Hetrick's got the information instead. A smoke can go down towards the bomb. AK swapped out to by Risky Bob. Got a little bit of cover to play with. That HE, oh, he's well ran onto Essential, but Essential evades the majority of that damage. There's no directive advantage in this fight. Kit's picked up as well for Risky. A second smoke can come down on the defuse. He's going to look to hold it all 5 seconds. HE to clear it up. Essential forces the man away. A secondary smoke to go down. He's back on it. Essential needs that spray, and he gets it lined up perfect. Bait continue the streak.
Excellent repositioning there for Essential, because think about it from Risky Bob's POV. He's come up top con, he's cleared out that close right-hand side angle of ramp, and just when he starts putting some util towards Tetris, that's when Essential moves from Tetris to the other side of A ramp. So, of course, you're not going to clear that again, because why would you? You've already cleared it. Played that 1v1 to perfection, and Nemega, if I'm Lear, I'm just fuming. I mean, I've set up that round. I've got 2 kills in top mid, got the man advantage, and the A-bomb site players, well, they've just let us down, haven't they?
Indeed they have. Nemega struggling to really get started on CT side here. Brought up CT side concerns earlier on. They might have to rest entirely in the second half to try and bring some rounds back together. This is a half buy, and they can't really deny the minimum 6 of Bait. Xanta's run down, Khan getting 1 pick on the way out of the round, but he's lost 2 teammates. Advantage still here for the T side, and none of these AKs can get picked up by the CTs either. Hetrick's going to try and ensure of that, but he runs into 2-man crossfire. Khan and Risky Bob can take him down.
They might as well attempt to try and go in for this. The issue is Captain Kirka's got a re-smoke, so that's just going to slow down the retaking angles.
The underpass player mopped up. Lear was really in the only position to try and turn the tide back for Nemega. AK just trumping the MP9 as you would expect. Bates focusing on minimum 6. Nemega can no longer win the half. Best they can do is equalize if they go perfect from here on out.
Bait will feel at the moment that they're going to look to get what? 13-3, 13-4. Like, in their perspective, they're looking at this and saying 6-0, we're going to own them. We're going to absolutely destroy them on this first map of Mirage, which could put a lot of contention on Ancient. Now, for Nemega, I would say the early rounds have looked pretty good for them. We've seen them engaging quite aggressively. They were able to work Lear with a good advantage out from mid. It's the mid and late portions where there is a lack of success. Even Risky Bob, this is 2 rounds in a row now that he's going for the double AWP. Last time, he couldn't even really get any impact out of it.
Looking at Nemega to try to change something up. You mentioned if they're lacking in the firepower basis, then that might be a concern for them. HE's on head trick. Essential caught damaged up to the early utility game here of Nemega, so at least they're going to keep the HP bars low, but now they need to start winning these fights with them, and the AWP of Risky Bob is good to find MPL.
A pretty good bait there, so that's where MPL can think, okay, I can challenge the jump spotter and try and work a timing, and as soon as you look to try and fight the van player, it turns out there's another one there.
Advantage for Nemega as Bait continue playing the slow pace. Senthil starting to wrap, starting to join his teammates up the top mid angle. Alex is leading them forward onto the catwalk on short, and there's 2 individuals on Nemega to defend this B-bomb site, one of which is Risky Bob.
Risky's got a smoke down, but I think he wants to take a contact first.
Leans in. Box one. What a shot on a Sentinel. Only Pixels given up. Refacing costs his life, though, as Hedrick and Captain Kirk get those trades. And we go back to evens for the side take.
And not an easy retake at all. Khan is going to try and post, but even taking a bit of damage. Bomb plant open for short. I think this is going to be a 7-0 here for Bait.
And the Mega trying to find an angle of retaking positions. The Molotov landed so deep in at market, and Smokes will ensure that Alex can hold the angle. Khan gonna get boosted to hunt for head trick. AWP unscopes and gets out of the way, spotting so many of those players as well. Orb v Orb battle. Head trick and Khan go back and forth. Zwei starts moving into the AK towards the center of the bomb site. Bomb being seen in the open. Oh, she's got to clear out these corners. Captain Kirker adjusted against Khan. Gets that kill on Alex. Captain Kirker can't spray through. He finds an advanced and elevated angle and holds the clutch together for Bait to continue rolling. And indeed, Dwayne, it is 7-0.
Well, I'll tell you what I'm noticing here for Nemega. We've seen back-to-back rounds where they've had an opening man advantage. Now, what have they done in the mid portion of the round? Sit back and play deep in the bomb sites. Where's the activity? Where's the info play? Look at the respect that Bait are getting there in mid. They are in a 4v5. There's a minute on the clock. They go all the way up top mid, all the way into short, all the way past ladder room without even a contact. I can't believe Nemega are giving this much respect right now.
Yeah, this has been a very tough half for them. Head trick finding Khan at least to respond for the Bait side. They had started so well on Omega and all, but that AWP disallowed a secondary pick.
Now, this could be the third round now where a 5v4 has not led to a round victory for Nemega.
Possibly. With the broken state of the players that remain, for Mars specifically on Zwei. Only 3 pieces of util across the entire team. A smoke, a flash, and an incendiary. Nemega really don't have a lot to work with.
And Bait are just feeling comfortable because they're just defaulting. They're getting so much space for free. A minute on the clock, and Hedrick, the AWP, is already out towards the ladder room and short area.
Zwei's pushed in from Palace. So this wraparound here from MPL might get caught off guard. Captain Kirker making plenty of noise out of the apartments, but that CT looks to strike, and Zwei can take NPL down. So there's one pick. Bomb's going to rotate away. Captain Kirker starts falling back. Risky Bomb takes a leg shot, but he's alive.
The captain knows that if he deals with just one of these B-side players, this round is on. Xanta gets a good timing against the AWPer.
Captain starts leaning. Risky Bob firing away through that smoke, forcing the man to take a quick shot of his panic. Look to that corner, find the man. Close quarters from Risky Bob, but it's still at low HP. He finds his casualty. Alex in a 1 versus 3. He's caught that first man. Bombs on his back and get it planted.
Well, let's see if Alex can cook here. Lear out towards Market's going to double up with his teammates.
Backed up to the back lines. In first against the M4 kill found. Second player swings, and Zwei catches the damage that Lear had output. And Nemega will finally find a round.
Yeah, if you are MPL, though, you're probably laughing to yourself saying, haha, they've got no money, though, do they? They win 1 round, but it comes off of a clutch situation there for Zwei. Yes, they can recover the enemy piece. They can get that into the hands of Khan. What about everyone else? I mean, we're going to be seeing FAMAS armor. We're going to probably be seeing MP9s and armor. I mean, the economy is just awful for Nemega.
Yeah, Bait could very easily just respond to this and cripple Nemega again. Halfway expecting it, to be honest.
I mean, I'm even surprised that Risky has gone down to an M4 here because he's the B-side anchor and he's got no util. A single smoke is the only thing that he's got.
Flashes, mollies, a standards way. Point of contact for the A defense alongside Risky Bob and Lear. Those incendiaries will block progress in the apartments. Nemega hoping to push forward. Sentinel sees that gun barrel, deals with the first man, second player on the corner. That's a perfect headshot.
Xanta can get a returning pick, but that's the issue when you're down low on util, Jace. You have to make an info play. You have to make an advantage happen somewhere on the map. Really good patience for a Sentinel, and it's not easy to double up there and to get 2 kills without being traded. 12 points of health. He has done everything necessary to give Bait the advantage.
Minute to play with. Oh, look at the AWP. Slow walking into Alex. He does land that shot, though. No damage output towards Khan. Ascential being low HP. This 3v3 is still workable for an Omega. Lear just has to place himself correctly. Molotovs are being sent deep out towards jungle. The smoke down towards connector. The man hiding in dark is unaccounted for right now.
They know exactly where Lear is. MPL's got to get this trade, and indeed he does.
So much damage done on the exchange, though. He's low for this 2 versus 2. The AWP of Khan leaning in quick, and the backstab of Xanta ever so slowly closing in the pincers. He's going to find open space on the A site. Headtrick not seeing anything with his own AWP. Those pieces of utility thrown up by Khan, but again, the onus turns towards Xanta, trying to watch all these corners, check out positions. Smoke will go down towards the bomb itself. Incendiaries as well sent towards the jungle and connector positions. Deep engagement. The AK trying to find its kill. Headtrick can find that pick back in the AWP. Blind sprays through the smoke, revealing where both players are at. Khan can find that one casualty. And MPL hiding inside the smoke. HG sent back to the direction of the one man that remains. And the Glock is still enough to get the kill of Khan Bait. Indeed, they respond.
And the Omega just look uncomfortable right now, Jay. Even in that 2v2, it's a lack of info on where both of the T-side players are. So you try and smoke off the bomb, you try and draw some fights in the open, but just the synchronization isn't there. The performance is outclassed right now. I'm expecting more for Omega with how close Mirage was last time around, with the fact that even it's 4 wins and 4 losses on this map in the last 3 months, you can't expect a 1-8 deficit in a semi-final.
Very poor start from Omega. Polar opposites to what we saw yesterday. They had their struggles against 9 Pandas, but they were at least able to generate responsives and eventually turn the match towards their favor. If they're going to generate a responsive now, then we are just going to look at this and have some very, very staunch comebacks at this point. That's the only way that Omega are going to make their way out of this first map at the very least, possibly the series in general. Broken investment for this one, already losing a player. NPL going to follow up with 2 more. Look for the triple through the box. Block pulled out against the next band of Xanta. Finally one trade, but Ascential and Captain Kirker clean them up. And Bait continue the hype train.
And you have to remember, Jay, we've got to get into the conversation. Bait play a lot of Ancient. It is their 2nd highest played map in the pool. They are going to be feeling it. They are going to have a confident, one-sided scoreline here on Mirage. They're going to start on that CT basis. And Bait are going to be looking to really tear up a 2-0, to have the most confident scoreline that we've seen out of any game so far in the competition for them. They have been tested in Hellcup. They had a 13-11 result against 9 on Anubis. They had a 13-11 on the exact same map versus Talon yesterday. But to step it up today, to be here in a semi-final, they are eager and keen to look for another title.
Tactical finally called in by Omega. It is a very, very late tack, though. I'm not even sure what you adjust to bring back all these rounds. The best they can do at the CT side is 3.
They need to fight for mid-presence more, and they need to be being more active in the mid to late portions of the round, which they're just not doing.
Even when they do that, Risky Bob loses so much HP. The flash against Alex is the only thing that gives him that kill. Lear will follow up onto Headtrick, also losing a ton of damage in those mid-fights. 5-on-3. Now NPL starts walking out of the apartment, spotting the one player on the side. Xanta adjusted towards. Damage can be done, but Captain Kirk could trace back the captain. Karnzor picks up 1 and a 2nd as he becomes the hero that Omega need in this round.
I thought Karn was going to get traded there for sure. NPL had some really good positioning. Close range against the AWP. That's a difficult shot. And Omega, I mean, just about scraped themselves a 2nd round, even when it's a 5v3 in mid. Yeah, the HP bars are low, but just the start of the round that it is, it's still surprising that there's so much of a contest on some of those B fights from the apartments players.
Danthiel. Spotted by Khan now. This 1 versus 3 about to get shut down by a single bullet. And Omega, probably for the first round, look confident here. That earlier one was a 1v1, and this time we actually get 3 players out of it. Unfortunately, it won't do much in terms of economy build, because round 12 is inbound now. They need to turn things up from the second half more than anything else.
And I want to know, where is the Omega that's on a 3-map winning streak, I should say, of Mirage? Where's that?
Yeah.
Where's the team that's been successful the last few officials? Not here today.
Tough time about this one, and complete contrast to the Aurora stomping we saw from at least the overtimes against Bait in the past. This does not look like it's going to get anywhere near overtime with the way things are going. At least Risky Bob's going to continue trying to fight, trying to get more casualties up towards mid, but extending all the way up towards mid with no further backup at the CT side leaves him to his demise. And Bait are again up by a player.
And Khan's going to leave the apartment's watch to at least keep some eyes towards short. Now, that means the B defense is going to be extremely light. Contact out towards A ramp goes the way of Lear. Now the T should start accelerating into B.
3-on-3, Bates seeing that Orpa doesn't know who to adjust towards. Finally looks on a shot against Captain Kirka. Zwei moving up towards the market position, trying to challenge on the bomb site itself. Nades down, smokes in the way of him. Swing just barely spotted the player. The smoke won't clear up entirely to CMPL. And a deep incendiary. Is that going to force him out? No, it's gone all the way back. He's hiding inside that smoke.
MPL's in a good position to get 2 here.
Zwei, I think, is completely clear in this corner. Push in, spotted, adjusted there by the Galil. 2 versus 2. The apartment's now being watched. The AWP lands his shot, and Lear will pick up head trick in the meantime. So a couple of good rounds back-to-back for the Omega side. Will at least recover 3 at the turn of the half.
And Omega could be happy about the last couple, but I would actually rest basically those rounds on Khan and Khan only. He's the only person on Omega right now that's making impact that's going to win you rounds. And that's just not good enough. We need more players than just a single individual.
I'm with you there. The heavy hitter's not out today on the T side. -1 man of Khan.
It was 6-6 in that head-to-head last time at the turn of the half.
Yep.
Now we're looking at 9-3.
The same sides as well to start. Omega on CT. Now got to do a whole lot more on their T basis, and that map did go to overtime. So if there's going to be similar situations in this one, then Bait should be able to edge them out. They need to change the pace. Pistols live in the second half. Very quick up from the Omega side. Bombs out towards ramp. NPL caught off by Xanta. Back in from that flank out towards the mid window. Will get tagged a little bit, stalled away from his centralized teammates who will put the bomb down.
Players coming in quickly from spawn. They've got a single smoke to work with from Captain Kirka.
Risky Bob dealing with a Sentinel. Captain Kirka can take one back. Zwei returns the favor. Head trick and Alex. 2 versus 4. Xanta closing in very quickly out towards CT. Spawn doesn't hit the kill shot. Head trick turns him up, and Alex is turned away. All left to the USP. A 1 versus 3. Isolating that first headshot on Khan. Risky Bob is right around the corner. Head trick leaning forward, and Risky will take his double to secure an all-important pistol for Omega.
A really good timing against MPL. So he's watching window, but he's hearing the footsteps out to top cod, and as soon as he turns his attention out to that right-hand side, that's when Xanta comes into window, gets that opening kill, and then it puts a lot of pressure on just the CT players coming into spawn because they're down by 1. They're being drawn even more time-wasting from Xanta in that sort of murder hole and overall window area. Omega can give themselves a bit of a round streak to work with now.
Five rounds, of course, still to make up. Bait should offer them at least 1. Another basic set of pistols. No force buys into the CT side. That 5-7 for head trick, seeing if he can dish out any damage, and it'd be great if he can do so, but you should expect this round to go the way of Omega. And Bait probably are accounting for that the same. Peeks in Captain Kirkut first of all.
And Omega just need to be trying to find themselves to not run into the stack, and while we can see heavy players out to B, Essential just misses that chance of dealing with Khan, so it doesn't seem as if anyone's going to drop here.
And these last 2 players just looking for a cheeky exit. Shouldn't be coming their way though. Bomb's on its way to A. They're just going to be there to cut them off from this short position. Got 1. Take a bit of damage. They do take that 1 casualty, but it shouldn't mean much again for them.
He's trying to get the Galil, and honestly, that's a decent upgrade, because you're not going to throw that away. You're going to use that in the next rounds.
Little bit of economical relief. Headtrick is looking for an AK here, unfortunately unable to land on Risky Bob, so... Good efforts overall from Bait. Got as much as you could realistically hope for. Omega will get what they came for. Number 5 on the board.
And I'm wondering whether this playoff run is going to look similar to the Alyssa Invitational Spring event that Bait were able to win just on the verge of 3 months ago. They had a 2-0 versus Mouse NXT in the first round of the playoffs, 2-0 versus Sampi in the quarterfinal, 2-0 versus Rebels in the semi, and then a 2-1 versus Sashi in the grand final. Now, at the moment, they're yet to drop a map here in the playoffs. Get a 2-0 up against the Omega side, look to get that rematch against Sashi. There could be some serious parallels.
Terrorists win.
Well, now time for Bait to replicate their first half. Get right back on top of things. They are still on top, but Leon, odds favouring them heavily, as you would expect with a scoreline advantage being where it is. The more this gap closed, the more things will start to go back to evens, but still 4 rounds to make up for the Omega side, and Bait know that they have the economical advantage at this stage. Players forced to reinvest. The Galil staying in for MPL, meaning that they're going to have some savings available. And they are still only within 4 of the win.
In the last semi-final matchup that Bait played, they went up against a top 30 team in the world of Monty. They dispatched them, so they know what it's like to play tough competition in these kind of games. Sashi and Unpoint later on this afternoon, I'm sure they'll be looking at both Omega and Bait and getting a bit of an expectation, a bit of an idea on what sort of caliber they're going to be like in the grand final. Sashi would love to be able to continue that revenge streak against Endpoint, always having the one-up over them, always eliminating them out of tournaments, always beating them quite comfortably. Sashi are the only team in the top 4 now that's actually in the top 30 on HLTV. Everybody else is outside of it.
Albeit, Bait are not that far off.
That's very true.
And even then, I mean, you talk about revenge for the Sashi side, and I'm not sure whether revenge applies against Endpoint because they beat them every single time, but certainly revenge against Bait specifically. The Elisa Invitational event that got Bait to that Elisa Masters that's going on in October, that was against Sashi, that grand final that everyone looked at Sashi as expecting to win that. They can get to the grand finals here and return the favour. That certainly would be a positive for the Danes.
Bait got to look at even the scoreline and say we're not worried, we're not nervous. We should still be able to take this quite comfortably. I mean, once Hetrick gets on the AWP, when money's going to be sufficient enough, that's when it should start getting really comfortable. I'm not expecting a massive amount here for Omega at all. Yes, it's been a few rounds towards the tail end of the first half, and it's been a start with the pistol and the anti-eco conversion, but once we start getting deeper into the gun rounds, that's where Bait are going to show their class. Let's see if round 15 can at least be Omega pulling along this comeback streak to make it 2 rounds to the difference, perhaps. A lot of importance in round 15.
Vital signs for Omega will show up here in this round. They are leaning into this A-bomb site, but they've only got Captain Kirka up towards ramp as well. They'll go immediately. That HE landing pretty close to do some chunky damage on Khan, especially. NPL fighting on Xanta, tagging him at 3 points of health, forcing off that jump phase. The counter HEs will come back against, but look at the HP bars. Bait has a significant advantage here.
So they're trying to force NPL further and further defensive from this jungle line. Captain Kirk can get a flash from a teammate to peek wide from CT. Alex from the spam towards short deals with the in-game leader.
Lear was so well read. The plant comes down, and Xanta and Khan are cleaned up. Captain Kirk with Essential so fast to get it back. Sway, a 1 versus 5. 4 points of health for him, and smoked off at Palace. They're just going to rain covering fire down as Captain Kirk gets to the defuse. And Bait will take number 10 on their board.
Remember when I just said there shouldn't be too much of a threat, they won't be getting nervous? Yeah, first gun round, they've just been owned. They've been absolutely destroyed. Great util usage there from Captain Kirker. Excellent retake. The kills are flowing in so quickly after Alex deals with the in-game leader of Lear on that spam.
We're back to our usual scheduled programming. Was a case in point right there for Bait in that one, like just unbelievably confident. The Mega at least bolstered up with that bomb pop bonus. The AK comes in for every single player here, but you can see the lack of utility, some of which has been used initially. They set for the set piece to the A site.
Re-smoke down for Captain Kirker. Alex has got another smoke that can go out towards Palace. Very quick here for Nemega.
They're going to push forward of that ramp smoke. Sway leaning in, spotting the player at CT. Captain Kirker knows he popped out. He's going to have to fall away and play the exact same retake situation, or lean in, potentially line up 3, damage on 2, kill on 1, 4v4, but again, they are so tagged on the T side.
MPL should be able to clean them up pretty easily. Alex on the drop down towards Sandwich. Lear to try and protect the team for as long as possible.
Tapping that bomb unawares at a CT lean up coming in from a Sentinel. He's going to check it. It sprays off to the right-hand side. And Bait deal with the Mega once again. 11-5 now. And the T's have been playing from the back foot throughout these last couple of series, but this is such a staunch comeback. I don't think it's going to happen.
Well, tactically, Nemega have just looked poor. I mean, even out there to spawn, they know that Captain Kirker played there in the last round, so they've got to anticipate it again. There's no smoke for CT. So, okay, you want to take the space? Where's the flash? Where's the follow-up util to drive Captain Kirker back? Instead, he's just wide swung and basically got 3 kills off of the pure damage he did alone.
Upgrade pistols for Nemega. Going to try the ultimate comeback of Ultimate Destiny, and I think they are a little bit too short of the mark, honestly. Tactical problems, poor performances from individuals, even Khan slowed down in these last few rounds. Bait. Just within touching distance of taking away this first map with such a confident basis that even though it is their own map pick, it's the kind of perform that you see, the kind of showing you look at and you think, man, 2-0 is on the table.
Oh, very much so. I'm almost convinced that a 2-0 is here.
Swings a head trick, MPL taking Khan. Knowing where Risky Bob is at, Xanta's bomb revealed and dropped. The Glock caught back, all 5 alive. The perfect round from Bait to map point for them.
And for Nemega, just to hold some stock in Mirage to maybe give me some confidence going into Ancient, just win a few gun rounds here. Just at least allow yourself to show a late game performance on Mirage that can overall embed just some positivity to the team, because they have been owned in this matchup. They have looked seriously uncompetitive, and I can only imagine Xiaofi and the boys at 9 Pandas are probably looking at this and saying, geez, we would have even given Bait a better run for their money.
Swing out towards mid for Xanta, Lear and Khan. They get those 3 players at the Bait side, but Alex is still going to try and find some trades back here. Tagged heavily, and India has come back against Xanta. Is still overwhelmed by Ascenthial. They started with 3 kills on the trot. The bomb is in Ascenthial's hands here. He's going to try and fight against the next player, Risky Bob. Got to take this fight directly. 2 individuals to fight onto him, and his backup is so far pushed up in mid. He's going to have to rotate back from the apartments and try and join him. And Ascenthial just burst straight through to the headshot. I can't believe that Nemega's pace finally caught Bait off guard, and they still couldn't convert on the round. Lear's done here. It's 13-5.
And Lear on 11 points of health to try and work a 1v2. It's just never going to happen, isn't it?
Not a chance. He'll have to take it because it's the only way forward for Nemega. But play for the trade game. AK's looking. There's the engagement. There's the frag. And there is the map for Bait. 13-5, man. I have to say, I'm thoroughly disappointed in Nemega today. This is not a very good way to open up the semi-finals.
I mean, even that's a 5v2 in the first 15 seconds. And they
Exactly.
just troll the round. They just can't even close in those sort of advantages. They just looked off. Tactically, they weren't adapting at all on the City side. Look, their util usage was really low. They just felt like they were just trying to dry so many of these gunfights. And Bait that was easy. They really didn't get challenged there on Mirage.
Yeah, I think that is the best way to put it. It was just easy for them. And again, it is their map pick, but it's like the last time it was an overtime result. At least it was pushed quite the distance by Nemega. This was never going to be an overtime with the way that they were playing in this. And I have to say again, I'm just so disappointed. The confidence showed by Bait indicates to me that unless Nemega do some serious soul searching in this particular break, then Ancient is going to go just as poorly.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough comeback to just allow yourself back into the series. We know that the tail end of the veto is different. You're not getting that Dust 2 again. They have been outclassed, and Bait are hungry. They are looking to go completely undefeated in this tournament so far.
Well, at least the Mega have the fallback of their map pick. They're going to need to seriously step up their form and step up their game if they want to try and hold prominence in the semi-finals. We're going to a break, and when we return, it's Ancient.
What kind of shame is this? Are you new? Have you heard of Hellcase?
Best cases in the world. Book a rookie and me. Don't be shy, come on. Haha, newcomers are lucky today, huh? Hellcase, the best cases.
Wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums. So I keep going hard, I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she called me Big Papa. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Off, and blow the house down. Raw energy.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. I'm drowning with all of this darkness surrounding. You need me like you need air to breathe. You want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. It's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. I can't breathe. I need to get some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty affliction. Yeah. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Yeah. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage catastrophe.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all part of the game. Yeah, I just gotta go hard. I just gotta go hard. Go hard. Yeah. Oh yeah, the beast back. Adrenaline pumping through my veins, can't relax. Original, I am not the same as these cats. I sting them if they never ever mind and they beeswax. I don't ever cap, but I'm wearing like 3 hats. Never been a rat, but I know where the cheese at. You'll never get a trophy cause they all here where we at. You better believe that. When it's all said and done, I'll still be here standing. Never took a loss and it ain't something that I'm planning. I dare you to say something, my focus is...
And how long have you been here?
From early morning.
Take notes, kids.
Hey, was that a bait? Will you share?
Hellcase, don't miss your luck.
Disappointment is the only word that comes to mind at this present moment for Nemega. It's just such a poor showing on Mirage that going into Ancient, there is a lot of things that need to get cleaned up fundamentally, tactically, individually. A lot of things need to get adjusted here, Dwight.
I don't think they've got the time to be able to do that. I think going into map 2, it's an underperformance in a semi-final. You can get away with it in a Swiss stage game or a group stage matchup, but not in a semi, right? This is a very poor looking Nemega today, and I think Bait's going to 2-0.
Yeah, no doubt. Like, there's no second chances in this kind of format, in this kind of bracket, and as a result, like, you kind of are on the right line of thinking, like, just with the way things were so confident, with the fact that only really Khan was performing on Nemega, and he wasn't really matching up to the kind of showings that we saw some of the star guys over on the Bait side were doing. Like, it's such a difficult thing to come back from it. And you are right, like, it is so unbelievably difficult to take the next 10 minutes after a map to readjust and realign things and fix so many issues. If it was like a mental problem or a tactical thing where it's just like you were missing that one little piece, then yeah, you could take a moment to talk and adjust and figure things out. But there isn't one piece that's missing from that Mirage.
No, and they had so many man advantages. So frequently they were man up in the first 15 to 20 seconds, and they just still struggling to close rounds down. Prime example was the last one, a 5v2 that got recovered from the side of Bait. Nemega starting on that T side, and Bait have got a very heavy stack out on B.
The fights of NPL coming into that mid position. Is USP is trying to get to angle, got the smokes down. Over from the Omega side, trying to get into this A bomb site early, trying to get that bomb plant, secure a potential retake against Bait. But how many times have these retakes gone the way of the Omega?
Alex and NPL to try and strike out from Temple. They've spotted out Risky Bob at the big box.
Haven't seen him swing for a secondary kill, though. He's not going to overextend here. He'll sit pretty and wait. Senthiel's caught for damage, but Alex draws out first blood. Captain Kirker follows suit on a Senthiel's trades, doubles up on those Julies. One player in the backline boxes. Xanta is cleaned up quick after his strike. And Lyra, 1 versus 3 now. Bomb held down by the kit. 5 seconds to the defuse. Lyra's got a swing, got a challenge. One man does barely get the kill shot against Captain Kirker in time. So, a 1v1 established. Bait up and they're not getting too complacent here. USP of Hedrick waiting for Lear to make a press up. Tapping the bomb again, looking for the fight, but Lear wins out the 1v3. And finally, it's a clutch that goes the way of the Mega.
Yeah, it certainly wasn't complacency. I mean, they're getting onto the bomb with a defuse. They just don't have the information on where Lear is. They don't know if he's backstabbing in Red Room. They don't know if he's coming in from Donut and from Spawn of A main. So it's a moment where he just actually gets the shot at the right time. There's no body block, unfortunately, and Lear wins a massive clutch for Nemega.
And Pistol Start can sit with them. What they need at this moment, a good piece of momentum to kick off the map. Second T-side pistol win as well for Nemega in this series. 2 out of 3 overall. And Bait down to the basics, happy to go towards the guns the next. They've got plenty of time to recover this.
And I'm really watching out for Xanta's increased performance on this T-side of Ancient. He's one of the best players they have on this map, and he was really missing on that first map of Mirage. He needs to turn it around, and he needs to start to put rounds up for Nemega.
Well, Headtrix Deagle is going to find a headshot on Risky Bob, so Start favours the CT side here. The T is prodding to try and get into this B bomb site. Bomb's been left out towards the back of the B door, so there's not a directive engagement yet. MPL's picked up towards mid, which might throw a rotation into the mix here, but as Khan gets Alex through the smoke, the man advantage sits to an advantage regardless.
Beta just trying to hope to get these spam kills through the smokes towards long and short, but with the HP bars being where it is, shouldn't be much more damage coming in. Nemega cleaning up the anti-eco pistols.
The head trick who started this round for Bait is going to have to end it for Bait. Hopefully with another exit frag if possible. I mean, they have got low HP on Khan's way. The Eagle headshot will still be effective against Lear and Xanta if he can connect it. Spotted there by Lear. Turns back in with that Galil. Makes it another triple frag for him. And Bait will now look to their rifle buy.
Also watching out to see what Risky Bob is going to be like for map 2 and potentially even map 3, because he was averaging 25 kills per map in that previous meeting 3 days ago. Now, yeah, there were some overtimes and some really long map scorelines of the 13-11, so you expect the kill counts are going to be overinflated because of the extra rounds, but even still, he only dropped 10 out there on Mirage.
Want to see more out of the man. Damage done early to Bait once again. MPL down to 9 points of health. Alex trying to take point on this A defense here from Temple. He's spotting the player's shoulder. Molotov sent his direction though, and the flashbang's going to keep him at bay. Captain Kirker swings forward from Donut instead and gets that kill on Lear. Flashes and Molotovs continue to go back and forth. Captain Kirker following suit on Headtrick's trade. Khan's going to find a responsive. Backstabs are trying to close in from that mid presence. Alex has spotted one more player crossing. Look to the big box where Risky Bob can strike.
Rotations coming through for a Senthiel out from Spawn. MPL to try and have a big wrap towards A main. Really good read from Bait to keep 3 on A, so disappointing for them not to hold the man advantage.
Trade's good there from the Mega side. MPL starting to swing, sees a player. Risky Bob is caught off guard. Both individuals now looking to challenge. HE sent, he's forced forward into the challenge. A second kill for MPL, and Khan is well known for Senthiel. He sees that bomb in the open, sees the swing of the AK, and gets it by a margin of 12 points of health. He holds the clutch together for Bait.
Just slightly too late to looking into that A main area, weren't they? You've got Xanta, who was starting to walk on the aggressive approach, but the teammate of Risky Bob to the back plat area is still maintaining the vision towards Temple and CT. Now, my concern in that round isn't so much what happened in the post plat, but Bait took all of lane and had 3 on A before that execute even comes through. That was a very easy read for the Ukrainians. Yeah, they can count themselves fairly lucky at the tail end that they recover a 2v3, but I'm impressed with the readability, and Nemega needs to be able to adapt on T-side to make sure that that's not happening consistently.
Already facing Tessa. Bait. NPL gets Risky Bob the star. Look at the charge forward of Captain Kirker as well, right up to that elbow smoke. Holds back in the end as the TC decides to adjust towards lane. You can see that Xanta actually might get isolated here on the minimap, and indeed, Headtrick just takes him down rather easily.
And Captain Kirker's still got an incendiary, so he can put that down to try and deny the bomb. Alex is even rotating pretty quickly from spawn.
Well, smokes up, mollies at the ready, put towards the back of the boxes. You've got And the flash is going in towards the back lines, and the teams will walk up, look to get this bomb down quickly his way. Captain Kirk can't going to suit on towards MPL. Trades attempted by the T's, and eventually they do get it into a 2 versus 2. But the damage has compounded for the CT side. Hedrick is starting to lean forward to that A-bomb site already. Inside the smoke, he waits. Essential will be a little bit late to the party as they can back away towards main.
Hedrick's got a smoke, so he can either smoke the bomb or smoke this A-main area, and Essential's got a HE. Nemega are hoping that they don't stick this bomb, because I actually don't think they're going to peek out from A-main.
Tapped it once. Karnan's way, going to make a move. These kills will come in so easily, though. Check position. Hedrick is jumping onto the bomb itself. HE's coming in from Essential, expecting her to be closer. Karn does get caught on the kit. He's going to hold down the 5 seconds. Way will find him through the smoke. And the Mega will scrape together another round.
I don't know how they're doing this, to be honest. I don't know how they're actually making these rounds close. Really good work from Karn on the bomb side, but mid is being taken. Lane is being taken. That's legitimately a 5v3 right there from Bait, and it's only that the trades are slightly awkward towards Temple and Donut that round is actually achievable for Nemega. The scoreline may say 3-1, but Nemega aren't looking good. They are really struggling here.
Margin of 1 player is what they won that round by. The trade game has at least been pretty good over these last few rounds. The odds at Leon still start to favour Bait, but are starting to tip back towards the favour of the Mega ever so slightly. Hedrick, SMG, back tier towards Cave. Xanta and Lear. Mac 10 first in. Nice jump up to throw Hedrick spray off. Advantage taken by the Mega.
Alex on the aggressive approach towards Ramp gets caught off guard by Karn, and now Essential is alone on B to try and hold the defense by himself. This is more like it. That's a bit more of a cohesive round there for Nemega.
Plant secured, 2 versus 5. NPL looking to move on Risky Bob, isolate this one particular fight, but as an exit kill only, because there's no way they're holding this round for Bait. He will find him with his back turns. That's a small something. And the Mega will find number 4 and a much more confident 4th at that.
And that round comes down to Bait force buying with barely anything. I mean, there's a lack of rifles. There's a lot of SMGs out there on the B-bomb side. Good exit damage here for Bait to at least get these last few kills. Santa still might be able to drop 1 more of these CTs to make sure that another rifle's not being saved into the next.
They do get those exits to leave 1 man alive on the Mega. Tactical was for Bait, though, because the exits are only going to mean so much to them. They want to try and springboard a CT half here. And with the crippling of the economy state, they want to consider whether or not they want to go for a harsher investment. A half buy would certainly stabilize the money line for the next round.
Oh no, this will certainly be light. They'll be focusing on what they want to achieve in the next gun round. Now, from a scoreline perspective, Bait are actually in a lot of trouble. I mean, being 1-5 down is a really slow start, even with how well they're playing. And just off of that basis alone, it actually could be quite difficult for Bait to give themselves a decent scoreline at the turn of the half, which, in fact, is then going to be the chain logic of making it more difficult to close Ancient in 2.
Upgrade pistols coming in for Bait. AK on NPL is the only rifle to play with, and he might want to play a bit more protective of it. How much damage can he do here? He's close towards the donut entrance. Risky Bob's going to smoke him off, so no further contact can be established.
Already on a walk up towards B. They've cleared it out almost entirely.
Alex in the back. P250 expecting an extension, hoping that they go aggressive into this site. Bomb down, swing towards 1 pick against Essential. Double up, somehow found by the P250, but Karn takes back control. And the Deagle, Captain Kirk, are unable to strike back on another man advantage. At least this, again, expense applied, which at this stage leaves Bait in a good spot to try and reset Nemega. The next question, of course, shifts when these guns come out to can they reset Nemega?
That's a very good eco round for Bait. Now, it's a shame that the captain can't just get 1, because you feel in that scenario that if he just gets one of the short players or even a long player on a hard swing, they're going to attempt the retake. Now, Hedrick is looking for an exit out towards Spawn and will get an AK against Risky Bob.
That third player worth of damage, so certainly the economy is going to be in ruin for Omega. 2 AKs held in by the CT side, and over the last week, Dwight, you've talked so much about how AKs are the bane of T existence, ostensibly. So having these two weapons makes a huge, huge advantage for Bait off the offset.
Even for your own economy line, just knowing that Hetrick doesn't have to buy down all the way, same for Essential, it gives you a lot of backing whether you win the next round or even lose it.
Well, second tactical pause called in by Bait because economy is not the thing they want to focus on here. They need to get the round out and they need to reset in Omega. Opportunities are well and truly abound for them. They just have to convert on it.
Well, they need to first find out how they're going to set up the AWP, and secondly, how they can strengthen some of these retakes and late round situations, because they've done a very good job of exploiting map control from lane and mid and working opening picks, but it's been when the bomb is committing to execs of where Bait have kind of struggled and haven't been able to work the rounds in their favor. A better communication and maybe more intent of a change of pace. Omega 5-1 up, working hard for Ancient at the moment.
Heavy-handed on Omega towards his B bomb site, seemingly going in for a very quick set piece. Smoke's coming down, flashes over. Alex with a good kill on Dezanta, but Zwei responds towards it. Player in at K, Essential trying for the wall bangs, revealing himself. His teammates are starting to rotate, but they'll be slow, especially in the back lane of Hetrick. The smoke will cut him off.
Hetrick is just waiting for some aggression to come from these long players so he can strike with the AWP. Essential has to try and come down from the bottom of ramp. They don't even know if there's a player out there to the B doors area.
Flashes will start to take lane more definitively. The blind sprays for Essential will not come through against Zwei, no matter how low HP he is. His teammates get so close. And now Hetrick has joined the core. Half of the time it ticked away, though. Lear with a kill. Essential responds, checking that back corner, but his back's turned towards the man, and Zwei can try and strike, and Risky Bob can follow up on NPL. So once again, thin margins keep Omega in with these rounds. A sixth will be on their board. Bait will clean house against 4, probably 5 with the bomb blast as Zwei. It's another expensive one, but it's not the conversion that Bait were looking for.
Well, it's a shame for Bait, because they've just taken a tactical, they've got the AWP set up, and what ends up happening is just a ramp pop. So you've got your site player going 1-for-1, but then Essential gets smoked off in the cave, so he can't really do anything. Maybe the counteraction for Bait is starting 3B early round in the rifles. The issue is, from just the scoreline alone, Ancient is being pulled away from them. And now it's starting to come to a situation where this third map decider of Anubis is certainly calling.
And it's not like the last map where Omega just weren't given a chance at all over a Mirage. Bait are making these rounds so close.
Oh, you could very easily say that if you replayed all of these 7 rounds, that Bait are in the leads.
One good kill, one good adjustment, one stray bullet. That would have made all the difference to Bait. But since they haven't landed those, it means that Omega are on to take the half here. The buyback from Bait is certainly not ideal. They can have the AWP on Hetrick and the M4 for Essential, but 2 pistols and an SMG to back it up. Hetrick, oh, just caught off by Khan on that swing.
Now the AK getting the opener and putting more pressure on Bait to get as much out of these safety weapons as possible. Got a very good walk up from Risky Bob. He's been able to take all of this donut space, so it should be an A split off of the back of it.
Bombs on its way to A. Captain Kutka, the only man to defend. Already his backup's being smoked off. MPL starting his rotation back from red from the 5-7. Get the kill. No. Risky Bob swings. A 5-on-3 is gained.
Bait just hoping this Deagle out in Temple's going to be able to do something, but unfortunately not. Recover the AWP. Hold on to the M4. That's the objective. Can it actually happen? Now, Xanta is keeping eyes on those B players trying to go down to the doors, and considering he hasn't seen anything, that's the tell that they are still both on the bomb site.
AWP being hunted. Alex tagged. Dealt with by Lid. Zwei can take him back. The Semifinal is overwhelmed, so another round for Nemega, half advantage taken, and for once more than a single player staying alive. Build up some of that economy game, reinvest on Lear's part, pass an AK off to the man. Bait. Bring out another set of rifles, the 4M4s, the AWP. This time Nemega take the attack.
Well, it's good to see that Khan is being consistent, and he actually hasn't even brought the AWP out in many of these rounds on T-side. He's been rifling a lot of the time with the AK. To post 15 kills, to be the impact player on that first map of Mirage, and then come out here on Ancient and do the exact same thing. That's a good sign for him moving into a third map decider to say, okay, Khan's here to put on a good showing. Got some of the pieces around him. Xanta is still struggling, though, and that may be a bit of a concern. Again, highest rated player for Nemega on this map. An absolute legend on charging up B picks. 1 and 6 after going 7 and 17 on Mirage.
Well, he's leading the charge on this particular execution, or at least the fast play in towards lane. No charge up to the B site. Utility suppression, although with that being said, there is no utility on ramp directly. It's actually Lear that takes point. Head tricks, AWP will land him. Zwei moving up. The M4 of Alex locks in that kill, drops that bomb. Rotations are still slow from the other CT players back on the A bomb site, but now MPL starts moving. Smokes are in the way. Xanta can pick the bomb up inside of it, and blind sprays from Risky Bob will take Alex for tag damage, but no kills against Bait yet.
And finally, we start seeing Bait start 3B early round on a gun rifle, and after a tactical as well for Nemega, it feels very strange for them to be contacting up ramp, not even committing to an exec or any sort of pop. Very easy kills to come through for Alex and Hetrick.
Nemega sat in spawn with a little under a minute to go.
No, they'll be saving.
No action towards the A site. A little bit of presence held outside of the B doors, watching for the entryway, but there certainly isn't an execution position. Waiting for Bait to press, hoping they go for the hunt, hoping they can cripple the economy game with the CT side, because they've recognised the damage that Bait have done. Even though 4 stayed alive in the previous one, you'll see that there won't be a massive amount of cash available to them. Zwei invested heavily into this one, has $0 in his bank, so that 1,400 is all he's going to have. Same thing for Lear, plus the 1,700. At least Khan can drop an AK for them.
Yeah, so can Xanta and Risky Bob. So, yeah, everyone's fine. It's just whether these players drop. That's the only concern.
Counter-terrorists win.
Number 2 on the board of Bait. Been a long time coming, and certainly the effort has warranted a lot more than just this scoreline, but still 5 to the good on Omega. They still hold the scoreline advantage. Tacticals taken to try and make sure they maintain as much as possible near the tail end of the half.
Well, if Bait, let's think about it, right? If Bait go completely undefeated here, if they get up to 5 CT rounds, I think we do have a map on our hands. I think we do have a bit of a competitive game. If they only make it 3 or 4, then I'm doubtful. They have to be able to put a lot of pressure on the opposition. They've got to make it uncomfortable for Nemega. They've got to get in their heads for the second half. And this is prime opportunity when you know that the money is very lopsided. This is where you pounce. This is where you take that opportunity to take over.
Bait have been on the precipice of resetting Nemega for the longest time. Another opportunity presents itself here. Galil given to Lear. AK in the hands as way. The AWP stays for Khan.
3B early round again. They're starting to recognize exactly how they want to adapt to the playstyle.
Press from Ascenthior may look for that first challenge in on the lane angle, but doesn't opt to press forward of that smoke. Instead, Xanta starts taking point. Khan's expecting more aggression, which isn't coming his way. The AK looks to try and fight, and the M4 is pushed back with a little bit of damage.
And Omega are going to get Khan out of the B doors. Now out towards ramp. Alex is going to hit him with a jiggle, and now they're going to start to push.
Flash in against, fallen back. Alex trying some blind sprays, ultimately unsuccessful on these connections here. Smokes up, AWP's back, HG's on against Khan. Damage will be done to the man, but his AWP has the bomb with him. He needs to be careful about not falling down here. Bait continuing to suppress with bullets downrange.
Now, Captain Kirk and MPL are starting to slow walk A main. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Bait in round 10. They're being really active. They've taken early lane. They've put pressure on the T's. They've slowed the round down. And now they can start to do more elsewhere on the map.
And still centralized bomb site here for MPL. Smoke's out at red. Counter smoke will try and get back to that donut entrance. They can ensure that they can't go into the A side. But the concern is this red walk from Zwei. M4 of Ascenthiel is ready for it. Spots him. Does tag damage. And the AK is forced to fall back.
AWP out to Cave. That could be the first contact from Hetrick against this B site lean.
Smokes on short to the B site. The AWP boosted to try and look for the opening pick on Ascenthiel on the Omega side. Xanta, head trick, spotted, baited, shot rings out, doesn't connect. He looks back in on Xanta though. The kill is found and Alex can swing back from the wood wall. Head trick with a double and his swing back at Cave. And almost landing the triple. Ascenthiel takes way back and the runner's got to come through from Khan. He lost that bomb. No time on the clock. Out of there. And finally, Bait have found their reset.
And do you remember yesterday when I said there was a lot of question mark CS coming through from the Mega, a lot of wildness? Now, that one right there, I don't have an issue with the time. 15 seconds on B, okay, go for the exec. Hang on, they're walking ramp. Like, what is going on? Like, when there's that little time on the clock, you need to get in with the exec. You need to be able to put pressure on the B players. And instead, they're just walking ramp. So as soon as they lose that first contact towards the default player, mate, it's just over already.
Not pacey enough. Omega. Now just have this AWP only to contend in the next round. $50 for Khan as well. 2 saves in a row affecting his money line.
Well, he's not going to get the AWP next round unless he saves again. Because you're not expecting them to get a bomb plant here.
I mean, that might have to be the call here. Even with a bomb plant, they still probably couldn't afford it. Ascenthiel finding Xanta. Khan is close to contact against this AK. Lear does get Captain Kutka, and Khan lands on head trick. Omega in for a penny, in for a pound. They're looking for a lot more than a bomb plant, perhaps, although the M4 comes up for NPL and removes Risky Bomb. Another rifle on site has been found by the CT player. Khan continues to fire away. 2v2 to his 2 kills. And Zwei out towards Temple, caught off by Alex. Khan is now about to be challenged by Ascenthiel. Back turn towards the AK, and he wins that fight. Bait. Lock in number 4.
Now, you never know when you're on an eco like that where the kills are going to come from, but someone needs to be bringing the bombs somewhere, whether it's out to elbow or even to A main. That bomb was in T-spawn the entirety of the round. So when Khan and Lear work picks, if they had the bomb with them, they would have been able to get it down there. They would have actually been able to work a post plant. Omega down to 4 AKs in that single dig. Bait getting themselves a round streak and looking strong.
Looking for one more to close the half. As you said, Dweg, 7-5 is a very workable scoreline. It's back on for the Bait camp, perhaps, even though the CT side might not be at the advantage. Alex strikes on Khan first. Xanta does trade it back. The AWP a head trick, has to get out of dodge. The Eagle standing, damage done by the fire, and head trick can take the advantage back.
A bomb is alone outside B, so it's going to start moving to the A players that are coming out of main. Now, Captain Kirker isn't seeing anything at the shelf, and MPO is going to hear these footsteps out towards elbow. They can start pushing some A players back in. This is a tough round for Zwei and Risky Bob to work something, because they're going to have to be the damage dealers.
At least they have the A bomb site, and the bomb should go down with it. Man advantage for Bait. And Zwei pressing all the way up towards spawn. If he can hug this corner at the red entrance, then this actually might call in a cheeky play against the rotators of the CT side. It's mid-presence established. Head trick about to run right into this AK here. Back turns. He's going to wait for it. Oh, yes, he's going to bait in these 2 players. Perfect stuff from Zwei. Capitalized upon the 2. Line them up, tap them down. Advantage tips back for Omega. The backstab coming in from NPL. Captain Kirk got to work out the donut entrance. Forced in, Xanta is low, but still gets that headshot. And Risky Bob deals with NPL. Zwei, the impact individual that gets an 8 for Omega to close the half.
Right there for Omega, they have so much respect and space out to A that you have to initiate a play like that because of the man disadvantage and because Xanta's on low HP. Really good positioning there from Zwei, and no check out to that close right-hand side makes it a fairly easy 4th round on the post plant. And Bait, you start thinking to yourself, okay, how many more chances are you going to get? Because in their eyes, they've probably felt as if they've played pretty well. They've been able to show up a decent level of contest. They've just been unlucky at moments to not have a better scoreline than 8-4.
Just think about that 6-1 advantage that we saw. How many of those 6 rounds from the Mega Bait were able to contest down to one player alive, 2 players alive in the T side? Like, they really got close to winning some of them. This is one of those cases where the scoreline might seem pretty one-sided, but it could be completely the polar opposite and perhaps even the other direction. Xanta wants to make kills go his direction as he starts off with 2. Alex forced to respond back on the Bait side. B execution on the table as the Sentinel gets cleaned up. Alex continues to try and hold presence here. 3 on 2. Bomb being left in the open. Drop back. Alex has caught himself 3. Basically, he needs the ace from here because he's in a 1 on 2 now. Swing forward, spotting both. Sway tag, taken down. Risky bomb. Headshots gain. Alex has just won an amazing pistol for Bait.
There we go. Alex steps up when required. Now, they actually saw Xanta out on that close left-hand side cubby, so they would even feel that they're unfortunate to not go 1 for 1. Really good hold from the USP to start things off. The B defense looks as if Bait are going to get absolutely nothing, and then it comes down to Alex, the player that used to play on Bait that's only come back in April, to have a full-on clutch and ace.
Beautiful stuff from the number of the Beast. And Zwei just run down by Captain Kirker as Bait spring into life in the rifles here. Only basics. This should be number 6 for the Bait camp. Nemega can't do much to contest it, even though they'll try. Look to the gun buyers. This has been a standard port of call for everyone involved in this tournament thus far in this playoff week. All 5 alive. Bait establishing dominance on T side. Now they have to do the same thing against the rifles.
And frequently, Jay, we talk about how important mental game is. More on the negative side of keeping the tilt factor out of it, keeping the communication up. What about if we look at the positive? What about a team that's just won a clutch of an ace? You'd be feeling it, right? You're hyped, you're energetic, you're here looking at the scoreline saying 2 rounds of the difference. You win this first gun round, it's 8-8. This 2-0 is back on.
And true leaders will take a look at how close Bait got to those rounds in the first half, saying, lads, we were within touching distance of getting the Mega on the back foot. Now's our chance to truly strike. We've got the potential. We've got the firepower. We've got the players necessary to do the damage we need to do. Now it's time to actually do it on this T side. They are playing bonuses here in round 15. Mac 10s on 3 players. The up shot of Khan will land to Captain Kirker, but he's going to get run down by MPL. Risky Bob with a kill. Turned back by Head Trick at range. The rifles are on site. They're engaging one of the back lines. Smokes away. Will cover off the exit from the likes of Zwei. Alex will get caught back through that smoke, though. Got to go back for the bomb. Head Trick has to regroup instead with Essential, who's walking up red.
Oh, this lurk timing is everything, because Lear is watching out for it, and the Mac 10 has been seen. Essential can barely do anything now. Head Trick can come back into mid, but this Mac 10 needs to somehow recover the situation, and with the info being given up, it's so tough to work this round.
And the press towards main will now realize the bomb is nowhere out there. It still could be an A-site target because the B-site player is going to see nothing either. Zwei will hold down the A-site directly. Rifles at the feet of Essential, but he's going to look for the contact first. Head Trick. Bombs on his back, passive positions behind the boxes, burst through to the head. Essential's going to get caught off from range, and now Head Trick has got to do it all on his own.
He can't even really get the bomb down either, because as soon as he taps, they're just going to draw the fight. He's trying to see where the other A player is, and all of this searching is just not giving him anything. So even if he runs towards B, he still doesn't have the info on where Lear is.
10 seconds. He's going to go for the plant, going to go for it right now. Engagement. Headshot needed at a tap, not going to happen. Falling back, he's going to get hunted here. He might even fall after time. AK needs to stay. Zwei walking. Kill gain for Head Trick just about, so he can keep that rifle and the rest of the players can buy around him. Nemega may win that, but those were 3 Mac 10s and still Bait got so close.
Yeah, Bait actually traded out the A players nicely. I mean, Khan gets one shot aggressive, tries to fall back. He goes 1 for 1. Risky Bob does the exact same thing. It was just that default player, wasn't it? Really uncomfortable with the time stalling and just the overall placement of diving back into spawn from the angle. Nemega down to a couple of FAMASas in round 16, but at least they've got their first in the second half.
Damage heavy against the Mega. Bait could shut down the economy so early. And that may well lead us to evens, if not thereabouts. Lear caught by Senthiel. Xanta trades. Karndorp is watching for the smoke push of Head Trick. Adjustment lands perfect, and that is the bomb dropped.
I didn't expect a third player to be there on that aggressive play. Only expected Xanta. So much space in from spawn, but difficult to try and get back to contesting the bomb territory.
Couple of backstabs being attempted. MPL's caught the player over on the A site, and Alex leaning into the back lanes. The CTs haven't accounted for this, but you can see Khan keeping his head on the swivel. He's starting to expect this. That might just be a play. If Red is compromised, and MPL could be on the way, but is there a second man? As MPL gets caught, Alex can isolate Khan. Back to a 2 versus 2 we go. Got to get that bomb. Xanta holds it from a small angle, covered off by the majority of that wood. Eventually has to concede that site. The plant will be secured.
And both of the CTs are going to come on the backstab, but they're not going to play together. One from ramp and one from cave.
Smokes to suppress the entries. HE start coming down, and AK has revealed itself. The M4 of Risky Bob still playing silent. Xanta trying to engage Alex through the wall. Bang, the AK of Captain Kirk has spotted Risky. Sprays through, knows that Xanta was behind that smoke, is going to reposition, and Xanta is going to run for it. Back up towards lane to look for the exits. The round certainly isn't on. The AWP of Alex lands a flick once again, and Bait have done what they set out to do, cripple Nemega.
Now, there was some miscommunication there because Risky Bob spotted that backstab of the player coming through Red Room and out to long. The issue is, the AWP, again, you're never going to know exactly what the miscommunication was, but he's holding short-scoped. So as soon as that duel comes from long, he is just sitting in the open. Really good recovery there from Bay, and Alex and MPL just work so much space out there through Red Room and Spawn.
Nemega pistol stack into the firing squad already of the T side, but MPL and Hedrick deal with it. Essential might have taken a tag, but casualty against Captain Kirk, and maybe the only thing they're getting out of this one. Indeed, cleaned up. Easy pickings. Bait now on 8. Nemega abide to defend their lead, but Bait are closing in on the pincers.
And this is going to put a lot of pressure on Nemega because it doesn't matter how close these rounds have been, Jay. What matters is the scoreline was 7-1 and is now 9-8. I mean, that is a gap that is closed quickly. And when you're on the CT side and you buy eco, Bait, it feels like everything's been pushed in their direction now. It feels like they're the favorites to close.
Head trick taken down by Xanta to start. Opening advantage for Nemega, caught off by that utility down towards ramp. That is an opening for the Nemega side. And now look at the closing from Risky Bob, closing in the pincers on the T side. Players and a cheater, they're both going to get caught off, and indeed they go falling. 2 players left on Bait, and Nemega, methodical about their approach, have responded to Bait in kind. 1v5 now for Alex.
Just when you get an opening pick against the ramp player, Risky Bob has walked up shelf and just strolled. Just allowed himself to walk in to that cheetah smoke. That is crazy, to be fair, that he's got him behind. Bates were seriously outclassed in that last round.
Bit more like it from Nemega. It is only one out of a few that's still required to take the map up and take us to a third. Bait are still within 2 of Nemega at the moment. Tacticals are taken. 3 of them used so far by Bait. This is the last one they're going to get in regulation. And look at how the owner shifts. Yes, they damaged up and crippled Nemega, reset them, but the damage that Nemega have done has led to this position where a Galil and a Tech 9 will round out the overall bye.
Well, it's a good time to call a tactical because, let's be realistic, if Bait lose round 19, they've just lost this map. They cannot come back from 8-12 down with the economy being where it is for Nemega. Triple AKs up against the Norb. It's a tough round to win. And that was a stellar one for Nemega to set themselves up for a bit of a round streak. Bait are holding on. They are surviving at the moment.
They want to thrive. MPL caught tagged early. Lear light sprays almost timed that perfectly. It certainly did damage towards MPL, so 20 points of health to start things off for him. And the red walk coming in from the likes of Risky Bob may well take a risk that pays off. It's Xanta that's caught first out towards the lane position, though, so advantage to Bait right now.
Risky does at least deal with Hetrick, and the continuous spams are just getting the further chip damage away. Zwei, left-hand side of the donut entrance, up against the 20 HP. MPL has worked the timing, though.
Up to the smoke. Is Risky Bob going to be ready for this? Will he start prodding out towards that mid position? Will that be information called in by Senthiel? Both of the low HP players are out here, and Lear has caught one of them. MPL continues to hold. Meanwhile, the T start walking, and he's heard the rotations. He's going to backstab.
MPL probably needs to find two here, because this is a situation where get this kill against Risky Bob, and there's a chance in the round, but he goes back into Red Room.
I don't know what happened. He panicked, got caught off guard. Alex catching Lear's way, takes him back, and Captain Kirker's AWP is in a 1v3. He's caught that first man, switching to the AK to tap the bomb, try and force Risky Bob into a fight. No, slow faces Khan, and Nemega will win number 11. That round differential making all the difference, it seems, to the map pickers. Bait might have made it close, might have been within crippling positions at certain points, but they are the ones on top.
And we do see it quite frequently in MR12 with how economy is, Jay, that one good key round is just going to be a difference. And that one where they keep 5 alive, they hold on to the triple AKs, where Risky Bob is able to walk through the cheetah smoke, that's a defining round that's really going to make a difference and is going to close out Ancient to send us to a third map decider.
Zway's M4 looks to hold Incendiaries against the Senthiel, moving closer. Zwei catches the kill. Captain Kirker with a responsive on those pistols. 4v4, they can get the A site access, they can get the bomb down. Can they fend off the retake, though? It's going to be so difficult. The cash bonus, at least, will enable the rifles for the comeback to overtime, because that is what Bait are going to have to play for here. The Mega are now on map point, 4 of them to burn.
And it is good to see that Nemega have shown us a bit more of that quality. I still have felt that they've been uneasy on Ancient. It hasn't been the best of their showings, and perhaps it is something to address after this best of 3. But to come back after a disappointing Mirage and put on this kind of showing, it's what you want in a semi-final. You don't just want it to be a blowout. You don't just want it to be a comfortable win for Bait where they're not even being challenged. Khan has consistently been on the money, but it's the players around him that have stepped up too.
The circumstances may still give Bait a little bit of confidence because of how close these rounds have been at times, but at the end of the day, a win is a win. 13 is 13, and the Mega are about to take that. Bait need to take the ball and run with it from here on out. Flashes against Xanta will force him away from the B contact, but it's just to hunt for the man, not to go for the exec.
We've seen Bait take a lot of control towards mid in these previous gun rounds, but this is different. They've got Captain Kirker aggressive into A main. You've got 3 players lane with a deep Alex, how to elbow. HE placement towards Xanta looks pretty good. Chip damage down to 68.
HP advantage start, Bait. Stand off. Stand to attention, as do Nemega. Molly sent in against Lear, forced to utilize that smoke. Lots of vision, raises the majority of the damage. Meanwhile, they start converging on this donut angle. Risky Bob is going to get challenged. MPL overwhelms him's way. Backs up to the A-bomb site. Hold on to that 1 kill, only that 1 kill. Captain turns it around.
There's finally some decent entries. Now, there's just enough of a distraction towards Cave and B, isn't there? They put that 1 molly down to the entrance. It forces the smoke for Lear. And just in that moment of opportunity, that's when they start pouncing towards A and open it up.
Advantage Bait, Nemega, considering their options with no real presence around the A-bomb site. They're going to go for the save, so Bait want to play on a little bit longer.
It's a good call, because Nemega know when you're on map point, don't waste the money. Don't just allow yourself to go into a retake if you don't believe it. You've got many rounds to close, and this isn't one of them.
Dish out some damage, Xanta. Take some players with you. Potentially 3 around this corner here. Up at main, Essential's caught, ducked underneath. Alongside Lear, they will clean house. So many casualties for Bait. Nemega will lose a fair amount, but their money's fine. Limitations may be in effect for the T side.
Indeed, they'll be very happy with that late hunt. Captain can drop 1. He can even get an AWP over to the hands of Hetrick. That will limit his economy float with the util, though. Bait. Let's just see if they can get to double digits, because if they can get to 10, then they could probably get to 11, because you're not expecting a rebuy for Nemega in this next.
HE is already doing damage to Alex in that mid-campaign. Risky Bob's watching it. Ascentfield prodding in towards the lane position. Xanta right on that box corner. Turn back from Lear is going to get the kill. Xanta can follow up with 2. Headtrick trades it. Advantage still here for Nemega, and Khan's going to lock in the AWP pick. And that second, Nemega will take map 2. And as you said, Dwayne, what a recovery it was. At 13-9, it was still close. And it still had some rounds in that first half where perhaps if those extra opportunities went the way of Bait, it might have been a different result. But the result stands. We're going to map 3.
Yeah, for Nemega, again, it's still not clinical. I'm still not seeing that showing that I've seen from them in previous tournaments in the game yesterday. So I feel underwhelmed, but it is still a map, right? It is still a victory to send it to the decider, I suppose.
Yeah, and that really is the bottom line, right? After you've been smashed out on map 1 and that in that absolutely confident affair for Bait, I don't really think that you can look at things and say, right, we have to turn back our immediate confidence right there in the second turnaround. For us, it's disappointing, but from the perspective of Nemega, they've recovered it, and that is the key thing. Recovery. Go to map 3, go to Anubis, and now see where the curveball and the difference in this veto is going to have effect. Can Nemega turn this situation around? Can they get to the grand finals? We'll find out after the break.
It's almost yours. When are you gonna get another chance like this? Go ahead. Go ahead. Why are you slowing down? You almost got him. Come on.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? So, this is what you decided to do to me, to all of us, for pixels? Fuck you and your Roland. Let's get out of here, bro. Have you seen how many scammers showed up?
I'm running the game now. Foot on the gas, can slow down. No, my team, we holding it down. We know we running it now. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Watch the game change. Yeah.
back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. Back, keep bringing it back. But you can fall like swinging it back. Back, back, keep bringing it back. Like swinging the back, I believe that I'm bringing it.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? And see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the haters.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
On Omega have recovered the situation, but can they convert it into a series win? Bait still contested throughout that first half. It could have been a very different result than the 13-9 we saw on Ancient. Will Anubis turn the favour of Bait on Omega?
I think it's got to be Bait, right? They have been the far superior team in this series, and they'll be looking to close this down 2-1.
Let's see if the Omega can change their fortunes. They've built back into this matchup. Now they need to find that confidence that we hope to see out of them throughout this best of three. Pistol is already live, and they are on the T side to start things off. A site access game. Bomb is far away. MPL will take Zway out of the lurkout to the B play. So man advantage ensues for this retake. Alex are going to extend it as well. Might not even need a retake here.
This is very difficult because the CTs can fly in from beach quickly.
Plant secured. Captain Hellcup leading the charge. Spotting nothing on the site. Lear can take one. Alex fast to the response. That's 2 kills to his name on this round. Now Dante is forced to strike against Ascenthiel. Double up, triple up, found that Glock. And Risky Bob comes in from camera. Xanta makes all the difference in the pistol for Nemega.
I've been hoping for Xanta to step up all day so far. Really disappointing performances on map 1 and on map 2. And instantly in map 3, when they need a recovery, he's the one to put in 3 kills. Now, down there to the cake position, it didn't get cleared all the way, and instead the smoke was trying to get drawn out to get some cover onto the bomb. Xanta with a crazy round on the Glock.
3 out of 5 in pistols in this series. The buyback will actually be received by Bait this time, opting not to go for the eco here. Forced invest for the first time in the second round break. At least in this series so far, and Omega. Are they going to be expecting this?
They've got a lot of MAC-10s to allow themselves to go in quickly towards A. Khan and Hetrick with that 1-for-1 trade. And with the A bomb site falling, this round kind of falls apart from Bait now.
Still hunting for the casualties from range. Alex going to get caught by Risky. Ascenthiel picks up that SMG here, ready for close range fights against the MAC-10. The AK will take it immediately back out, though. And MPL on site can get one more kill on the way out of the round, make it expensive again for the Mega, as has been the MO of Bait. But that was a full-blown force buy, and they weren't able to secure it.
And even if we kind of come with the discussion and argument that Bait have been the better team, they'll be looking to pounce here on the final map decider. What about Nemega for just being able to hold weight? I mean, they would have felt as if they could have been 2-0'd, and they look at this as a lifeline. Look at it as an opportunity to say, do you know what? We actually go into a map that we're fairly comfortable on. I'd say both teams are really happy to play Anubis. They play it frequently. They win it quite a lot. But a good start on T side might just dictate everything for Nemega.
That's how they were able to get their advantage on the last map. Maintained it all the way until the very end. Even though Bait had tested them, Omega had that finish. Should finish up a 3-0 to kick things off here on Anubis. Bait with upgrade pistols will try and contest some damage at the very least. The A site pretty opened up. Spokes now get sent in. 4 players in mid might isolate Lear, but that's a MAC-10 lost. So nothing major against Omega. Lear, in fact, does take Captain Kirk out of the round.
As Xanta just clearing out as many of these cubby positions on A as possible. Lear is getting hunted down out from the mid-bridge, so eventually will drop, but not much concern with only losing a MAC-10. You just don't want to lose a rifle.
The AK should stay in. Risky Bob is going to get challenged out in that water position. Actually, Headtrick might even find the man. MAC-10 with the HP down, yep. AK is lost to the T's side, picked up by a Headtrick, though. Expecting more presence as Ascenthiel will drop next. He's going to stick around for more exits, try and make this expensive. In the end, however, Omega back away.
I'm going to ask you the very difficult question. Who is winning Hellcup number 10? Is it one of these two teams?
I mean, if Nemega come out on top, not in this form, Bait certainly showing up a confident showing, and Sashi obviously are the winners of the last cup. So it's like
I kind of want to give it to Sashi because in my eyes, right, if someone between Nemega and Bait want to look at that grand final and really contest, I said at the beginning of the show, I want to see a 2-0. I want to see a comfortable affair to give yourself that confidence. If it gets drawn out, if you're not really playing the best of CS, it doesn't give me a vote of confidence. So I'm kind of leaning on Sashi right now.
I will say that Bait have obviously beaten Sashi to the punch in their last grand final against them. So if we do see Bait versus Sashi, then it's an interesting dynamic to consider. Right now, Sashi are the ones that seem to hold the confidence, and certainly in terms of the semi-final, Omega are trying to build back in their confidence. Zwei with 2, Risky Bob with 1 on Headtrick, 2 versus 5 immediately to these entries on round 4, and Omega are answering back to everything they've suffered in this series so far.
Just when they've gone for an aggressive move, get that deeper smoke outside of B main, allow the press and sort of take the map control away, and Zwei just says, nope, not going to happen, mate. Risky Bob getting involved in the mix too. Omega, I mean, this is the start that you're looking for. Anytime you go to a decider and you can get off to a 4-0, 5-0, In MR12, that is just basically your lifeline gone. And that's when pressure starts to build, when risk starts to get all more increased. Very good beginning here for Nemega.
And contrary to their successes in the early portions of Ancient, Bait weren't able to test them here on the rifle round. Quickly overwhelmed and shut down by Zwei. Captain Kirker's got to run with the M4 in his hands, ensure that the T's don't manage to exit against him. They'll try, and they will fail, but Xanta will succeed, and almost taking the second man down, but MPL stays in, so Bait have that rifle, but Nemega have the 4.
Bait have got to work even this half invest to as much damage in as possible. Now, they're working with the max round loss bonus, so MPL can buy down all the way. They can try and back up weaponry that looks to be vulnerable to a steal. But an opening man advantage is going to be key. Now, at the moment, their aggro A challenges and the aggro B challenges have been unsuccessful. So I wonder if they start taking map control away in the mid portion of the round rather than in the first 20 to 30 seconds.
What a nade from Captain Kirker. Lung down on Xanta, already take to half HP. Bait not as aggressive as that previous round. They do find Xanta in the end. That challenge towards main, working out for MPL.
And Omega. And let's just start regrouping now. Slowly making their way back down to the canal. You've got Lear with a good amount of space. Hetrick not deciding to overextend with the AWP in Electric.
They're going to start dropping down. Hetrick's going to hold the corner. Still missing the shot. The AK spray doesn't quite get the kill for it. Hetrick's allowed a secondary kill. Risky Bob takes 2 on return, though. Alex, even he gets overwhelmed.
Okay, that volley out towards Glyph, and Essential needs to try and fight from Temple. Gets 1-for-1 traded again.
Risky Bob was low HP. That's an easy enough pick. Khan back in with the AWP responsive. 2v2 now. Zwei looking for CT presence past this smoke as it starts to fade or start to spot. Instead, MPL's already made his way up against Khan, catching him off, and the sprays against Zwei will force him back away from main. Bomb in the open, planted for default, so he's got vision onto it. No utility for these two CTs. They have to face in dry together, and they will eventually find that trade that gives the first round for Bait.
I tell you, that's a proper effort there from the likes of Nemega. Now, they lose the opening pick, they start backtracking into canals, and they actually lose one of those fights to the AWPer. Now, Risky Bob gets 2 clinical kills on the trade in the secondary M4 that was basically a bait and switch, and then even Zwei is in, what, a 1v2. All he's trying to do is basically work the clutch. He almost gets it. It's red HP for the last. That's still a lot of economical damage being done. At the same time, though, for Bait, it wasn't a force buy, was it? They bought down heavy, but they gave themselves limitations with extra cash in the reserve.
Omega will continue to contest here. Nice HE sets, attempting to get to Captain Kirker, but he actually evades the majority of that damage. Headtrick finds the start on Khan. Again, that AWP involved in the areas from Captain Kirker, expecting to drive players out. We put that smoke down for insurance, but he does force Xanta back. Risky Bob looks to challenge onto this electric position, and Headtrick just isn't done. A 5-on-3 gain to his efforts. Alex leaning in more so. Xanta gets caught with a trade, the triple, the AWP still. Bates running riot all over canals.
And this is 2 rounds in a row that we've seen good impact from the AWP and Electric. Nemega have got to change their tack. Whether they even smoke Electric or they put more pressure elsewhere, they can't allow Headtrick to do this consistently.
Going in for more here. He's got the confidence all about him. Shots onto Zwei and all. USP brought back. He's done damage to Lear. Doesn't quite get the closer, but now CTs are closing in from all angles. MPL will take him back. And Bates. Hell of a round to take. Second on their board. Double AWP saved and all.
And just when it felt for a moment that there might have been a one-sided scoreline, an 8-4, 9-3, one that Nemega aren't being very challenged, we've been responded with 2 very strong rounds in a row for Bait, where now you start thinking, okay, we're going to have a challenge. We're going to have a bit of a brute force back and forth affair. Way with the opening molly just outside of Electric to catch any of the CTs getting in there early. And he's missed it.
Exploding in midair, catching nobody off. Alex allowed to swing in from Electric to get the kill on Risky Bob. Khan able to respond back. 4v4. Trying to adjust to that Electric presence this time, but just didn't work.
Khan and Xanta trying to come in quickly. Essential and Hetrick on B.
Deagle in from main. Orb shot of Head Trick continuing to frag away. Khan is caught. Advantage now for Bait more definitively. Zan's going to sneak forward into Molotov. They're not ready for it. They thought they extended all the way out towards Electric. He even challenges Senthiel, but Senthiel wins that tray. An all-important one because it protects the defensive. Lear still fragging. MPL gets caught, but Zwei falls. The bomb is still in the hands of the last T-side player, though, making noise towards mid. Captain Kirker waiting for him to peek forward, catches him with his back turn, and still Lear gets the casualty. The clutch is on a 1v1, but he's on 2 points of health.
The captain's really fumbled that one. That should have been an easy frag against Lear, and instead, this is a 1v2 with true potential.
HE's sent, it will catch Lear a small amount of damage. That's all you need in those circumstances, so it will come together for the triple. The Senthiel will get the defuse in for Bait. An expensive round for them, though. Didn't have to be that way.
Now, we are getting into territory now where, for Nemega's sake, I look at that play for Xanta and I think, how necessary was it? Yes, it was a good timing, okay? He sees a gap on the edge of that molly, but he's got no support. He doesn't have another teammate with him in Electric. Main is still smoked, so Lear can't really walk out with that deagle. Now, these individual maneuvers for Nemega aren't really connecting all that well. And Bait are starting to work around Street now because of it.
Well, at least the damage will compound against the CT side. Head Trick hasn't got the AWP anymore. Still got SMGs in from Captain Kirker. Unfortunately, Nemega are no better off. The hero AK for Lear is all that they can afford. Upgrade pistols and a half by Captain Kirker. Has stormed down 2 individuals. The Glock round the corner of Khan can trade him. Risky one to get out of the way. The AK has been recovered by Khan. The Head Trick takes it back. Looking to Xanta next up. Got convergence coming in from Canals, and Zwei will reveal himself. Now the AK can fall into CT hands, and the last man cannot get any further casualties. Bait brought it all the way back.
Head Trick has a rating of 1.25 in the last 3 months on Anubis, making it one of his strongest maps in the pool. And when I've reflected on the performance from him on Mirage and Ancient, I thought it was okay. He had some good showings in some rounds, but never took over a map. This half, he is banging with impact. We are seeing multi-fragged, we're seeing opening kills, and he is being a defining piece that's changing the overall outcome here for Bait.
Got AKs involved early from Alex. They're trying to take over this Canals presence very effectively from the Bait side. It has been pretty proficient from them as of yet. MPL and Head Trick with those kills against Lear's. One responsive advantage gained by Bait. Chaos in mid as the Mega try and get some responsive together, but so far so unsuccessful. It's just damage being done.
Now, this is looking even more confident for the Ukrainians now. Even up against the aggressive maneuver, they still shut it out with the man advantage. Alex with the re-smoke and actually going to scale on that left-hand side. Xanta doesn't quite catch that timing as he moves away.
Goes quiet. Khan providing a little bit of support as well, but needs to prioritize this plant. A has been gained. Captain Kirker is playing such a passive position. They better check this. Headshot gain to the AK. AWP does connect back. Can't get cut off from cameras. No. Smoke is involved against Head Trick. He's forced to play the retake with his teammates.
A decent util here for Bait, and Alex has an incendiary from A main.
Khan's going to try and check it, though. His AWP look to the back line. Xanta range to an AK of his own right, hearing footsteps coming in. Khan's caught. Spray is good for 2. Can you make it another triple clutch? Alex spotted back at Fountain, but Alex gets the headshot required to once again barely keep the round in for Bates.
And let's think about this now. Xanta won a massive 3K clutch out there on default on the pistol round, and is now required to basically win a 1 versus 3. It can't just be down to him on these post plants to come up massive in situations. It makes it almost impossible to be consistent. Good work from Alex to get that finishing blow. Bait are in a massive round streak, and Nemega, they're not really contesting the majority of these rounds.
Some of them have been close in terms of the kill counts and down to the wire in those clutches, but you are right. It's similar circumstances to what we saw at the start of the last map, except this time Bait are pulling away. They've got some very confident shutdown rounds at that here. Zwei does find a Senthiel. There's your start. HG's on Alex to dish out some damage. He's tagged heavily, eventually found through the smoke. A 5-on-3 that might send them full send into the B-bomb site. Headtrick's off. Stellar as he is, he's got to fend off against 5 players, 2 of which peeking simultaneously. And Nemega have certainly challenged this round here.
Yeah, that was always going to be basically impossible for the AWP. He might as well have gone down fighting. Lear should get caught in spawn. Bit of an off angle being held on the rifle and the spin around, but the Galil still wins it out against MPL.
Captain Karka cut down by Xanta on the back of the B-bomb site. 5-5, Nemega make it evens, and they do cripple Bait's economy. This is what all that damage was working towards. The reset earlier on than Bait could do in the last map. And they're going to force it up again.
And you have to say, fair play to Xanta. In that 1v3, if he doesn't get anything, this buy looks pretty good in round 11. But just those final few casualties have made a difference. Now, this is an uncomfortable force up for Bait for sure.
Xanta had 14 kills on that Ancient. He's at 13 right now for Anubis. You critiqued him for an underperformance in this best of 3 so far. Well, not the case for map number 3. Bait. The M4 and head trick to try and deal with him and the rest. Damage done to Risky Bob, but he runs into the AWP of Khan. Leg shot taken. MPL trying to catch Xanta off, but he's a little bit late to the mark. That utility thrown out. Adjusting that AK back. Advantage taken. Xanta's looking for more.
Xanta catches a good timing for Captain Kirker. Just trying to get that M4 back over to Hetrick.
He's low HP as well, so that M4 is going to be in a bit of an awkward spot when it comes to the defensive here on A. Bombs out towards mid. Going to come in from camera. Alex prodding out to the back of this mid position, although Nemega are starting to read the rotation of Bait, not going in towards the temple entrance, back to beach and into the A site. The flank's going to be negated by the fact that they're going to the other side of the map.
This should be an instant save, I think, for Bait. Alex is clearing out mid. Maybe if he gets a kill at B main. If he gets one, they can go for it, but otherwise, with Hetrick being low, there's not much backing on this retake at all.
Despite everything to them, won by Zwei immediately. And even a Senthiel's caught by the AWP of Khan, so now Hetrick has no further choice. So 17 points of health, he ain't clattering on 1 versus 4. And the force buy in this round leaves nothing for round number 12 either. This M4 is going to be even more important to them.
And Nemega, a 7-5 would be a decent scoreline for both teams, I would say. For Nemega to at least have a lead going into the second half, for Bait to come back 0-4 down and still really contest the half itself going into the better of the T side. Definitely expecting 7-5 because you're going to have an M4 in the next round. You're not going to have much around it.
$2,500 at best. Alex has already invested into the SMG and armor just to show off exactly how little you can get out in this round. 2 players without helmets on Bait. Affected by Lear, who still holds the M4 for Nemega. 5-7s. And 2 individuals for the Bait camp. Senthiel, one of them is going to hold close over at B main. Nemega. Play the careful default.
Senthiel might have to make an info play out here from B main. I say that, possibly not with a 3 on A. You are gunning for an opening pick in a round like this. An advantage somewhere. Pack heavy out towards mid, and Xanta has already dealt with the first aggressive A player. The second one on the trade actually does come through for the 5-7.
The M4 is lost. Captain Kirker has to recover that, and now they start pushing in towards canals. A site is entirely the focus. The Mega grouped, packed up, actually might try the same temple walk. Senthiel is starting to cotton onto this. Reposition just in case. Now Captain Kirker's got the info. He knows what's going on.
Zwei is waiting to cut more rotations out there from camera. MPL thinking that it might be a double back towards A. And a Senthiel with a pistol at this kind of range, you might get, what, 1 kill? But you're going to get overwhelmed quickly.
In a miracle sequence.
So they are really freezing up the T side. They're waiting for a mistake on the rotations.
They spot MPL. If they can take him out towards Beach, they might read the fact that A is completely open as a result. It's about to walk into Risky Bob. That's a headshot gained. Omega reducing bait to 2 players now, both back on B. The rotation of Alex joining the 5-7 of Ascenthio, and yeah, they have the right read.
A bait tried the gamble towards B, but it's unsuccessful. Omega have been playing some good CS in these last couple of rounds. Yes, it helps that they've been up against weakened buy states.
Bomb secured, Alex and Ascenthio. 2 versus 4, impossible retake, not just because of the man advantage, but the weapons as well. Orp, Khan is at least forced back, but HG's respond. Risky Bob's AK gets involved. Alex caught, Ascenthio overwhelmed in the end. Omega will have the half at 7-5 on the T side.
I'm going to be very keen to see who wins pistol and who wins first gun rounds. Omega have given us a fairly consistent showing in that first half, but Bait showed us some of that X factor of what Hetrick can do when he gets opening picks with the AWP. I think this is actually going to be quite a competitive second half. Unlike Mirage and Ancient, where we didn't get double-digit score lines, I have a feeling that we're going to get it out here in the last map decider.
Bait shift over to T. Omega I've had the one up over them when it comes to winning pistol rounds. All of them being on the T side, though. CT side half. Fire a pistol to try and keep control and stop Bait from turning in that early comeback. Quick out towards mid for all of the T side players here. Actually wrapping in towards Temple over on the B bomb side. They've got zero information towards this because they're so heavy towards the main entrances on both bomb sites. Both players seen on the B play. Risky Bob takes that kill and that second. MPL and Captain Kirk are cut down. Ascenthio are forced to trade. Rotations are called back. Advantage for the CTs.
Ascenthio needs this kill, or at least to slow down Lear's contact.
Head tricks causeway. Mean tiles. Khan's going to come forward against the man. The Julies of Xanta leaning forward. Ascenthio gets there. And now the bomb in the open. Goosh is down. Taking down his Khan. Alex turns up another good kill. Ascenthio makes it a triple though. And Bates take the pistol.
A good work from Risky Bob on that defense. Now, straight away, I mean, it's pretty concerning that they're able to get that much mid-space and split in from Temple, basically unknown. And 2 picks on B directly, but where were the rotation kills? Where was everybody else's assistance from Omega? It just didn't quite happen. Xanta was left in a clutch situation, and he can't always be reliant on winning them. Bait with an all-important pistol win, and this should be an easy 7th to 7th. I can't even see much damage being done. Maybe a kill at most here for Omega.
Going for the rifles. The game plan doesn't change for them. It means that Bait will get to 7 apiece. It means that we'll be at evens once again. It is slow as per usual for Bait. That's been the notion of their T sides in this series in general. Trying to suss out what Omega are playing out, what kind of setup they've got, what kind of positions they're playing. Are there any tricks up their sleeve for this round? There isn't, except for that gamble stack.
Omega are putting everything in this hold on B. They're not moving, they're not getting aggressive for an info. They are just holding out and running the clock. That unfortunately gives more time for MPL to walk mid, for Ascenthio to start coming out of A main, and get further and further away from that gamble.
Bomb will be secured. See what the USPs can gain in terms of isolated picks, especially Captain Kirker on that lurk. Running into that A rotation though. MPL is going to find Lear. Effective on the MAC-10 as you would expect. Another MAC-10 here for Captain. Gets Xanta. Double up is secured. Triple not so much found, but he's got his cash bonus, and that's really all he was looking for there. Nothing major lost by the T side. Omega might receive more presence though.
And getting hunted outside here at the B main, you've got a backstab towards the T spawn area. MPL gets one with that MAC-10, and they've also seen the last. Now I want to ask you here, Jay, who do you think's at the advantage? Who do you think's at the favorite now? Because it's 7-7.
I'd say bait at this moment, mostly because they've held on to that CT half. We know that T-side is the favored half, and the majority of team statistics say that it's the better half for bait in the last 3 months, and they're on a 4-map winning streak on this map. The pistol conversion, locking in confidence on the money line. Nemega still underdogs at Leon. Like their turnaround of that ancient Anubis. Still not getting that much faith. They have the rifle buy, though. This is, again, their chance to turn it all around, the chance to change the narrative and establish some more confidence. But it is a very tough ask.
I definitely agree with all of the points that were just made there from you, Jay. Bait at 7-7 going into the first rifle round will know no AWP. So straight away, that's going to be in the back of your mind of we can be slightly more aggressive. We can put more impact towards electric, and we can play slightly differently in this first gun round than the next gun round when we know Khan is going to be able to invest into that AWP.
Throughout this series, he's been the impact man for the Nemega camp. Top of the board coming into this third map. Obviously, the only good element on Mirage, top of the board for that Ancient. Not finding all that much on the T half. It's mostly Xanta and Risky Bob that took the onus of the kill counts. Now, maybe an AWP in his hands may be the shift that he requires, that positive motion. He's got the M4 for now. The buy from the Mega will still feature a couple of FAMASes. Bait taking damage early. Alex caught by the flashbang. Wasn't expecting Khan to be out there, so they found a start.
A very aggressive peek there from the double electric, and Xanta is just toying to see if anyone walks through that A main smoke. Excellent timing against Ascenthiel.
Pushes over, it reveals himself. 5-on-3 gain. Omega. Positives to start off this round. Now they have to convert upon it, and we have seen them lose man advantage situations across this series. Can Bait flip the switch?
There's a lot of movement from Nemega at the moment, basically trying to take all of mid with that backstab and leave B site pretty opened up. But this is going to be such a tough round to even get the bomb down with this late lurk.
Khan catches another kill. Risky Bomb follows suit onto MPL and Headtrick. Gonna be left completely surrounded and isolated here. Nemega. Very, very confident opening rifle basis. And Bait will understand that they have faced some significant resistance now. Headtrick just trying to fight himself out of a corner, at least take a name with him if possible. Khan gets him, and there it is, all 5 alive.
It's quite a statement. And not only did they win the opening pick, but there was a lot of space being taken for Nemega. Bait take an instant tactical because they're being read there. You've got a heavy stack on the B bomb site. You've got Khan rotating in from that top mid area outside B. And that is, without a doubt, the best round that I've seen from Nemega on Anubis so far.
The first tactical called in by Bait.
You know what it reminds me of? Actually, that last round is that round on Ancient, where they got the first pick out towards ramp, and then Risky Bob went up shelf and walked through the cheetah smoke. It was just that one round that makes massive ramifications. CT side economy can flourish. You can save AKs. You can put pressure on your opposition. I don't know if the next few rounds are going to have the same level of circumstance, but it is very similar, and Nemega were obviously able to close Ancient after that one.
But if they can follow up the round, it puts them in very good stead against Bait. The buy state of the T is still limited. Galil on Alex, Tech 9 for captain. Ascenthiel tagged up by utility early in at Ruggs. You've got a bit of a push coming in towards A main. More than Omega side, flashes forward to Ascenthiel. May well get challenged right here. A fight that may need to go his way. His teammates can't really be in trading positions or supportive. Bomb back tub. Look at the walk from Khan. He's going to continue to press, find individuals back there towards the water position. Is he going to get flanked? Is he going to get taken down? Doesn't seem like it. Finally, Headtrick gets Xanta. Can Khan hold on to at least a trade? No, he's down 5-on-3.
And now just the acceleration into the A bomb site is going to come out here from Bait. Nemega, unless Lear is maybe fighting aggressively and works a pick from camera, there's not going to be much survival left in this round.
Smokes to suppress camera, and in the end, they decide that that's enough to send it back on the save. Rotations were coming in from Nemega, but they opt to hold on to their weapons because Bait have found a full-blown response.
Just some important kills being created down there in the water. Just when Nemega felt as if that could have been the ticket. Get to double digits, have that 10-7 scoreline, look to close out, not to be. I wonder how much of a round streak we're going to start seeing in the second half. Because obviously, first half, we had the 4 in a row. We then had the answer back of 5 in a row. And then 3 in a row. We didn't have the individual rounds where economies are kind of being broken. Maybe this is where it starts to change. Bait will feel very happy about this last one.
Nemega have plenty of cash to buy back into the next. Money for the 2 players that fell, they'll be buying down. The other 3 have reserves. 8 apiece as Bait try an established protocol over Nemega. And look to establish a lead over them as well. He decided to been in the lead for the majority of this matchup thus far. Bait could finally look to change that.
Just 2 maps in the pool for Bait in which we have extended winning streaks. One of them being Vertigo, the other one Anubis at 4. 5 more rounds from them and they can make it 5 on the bounce. Mega. Not really with any aggressive maneuvers anywhere. Very passive with 3 on B. Lear defensive in mid. Xanta push back even further towards Heaven on A.
Bait's prods at main and mid will find very little. Not to make their way up and into the main entrance over on the A site. All 5 players round water. A little bit of noise being made, but ultimately set to the execution. It's Xanta and Lear to defend it.
All about this first contact for Xanta. Try and drop the smoke, but he's too late.
In the open, Zindia has come back to try to do some damage, and Lear can work with that. Alex can work against that. 2 picks to return her, 3 versus 3. Sight is gained. Nemega have got to go for the retake.
MPL's going to sit behind this camera smoke, and he can watch both the camera entrance and the Heaven rotation from Beach.
HG's on risky, head trick tagged similarly low. MPL gets away, he's pressing in for mid for even more. Risky Bob is down and out. Khan's AWP has to run back now, has no further choice but to save. The money just isn't there for him. Cash will compound for the other players to buy. With this weapon, important to the CT side, can't be afforded as Bait take the lead.
And Nemega, I mentioned it, the smoke being late. If that went down even half a second earlier, it might even be a cancel for Bait. Alex with some really good trades. I will give credit to Lear, because that's a bit of an uncomfortable situation for Nemega, where they're delayed on the util, they're caught behind it, they're doubled up, and he gets 2 very quick picks with that FAMAS. The issue is what happens after that kill. They get overwhelmed. Alex returns it with 2. And then MPL strikes with some important kills on the post plant towards camera. Bait have just given 1 round to Nemega in this second half.
The CT side to face the full-blown B execution. Khan is on the center for the defensive. Finding that first kill. Alex takes Risky Bob back. The AWPer still hunting for a responsive. He's got an SMG close. Wake can take 1 pick back. The shot does not connect. He gets caught on geometry. He's tagged solo and eventually taken down by Alex through the smoke. A triple found for him. Captain Kirk will cross that bomb, look to plant it. 2 players are low HP with Xanta's flanking from Electric. His HEs might come in, might catch them both. No, Captain evades it. The plant is going to get secured.
Xanta's trying to work on the edge of this Electric smoke. All about the timings. He's come out already.
Lear tagged low though. Both players tagged heavy onto Bait. Lear moving closer, 10 points of health. And the backstab, look at Head Trick. He's making good on his position. He's going to lock on Lear and light him up. Xanta onto the defuse here, smoke on the bomb, but he can't quite find it. He hasn't got a kit for it either. Leaning in for an engagement, caught off by Head Trick. whose positional advantage plays wonders for Bates. 10-8.
I think Khan was trying to do too much there, Jay. Really good contact for him to get the first kill, and he keeps fighting to try and help the overall trades on the bomb side. But when you're being swarmed on a quicker exit like that, to me, Khan just needs to fall back. He needs to drop to Temple, he needs to drop to CT, because what are you doing? You're just refacing default. Eventually, you're going to drop, and it gets to a state where he misses a shot, he tries to fall back, the panic is there, and then that's it, you've just been spammed. A collapse of that B-bomb site. And I don't know if Nemega have the legs. They are getting pretty much owned in this second half. Other than that one strong round where they had the opening pick in Electric and Khan had the backstab to top mid and outside B, that's the only round that's even looked competitive.
The Nemega coming out worse for it means that they have no competition in round 19. Broken investment, SMG, upgrade pistols. Bait have worked to get this map past the finish line, but it looks like they're getting closer and closer to the end. Very nice HE set to the CT side. Head trick tag to 41 as it starts. Senthiel flashed off, blinded, not firing away, not revealing himself. He's aggressive. And the CTs will try to punish that aggression, but no, he gets his two. Head trick will get caught back by Risky. He's going to force forward that Molotov. A double up, found a 5-7, turns in the triple, and one good sequence may have made a massive difference.
Bait just tried to work off of that aggression towards A main, but not ready for the third player. Risky Bob has put on a huge challenge, but the round isn't done yet. Captain Kirker against Lear on the other side of the smoke.
Adjusted, 5-7 gets the headshot. Lear has found his man. Another AK to play with for Nemega. A 1v3 for NPL to play against. They're all lacking in armor. Aim punch will become a concern. He's got no utility. He has to directly fight each of these individuals. A Molotov has been picked up. How does he use it? He's got to go directly onto the site. Risky and Lear, vertical crossfire. Risky seen. Spray through is awkward. Gun barrel, the second man spotted. Lear going to be forced out. An engagement taken on the first, but not able to get that second kill. Risky Bob with a quadra. What a round from him.
Massive. That is a round that you almost want to see more consistently of individual impact. To be able to pull that off on an eco has given them survival chances to not have to play from that 8-11 deficit. It's given them a good lifeline now. Money is strong on Khan and Azway. You've got yourself a Bait side where, yeah, okay, it's rifles for the majority of them. Util is light, and Captain Kirker is on a Tech 9.
Money troubles not fully recovered yet for Bait. They're becoming so close to doing so. Lear strikes on NPL to open up the kill counts for Nemega. Captain Kirk ready for the aggression. The Tech 9 takes only one. The AWP of Khan too strong.
And they know that it's a double push outside of B main, but they can't accelerate anywhere because the bomb is still outside B on that top mid area. Plenty of time on the clock. The rifles need an important kill. Essential can't really work much. Alex is hoping for some aggression towards Electric, but that's not coming. Hetrick can pick up the bomb with the AWP. I suppose it has to be a B conversion. It's 2 in from Electric and 1 from main.
Yeah, time running short on the T side. Mid going to start to get established by Nemega. Khan's AWP. Only site defensive. They've just snuck past that mid press. The backstab can start to close in against Hetrick. This needs to be quick here from Bait. They can't afford to mess around. Lear's going to rotate back to the A-bomb site as Risky Bob is about to catch that bomb carrier off the AWP. Dead to rights. Khan can follow suit with his own AWP kill. Essential 1 versus 4. 1 pick found. Risky Bob doesn't give himself up, hides back. The bomb needs to get recovered by Essential himself. He's running out of time and desperate for this one man to reveal himself. It's time stalling from Risky. He will get picked up. But Essential now running back into the site, smoked away, grab the AWP and save.
Another great round from Risky Bob. Back-to-back high importance. And you might look at that and say, oh, but it's only 1 kill. Yeah, but it also drops the bomb outside B main. It also stalls the B split potential that Bait have. Essential can bring that AWP forward, but Money is in an awful state. And that 4K from Risky Bob, the 3 that he gets with the 5-7, that eco still may just be the marker of how Nemega were able to win this series, how they were able to progress into the grand final.
The finest margins got them past map 2, the recovery that they had gained. Bait may suffer to the similar fate here unless they change their fortunes. Tacticals called in for the third and final time for them in regulation. Orp of head trick, AK on Alex. Buys will start to formulate as best they can, but it's not ideal for the T's. Continuously broken. Tech 9 on a Centhiel. NPL got 1900 to spend. Captain Kirk, a similar story at 1700. It's going to be rough for Bait.
And finally, we get to see a round streak for Nemega in the second half. They won that third round after the pistol and anti-eco conversion, and then it was answered back immediately in the second. So you're in a state now where you've been able to win 2 rounds in a row. You put economical turmoil on your opposition. Alex and Hetrick, all of the focus is on them to deliver something special.
AK and Orp is the rifle basis for Bait to play from Nemega. Really feeling it now. Touching distance of the match win and of the grand finals. It's 3 rounds for either side to get there. Nemega have the better setup. And they're going to try and apply it, particularly in mid where Lear is leaning forward.
Bait will not be too happy with even the tiny amount of chip damage that's been done to Alex and Hetrick, because all of those factors do account to a difference. Barely creating space anywhere. Ascenthial was passive out to the canals. They contacted mid, but didn't take it. Hetrick might just scale outside of main, try and see if he can work an opening pick, and that can allow an avenue into the bomb site.
Slow but sure. 45 seconds on the clock. Bait looking to post the lead on the board. The pickle's that first dry. Lear can take him and take his back up. The AK dropped again on the Sentinel's part. Hetrick can land that one-off shot. That's as far as it goes, though. Bait are made mincemeat of as the Nemega take control.
Well, I suppose Bait need a buy here, right? I mean, I know the money's not ideal, but 10-11, I don't think you play for OT. I think you buy it up.
MPL certainly agrees. Alex investing into the MAC-10 as well. They can't afford the AWP.
Perhaps we get a rush. That's something that we haven't seen. A B rush, an A rush. We've seen the quicker execs, but we haven't seen the full-out acceleration.
Get right up in the face in the Nemega, take the fight to them. Tacticals called in by the opposing force. Bait have already used all of theirs. Do they suspect something's up? Do they believe that Bait are going to try to change the pace? They just need 2 more. They almost certainly will lock in 2 more if they win this one confidently. Evading the bomb plants of Bait and all. Cash limited. Coming into this round and going out of it. From the Nemega take 12. It'll have to be a force back from Bait. HG sent towards mid and elbow. Lear trying to walk through the doorway. Fight on 1. Doesn't quite register. MPL past the fire.
Now that's the opening kill they need, but they don't know about this Canals lurk.
MPL may even get caught off by the man's way. Strikes, head trick, goes down. Bomb dropped and everything. MAC-10 at this range. Sway's at the advantage, sees him coming, but Alex jumps over the corner and gets it back to a 3 versus 3.
A big round there from Sway. Just enough to recover the situation, and he did that in that matchup yesterday against 9 Pandas to close down Ancient. Have a huge multi. That one with 2. HE placement against Captain Kirker and 2 on A.
Risky Bob and Xanta taking the drive face. It's about to spot them. Risky Bob sprays through 1. Alex also revealed. A smoke down and suppressed for time. They can't get the trade.
The Bait are just stuck. How do you even adapt off of this? Khan is repositioning nicely. He's getting out to main, so even if they come into Electric quickly, he's going to be able to get 1 and then fall back even further.
Hearing them coming in. Main unaccounted for shot on Alex. Captain gets crossed. Can get the bomb down, but this is a 1v3 to fend off in the post plant. He's had 9 kills so far in this game. Engagement against Xanta lets him go no further. Risky Bob comes in with extra support, and it is number 12 for the CT side. Map, match, and semi-final point for Nemega. Not the easiest affair, not the cleanest the series is, but it might still be theirs.
I still can't really believe that Risky Bob's 4K on the Eco has had ramifications of consistent lack of buys. We are seeing the rifle rounds look incredibly weak from the weaponry standpoint. Now, Risky Bob dropped 25 kills on map 1 and on map 2 combined, but yet here on the decider, he is the top fragger of the server. He is the one that has dropped 24, and he's got to be the MVP here.
Most certainly. Found the round that made the difference, a 5-7 and nothing more. Converting up even more off the back of it. The AK in his hands, rightfully so. Bait can only afford one of those AKs. NPL with it. And Galil's across the rest of them. The bomb plant bonus at least enabling the rifles across them, but it is dire straits now for Bait.
Risky. Just going to jiggle out here from Temple. NPL on the timing on the swing, and it goes the way of Risky once more.
Caught napping. Didn't fire immediately. Risky Bob. His 25th kill of this game. And now the T's have got to act. They're charging forward. AK picked up on head trick. Captain Kirk trying to lead the charge. He's caught Lear. Can't catch Xanta. The incendiaries against camera would enable damage that Risky Bob can capitalize upon. 4 versus 2. Xanta on sight. He's caught a set deal. And Alex is set to fall all the same. Nemega take it at 13-10, edging out Bait. Despite the disaster start in this series, it wasn't the cleanest affair. But at the end of the day, Dweg, they recovered.
I don't even know if it was they. Was it just the likes of Xanta and Risky Bob? I think it was. Those two guys really stepped up. We were having massive impacts from both of them. We had the 3K on the Glock round and the 3v5 from Xanta, followed up by the 1v3 attempt that got it down to the economy break situation. Then Risky Bob stole the eco. Without those two, this would have easily been a map that goes in favor of Bait.
Oh, 100%. Those were the two guys that delivered the impact at the tail end of the series. However, I want to give my hats off to Khan for map 1 and 2, because at the end of the day, he was the guy that performed the best to at least to set things up in that particular regard. The recovery was partially down to his main efforts, so a lot of credit across several players within the board. But in terms of my MVP, honestly, I have to say Risky Bob, because he found the impactful moment that really turned it all the way for the Nemega side.
And Bait are going to be disappointed, because they will look at this series and say, we could have won this 3-0, right? We could have taken every single map in the best of 3. They probably were the better team. It was just that Nemega won some key rounds, and there were some mistakes from Bait with the economy management as well. So it's a tough series to kind of bow out in a semi-final when you play as well as you did, but that's the way CS is sometimes. And Nemega, on a day that really wasn't their best of showing, still managed to push to a grand final.
Indeed, they will be up in the top 2, and the question now remains, Dweg, who is going to meet them? Sachi take on Endpoint in our final match of the day, so do stay with us here on the Hellcup. We've got our second semi-final after the break.
And how long have you been here?
From early morning.
Take notes, kids.
Hey, was that a bait? Will you share?
Hellcase, don't miss your luck.
Let them reach the skies. Hickory dark, giving them all that we got. Kick on the door, try to knock, but nobody answered. I'm going hard and taking my chances. I keep it moving, I keep advancing, keeping it gangster. Getting the perks and I'm happy to earn them. Mr. Ambitious, kill it, I'm vicious. Mr. Determined, riding the storm and focus on rainbow connections like Kermit. The water on my shoulders, it was a burden. Now I don't notice it ever can turn it. Everything shifting, doing it different. I'm floating, I'm drifting. Shout out the slums, round the world we uplifted. Doing it big. We about to change the game. We out kill it. I was meant to win. I am down and willing, so I will find a way. It took a minute, now it didn't happen right away. When it get hot in the kitchen, you decide to stay. That's how it winners made. Stick a fork in the hater on my dinner plate. I walk into the fire like it's just a bit of flames. I switch my style up, watch the money pile up. I'ma get rich or die trying, want me switch lanes. I'm always getting better, I'ma be on 5th place. On this one, then 4th on the next. 3rd, 2nd, 1st, you report with the best. She showing love, give me all the raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. I do it for the love, they perform for the checks, and I still get more. They be bored by the rest. Had to put the work in, wasn't born in success. See the storm, it affects the performance. But I dance in the rain and the thunder, the drums, and I'll keep going hard. I won't stop till I'm done. From the bottom to the top, I'm the one. I can drop in a month, I'll be back at the top. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Yeah, we blow the house down. Big moves will shake the ground. All the greats who came before us, we about to make them proud. We've got to make this count. Take the ball and raise it now. Make noise and crazy loud. It's all moment, let me hear you shout. Don't give up, we can turn it round. We got the fire, we burn it down. Then we'll pop champagne at the back of the club. Then we're back with a sweat, tears back with a blood. How to get it out of mud, kinda like Predator. Get to the chopper, pockets getting fatter, so she call me Big Papa. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy. Don't stop, go ahead, get it in. Jump, knock, let me in. Huff and puff and blow the house down. Raw energy.
Everything is twofold. What's joy is pain on the other hand. And what happens when the one that you love is the main cause of your suffering? I need you like I need air to breathe. I need you to save me from me. I'm caught in your wave, I'm drifting away. I need you to save me. Please don't let me drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, but the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die, but your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. I'm drowning with all of this darkness surrounding. You need me like you need air to breathe. You want me to save you from me. I know that you're trapped inside this wave. Who's gonna save you? Who's gonna save you from me? I can't see you drown. 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 Whoa. Give me all of your lies. some air, but it's a toxic addiction. You're a guilty fiction. You can't breathe and you just need some air. Give me all of your lies, 'cause you're my demon in disguise. I learned to love the cage you keep me in, where the walls keep closing in, and I don't wanna die. But your poison feels so right. Why do I want you when you're bad for me? My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe. My perfect storm, my beautiful catastrophe.
Yeah. Let's go. We just gotta go hard. I go the hardest. I bring the pain. Not what you used to. It's all right.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
And so the battle rages on here in Hellcup number 10. Bates have fallen. Omega advanced to the grand final, and Sashi or Endpoint will look to join them there in tomorrow's proceedings. They do battle for the third time, I should say, in their history. And now it's time for Sashi to see if they can prove that they truly are the favourites here, Dwayne.
Well, I'll put it this way. Coming into the semi-finals today, we had one team in the top 30, we had two teams in the top 40, and then one team outside of the top 100. Endpoint are the clear and obvious underdog going into these semi-finals, and they are going to need a massive result today if they want to upset Sashi.
Yeah, look, the run so far can be credited for the Endpoint side. I mean, look, taking down Passion UA and Mouse in the quarters in the 16 and quarterfinals, I think, is a respectable set of results, particularly that Passion UA side. I will admit, coming into this match, though, the match against Mouse and XT has the asterisk for the Endpoint side because of the fact they don't play with an IGL, because of the fact they're playing with a coach involved in this. It's like that whole result does have some concerns in terms of Endpoint's overall form.
Yeah, it does. Even the Passion UA one, it's against a decent side in Tier 2, but it's not up against a team that can win championships, can win tournaments and get into grand finals. Now, for Sashi, they have been in 4 grand finals in the last 3 months, and they've won 2 of them. They've also been at 2 LAN events of EWC and Yellow Compass, where they've got experience against Tier 1 caliber. So, all of that in mind, Sashi have got to look at this game and say, right, let's get a comfortable win. Let's make sure we get another sort of 2-0, 2-1 under our belt and try and challenge the likes of Omega in that grand final tomorrow.
Well, the team against them is Endpoint, obviously this side that you and I are very familiar with across their history. Dweg, they've obviously they're still trying to figure things out in terms of like bits and pieces. Obviously, they want to be much higher than they are right now. They have been a team that have gone to the higher ends of Tier 2 and broken through to Tier 1 events like Pro League in the past. But in terms of the here and now, obviously, that form is something to question for them because, yes, it is 7 matches in a row. Yes, there are a number of best of 3s that they've won, or sorry, 6 matches, I should say. But again, Passion UA probably is the only truly legitimate result. And as you said as well, they are nowhere near the caliber of the Sashi side. Endpoint have yet to truly take them down, not only in caliber of opposition, but also in their history against this Danish side.
And even making the comparison of the 5 best of 3 winning streak that Sashi have, that includes Koi, which is a really strong team in Tier 2. It also includes 1 win, which are no slouches. They're doing really well recently. And then Xpera, which is Bubble & Co.'s team of the international level that was at the last season of Pro League and are constantly making Tier 1 events, at least appearing at those tournaments. So for Sashi, they know that they can achieve a lot of success with this roster. They've already done it in Hellcup number 9. They're looking to do it in 10. And this is a perfect opposition to go up against a weakened side of Endpoint and really deliver a lot of threat.
Yeah, last time champions back for another go, and seeing whether they can make it truly happen is certainly looking like it's likely against Endpoint. And I'll remind everybody at home, we have seen 2 best-of-3s between these two sides in the past. 4-0 in map wins for Sashi. Obviously, both best-of-3s going their way, so a lot of history that favors them. The map vetoes as well, getting that Mirage and that Vertigo in. We've seen that one out several times from Sashi as well. Anubis is the one thing we haven't seen between the two sides.
Now, straight away, you know that Sashi love their nuke, but it's always going to be a permaban of Endpoint. So you have to go in with Vertigo, which is still quite strong. Now, we did see an okay Vertigo against Endpoint against Mouse NXT. I thought on the CT side, they were controlling ramp nicely. They were pressuring Tobiz. He was, what, 1-8, 1-9. He was struggling to make any form happen at that area of the map. The concern is, even Mirage, I think it gets quite a bit of decent play rate for Sashi. So for Endpoint to steal a map in the series, it's not going to be easy for them by any account.
And they have won against those higher-end teams in the past as well, like 3D Max, was actually a 13-2 stomping as a key example for the Sashi side. And yes, a lot of their best of the 3s that they've played on Endpoint have led to the map streaks, of course, on this Mirage, a strong map for them individually. It's always that callback, the question marks of the caliber of opposition that they're playing. And it is 5 maps in a row for them, but it's against Space, it's against DMS, it's against Permitter. It's not at that level of the Sashi side. So I'm honestly looking down the way this veto has formed up and considering the 2 teams that we have in mind, and it's like 2-0 feels like it might be the lowest likely option here.
Yeah, I'm probably with you. I'd be surprised if Endpoint can take a map in this series. Now, confidence is going to be high because of the winning streak and the fact that they've been able to turn it around. You've got 2 AWPers that are very well established in the Tier 2 landscape, but Crucial is going to need more than just individual impact. He's going to need the team backing around him for Endpoint, because this is where the level that they should be competing at, it's just that they haven't been at this level for months now.
And certainly one of the things about that Mouse NXT series for Endpoint is that they had some stars going well in some of those map-ups, but ultimately they did end up letting them get close because there wasn't as much formation around those star individuals in that particular matchup. So the fact that that's happening against a team with a stand-in, and now you have to do the better job against the Sashi side, I mean, look, there's not a lot of positives for the Endpoint side coming into this.
No, I think they're going to struggle, and for Sashi, it could very well be a comfortable 2-0, so I'm going to back the Danes in this one.
I'm going with you there too. Endpoint have a chance to prove us wrong, as they have done many times in the past. Is it going to happen in the present? Pistols are live for our second semi-final of the day. Endpoint on the T side of Mirage.
Now, this is wild. Look at this setup from Sashi.
4 players in from mid-window. Surreal about to prod with his teammate and realise that they've made a grand mistake. They're going to continue to try commit against these casualties. They've lost the bomb out towards mid, so they've got to go ahead and press forward and grab it. Crucial does find Quez on the way out, but now him and Mighty Max are tagged. They get another kill on Cabby. Mistar trades it back to the advantage of Sashi still, and they start pressing to hold more dominion over the bomb.
A low HP for Max. Julie's at close range. Going to be an easy kill. Down to 9 points of health. Azuru in the 1v3.
Hearing Mistar dropping off, he made noise now. HE sent his direction just to keep the HP against him. USP needs the perfect one-taps, the perfect headshots here. Making no qualms about his position. The angles that Sashi will hold from will just defend the bomb more so than fight Zulu.
Well, that looked to be an anti-strat, didn't it? 4 players in window room for Sashi, all waiting for that top mid contact. Bred to perfection, and Endpoint just could not deal against it. Didn't help that that molly missed into the window room as well. Azuru's got players all around, and no one's even jiggling him right now.
Eventually, they'll all face. And they'll converge on with a simple pistol win for Sashi. You're right about the anti-strats. Clear, they're coming to this one prepared, which shouldn't be a shock for a team like Sashi. Instantly, Endpoint backhanded out of the pistol. No bomb plant bonuses, obviously, so no second round buy.
And it's been quite entertaining to listen to some of the interviews from these Sashi players over the last few months. Everyone asking, where's this spurt of success come from? How are you doing so much better? And all the players kind of keep saying, I don't know, it just is. Tactically, even when they were tricked, it's always been very sound, but it's been a struggle to be at a high-end Tier 2 level. Times have changed for Sashi, and now they are a proper contender.
You can systems put in place have clearly worked for them. Racking endpoint as you would expect. In the early portions, this eco goes as well as the SMGs hope it to do. All 5 alive for the CT side. Guns return from the endpoint camp. Sashi still play the bonus weapons.
You've got a core 4 players that joined up on Espionage over a year ago now. Just to give you a bit of an idea on context of where this new lineup came in, you look at the core 3 of Quez, Iceberg, and Lucky from Tricked. That dates back even a couple of years. Sashi got themselves off to a bit of a blinder with the 2-0. Let's see what they can do in the opening rifle. We want some competitiveness from Endpoint on this T side.
The aggression in from Cabby all the way up towards top mid. The flash support's in. Surreal's about to run right into this SMG. Is he going to be ready for it? Back to turn. I think they've got an inkling on it, though. Swing forward. No vision seen by the CT player. Surreal has seen his shoulder. Now he's going to have to fire back. Still finds an engage against the man. Crucial for us to trade.
A good work for Cabby just to get one. And now we're starting to see some pressure points elsewhere. Palace lurk. Info play out to A main. Iceberg starting to challenge. Seedra on the other side.
Fought upon spray through from Iceberg, gets him. Advantage gained definitively here by the Sashi camp. Endpoint spread out in terms of their prods on the bomb sites. Mighty Max, especially here over at the jungle. Smoke finding a spray on Quez, but not the kill against the man. Now flanked by Misty. Will try to make his way in towards this B convergence. The walk out of the apartments, meanwhile, from Azubu may look to find Lucky. Famas the AK didn't register him, so Famas wins the fight.
Lucky just needs to stall for time, wait for the market rotation.
Burst through against the next player of the Archers. Teammate there in Mistar takes Crucial down. Mighty Max alone in the round. A 1 versus 4 to clutch hold. Finds Lucky at least, but backup is here towards market. A flashbang only to try to get himself onto the bomb site to get that bomb plant in. Backup can also rotate from the back lines and backstab back from the connector presence. Max, time running against him. I don't know if he's going to get the bomb down here. It might even go to save.
Going to attempt to do so, but there's a sight line towards Connector, and Quez might just be able to work that timing. Max is a goner for sure.
Running into the A site. Tried to get that last second plant instead of the save, and we saw how that went. Sashi 3-0 to the start. Endpoint crippled very effectively. A couple of AKs already in for the CT side.
And an aspect of CS that I love so much, Jay, is conflicting playstyles. Now, if you've come to go and watch Hellcup today, and you come and watch a hard-hitting team, you probably watch someone like Nemega. If you want to come and watch a tactical team that plays the percentage and overall has some really good fundamentals, you watch Sashi. Just the crosshair, I should say more so the composure on rotations, on overall crossfires, all of those aspects they do to an extremely high level.
He's working so well against Endpoint, not so much for Iceberg on the Famas in this round. Azubu's the Eagles caught him. Still many more rifles for Sashi to use against Endpoint. The AWP in Lucky's hands, AKs on 2 others, the M4 on Cabby. No such rifles here for Endpoint.
Sashi not overextending too much further. Now, decent info for Mistar to get up on top of the van and spot nothing else in the apartments. Re-smoke it off just to delay some time, try and peek just before it. Didn't quite catch that vision onto Max.
Bit more of a shallower smoke as well. An unlucky angle bouncing off the geometry there on the wall. Not too concerning, though, for Sashi. No one's really there in apps. Max is going to fall back away to a passive position. His teammates are going to form up towards the A hit. Nice timing on that ramp smoke. Cabby got to take directive fight. Seedra on Azubu moving. Cabby almost gets caught off for it. Quez does find Surreal. Deagle to Seedra trying to tap ahead off. Azubu can take Quez down. They dive in against Cabby, who takes one with him out of the round. 2 versus 2, an expensive one applied. Bomb can get planted as well.
Lucky with that AWP, waiting for the fight, aggressing towards spawn, and it might just be giving up on that jiggle from Crucial.
Azubu now all that's left. 2 kills to his name in this round. 2 more to get the quadra clutch. Footsteps being heard towards CT. He's adjusted his attention back. Deagle headshots required. Lucky crosses first. Missed shot. Mistar's AK turns up the kill count. And Sashi connect 4.
And let's be realistic here. If that timing isn't awkward for Cabby and he holds for an extra second, he probably gets 2, maybe even 3 kills. On that off angle with pistols behind Impalas, he ain't getting traded 1 for 1. So even with the unfortunate nature of the timing going in the opposite direction, they still make that retake look easy. They set themselves up for the 2v2, they wait for the first fight, and then as soon as they know exactly where Azuru is, you swing from the left and the right-hand side of triple box. 0 chance at all. Expensive eco for Endpoint, but not threatening enough to be able to steal the rounds.
Well, those odds at Leon bet for a moment, you just saw them on screen. Very staunch in favour of Sashi, and we're only 4 rounds deep. They agree with us of how much favouritism the Danes have in this match. Endpoint trying to contest it. A fast play out of the apartments, attempting to run down the AWP player. They'll force Lucky to get passive, but they can't force forward into the site itself.
Now, Lucky's trying to get back in for a pick, and that's exactly what he gets.
Zuru dropped. Over the T side for elsewhere from Crucial. Into mid is where they're going to look to play. Lucky backs off passive to play rotation in case A site is the target. So far, neither site is the target. Bomb is on the back of nobody.
A really good info there for Lucky to clear out to the apartments. Iceberg in a strong position at ladder room to maintain both window and that short run up. Endpoint. I've got the bomb still deep in spawn, so this default was all about trying to find an answer somewhere. Surreal on this timing, up against the ladder player. Iceberg doesn't really need to peek now.
Smoke down on shot. Molly sent into the ladder room that will force him away, but right into the hands of Crucial. Just spots him before the smoke blooms. Great trading from the AWP. 4 versus 4 established for Endpoint. 45 seconds to go for the execution, though. This luck out of ramp, it might have to be the A play.
And that resmoke does hurt Seajot. Now Quez gets flashed off from the connector players. All about timing on what they can get the read. Cabby's aggression in sandwich. This could be a really powerful position.
Quez, HE's down, footsteps being heard. Cabby just going to wait. Quez swings for the lineup of 2. Cabby might not even be a factor here. Just mowed down. 2 remain here for Endpoint. Molotovs will try force Quez back. He will get pushed away, but time is too far gone. Cabby will strike. Crucial will trade. CT side players surrounding all entries to the bomb site. Quez will clean up Crucial. What a triple from him in this round.
And my concern is that these rounds aren't even close.
Yeah.
Yes, that one, you can say very good trade against Iceberg. They put a molly into ladder, he smokes himself off, he tries to get out to short and hope that he doesn't get spammed and he loses that fight to the AWP. And yes, it is a 4v4 and Quez lines up too, but you can't just keep making excuses, right? You can't keep looking at these rounds and say, oh, timing here, multi-frag here. It is 5-0. Where Endpoint aren't threatening. They are not getting themselves in winning situations right now.
Wonderful stuff set in by Sashi. 5-0 on the start. DT side dominance established. Endpoint yet to generate a response. This round feels like it won't be a response either. They have got their AK and that Galil, but Tech 9's across them. Very broken by state into mid for a couple of players. The ramp default trying to establish in from Surreal. Fresh quite aggressive against the likes of Cabby. Both players will get tagged up in that exchange, but they both fall back.
Endpoint looking to pack quite heavily. Azuru getting that opening kill, and now they can start to work out further. Quez gets the timing caught against Seajot on the jump down, and he makes it too.
Quick burst of that headshot. 6 stuff from the pole, and it looks like Endpoint have overwhelmed Sashi this time. Cabby tagged up too heavily to really go for a retake. Iceberg will fight on Surreal and at least grab him, but now he's also low HP. Both players thinking it's best to save.
Azuru with that all-important opener, and then a very good timing being pressured against the default player. That MAC-10 getting picked up to an AK allows a good multi-frag. Endpoint get there first. Now for Sashi, let's see how quick the response is going to be from them, because their economy is still in a very strong position. They can get the AWP up again for Lucky. Everybody else can buy, no issues. 1-5.
Endpoint's crucial opening. The star that needs to be converted upon here. There's plenty of money available for Sashi, so they'll buy back. No quarter given up to the British core. AWP back in for Lucky's part of things. The M4s for the other players. And of course, 4 rounds in the lead still for the Sashi side. Endpoint. A lot of ground to make up here. Gotta replicate that round and then some.
Iceberg starting out with that jump spot. You've got that AWP trying to get pinned for Lucky and get that boost up towards ladder room. Try and see if he can work an opening mid-pick. Endpoint have got a Zuru into the apartments and everyone else basically packing towards top mid.
Tigers against the Zuru to start. Down on a half HP. Surreal leaning forward. Mighty Max going to catch Cabby. Orpa trying to get involved here for Lucky's part of things. Aware that there must be a heavy amount of mid presence, but just can't quite seem to spot them. Doesn't want to overextend either. Players on catwalk might offer themselves. Shot does ring out from Lucky's, forced back by the counteraction of the T's side. Incendiaries and Molotovs also keep both sides at bay.
Oh, breaking of the util. Lucky just about gets out of there. But the B-bomb site's been compromised, so they can just start running it in.
And Surreal is traded back, but you're right about that B play. It's going to get a bomb plant down and really not much room for a retake for Sashi. No one's at market. No one's setting up backstabs. They're centralized to the A bomb site, and they'll look to save their weapons. We'll see if Seedor can get the exits. Endpoint are going to have number 2.
You just had an aggressive apartments lean from Iceberg, and as soon as he loses that fight to Azuru, that's it. And Lucky can try his best to get out of ladder and put some damage down, but you're never going to be able to hold the bomb site. Lucky and Mistar hoping that they don't lose even more casualties to Seejot in Palace.
Mistar will deal with Seejot. There's still at least a bit of cash for Cabby in this particular round, so these 2 rifles important for the Sashi side because the other 2 players don't have quite as much here. Drop weapons could still scrape together a buy for the CTs. And yeah, Cabby's going to go in for it.
Sashi, all eyes are going to be on the prize to get themselves into their 5th grand final of the last 3 months. Going up against a team that is definitely in a slump of form over the last few months of where they should be. Is that maybe added pressure? Crucial, quick, out towards mid, but only by himself with the orb.
Oh, shot missed there. Opportunity to open up, wasted. Mistar going to take a lot of the aggression. The HE's down his direction. Don't reveal him to the T side, but his M4 will do the job for that. Damage sustained on the CT basis. HE's down on Mighty Max, the 61 points of health. He's going to go. Endpoint, starting advantage here.
Now, Iceberg is waiting to see if there's going to be a bit more of a contact out there from Max. Now, Seejot in Palace in the last couple of rounds has done a lot of damage. Quez gives himself a jiggle, but hasn't swung just yet. Instead, tries to get that smoke down. He needs to get a flash from someone. That's going to help him fight against Seejot, and Mistar helps him out.
Provided by the backup, advantage and the men taken by Sashi. Azul wants to take it right back, though. Mistar, no good deed goes unpunished, as they say. Cabby can take back Mighty Max. And Lucky will follow suit on the A-bomb site. Azuru taken down. Crucial and Surreal. A 2 versus 4 to play from. And Quez is still holding here at Dark. Now up on top of the ladders of Palace. Surreal caught dead to right. Crucial all alone.
Just stuck with that AWP. Knows the info of Quez out there from the balk. The flash assists have been excellent from Sashi in this round.
Indeed they have. Backstabs closing in. No further options for Crucial. He's about to get converged upon. He won't be able to save the AWP. He'll have to try because he ain't going to get into the bomb site. He ain't going to get the bomb plant. He ain't going to fend off the retake. Can fend off Cabby, so defending that big green gun. But ultimately, Sashi take the round and they win minimum 6.
A play out towards top mid for Iceberg is hearing those footsteps. He might just drop after time.
Iceberg's got to be careful about this though. Money's not great for the CTs and he opts for the safer option. Could have been a hunt. In the end, Crucial faces no further presence. He can keep the AWP. The AKs can get brought back in. He's got plenty of cash to buy another one if he wants to as well. Even dropping weapons might be an option. Endpoint will maintain their weapons. Sashi maintain the half.
Surreal has been the 2nd highest rated player for Endpoint in the event. 10 maps played, positive 30 KD difference, and a 1.22 rating. But here in the semi-final, he is 0 and 8. You do not want that for a key rifler.
Especially one is tenured and should be far more stable in terms of his performance against a team like Sashi. Smokes up to jungle. Azuru's going to catch Mistar for dead. Orpa of Crucial looking on. Quez and Lucky can take those 2 casualties. And Surreal maintains the trades against Quez to a 3 versus 3. He is supremely low. That is his opening frag, however. HE on Mighty Max. Incendiary force him out of the bomb site. Sieger gets Iceberg. Cabby responds. The Orpa leaning forward. No info on where the T-side players are at. Cabby trying to find an angle here towards the sniper's nest. Lucky gets overwhelmed by the T-side presence, and now Cabby has got to make his move. Revealed by the flashbang. The T's are just against it. Sieger holding an advanced angle here. M4 spray doesn't get him, but neither does the AK. And Sieger now just to fall back out of the way. The bomb's going to go up. There's not enough time for Cabby to get towards this site. And Sieger will capitalize on the kill. Triple for him this time as Endpoint take another.
Azuru has easily been the best player for Endpoint on this T-side of Mirage. He's getting a lot of opening duels that are creating space and allowing freedom. Now, right there, that is an awful smoke towards jungle, and Mistar gets quite unfortunately blinded while that smoke gap is in the face. So while he thinks he's got a good opportunity, it ends up going the other way and he just gets spammed. Azuru, we need to see this consistently if Endpoint want any ability to cause a bit of a threat, to allow more T rounds to be won, because he's playing very well.
Max needs to build around him. Dashi, broken investment this time. Endpoint have forced the issue against the Danes. They may look to take potentially 5 rounds at this half at least. Cabby forcing forward, does find that kill, but Mistar's traded back by Crucial. The AK sprays actually work against Surreal. Crucial still forced to fight out towards mid. He's isolated with the bomb, and he's low HP in his 3-on-3. They're going to continue swinging, but they continue offering individual fights, so he takes Quez. Azuru can follow up on Iceberg. And what was looking like it might have been a threatening round there for Sashi is negated by Endpoint.
Well, the intent was fighting mid quite aggressively, but couldn't quite deal with the Orpa out towards the Delpan angle. Crucial, Azuru and Sieger just about hold off. And in terms of a scoreline, I mean, 4 T rounds up against now the Eco, get yourself up to 5. Endpoint can actually start to work Mirage to say, do you know what, we actually can take it. Get into that second half, win the first pistol, win the first gun round. Allow yourself to maybe not always be on the back foot and start pressing for a lead. It has not been an easy first half for them at all.
And stack in towards the A side from Sashi is the good read to the execution inbound from Endpoint. Smoke start coming up. Boosts available. Molotovs have already cleared out Dark, and they'll look to clear out Sandwich. C-drop moving. Mistar's going to get one down. Surreal gets 2 kills on Iceberg and Quez. Player in Ninja Spot also found out as well. All 5 alive for Endpoint. Not falling to any shenanigans here from the Sashi camp. So, last round of the half. When Sashi were looking to run away with it, Endpoint have found a responsive generated by Ecos and Force Buys. Yes. This rifle round from Sashi may still be tested.
And it is limited. You don't have the NWP for Lucky, who's been roaming around that CT, jungle, top con area, making it quite uncomfortable against some of the execs. He's going to be down to just that lone M4 util around them. Not many kits at all, so that could be a concern with the lack of them. Mighty Max getting an opening kill against Lucky straight away.
Important one, a follow-up as well on Mistar. A triple from Mighty Max. Iceberg taking Surreal back. Max trying to protect himself inside of this smoke. His teammates are challenging Cabby here. He's low HP. Max forced to fight. Iceberg can take him eventually, but so much damage done by the captain. 2v1 for Azuru and Seedrop. They should be able to win against Iceberg. He's on 32 points of health.
He's trying to reposition quickly, though, because they're going to expect him to come either from Connector or Jungle.
Zulu. Inside of that smoke, fallen back. Iceberg leaning closer to position. Trying to get on top of the fireboxes here. Azulu is going to get caught for it. Headshot found. Incendiary and HE on Seedrop's position. That bomb smoked off. Not even planted for Seedrop. He's forced to fight, but his blind sprays will do enough damage. And they'll hold the round together for Endpoint. What could have been a one-sided half is turned to 6 apiece.
And that was a really good effort from Iceberg. So he gets the util down towards that Tetris and A main area, taps that bomb, and you can see him strafing out to the left-hand side, but he doesn't want to run and give away the sound cue. But wanted to catch C-Jot running through to deny the defuse being held. Endpoint have had some critical rounds. Now that one from Max, I mean, a triple kill for the in-game leader. Haven't seen that much impact from him in this best of 3 today. I think yesterday we certainly saw some good clutches from him in that first half of Vertigo against Mouse NXT. So nice to see at the right moments that he can strike for success.
Yeah, minus that round, it's been a very quiet game from him, but you're right about that. Massive impact from the captain. And you look towards him as one of the key veterans that should be able to be a pillar of support for Endpoint. 6-all. Sashi on this T basis have their utility set in towards mid. Mighty Max continuing to try and put frags up. Mistar caught. Azuwu trades on Iceberg as Max does go down to the interim and they try and make their way out of the apartments where Surreal is ready for that 1 kill. Azuwu trades back on short again. Lucky is all alone in the 1-on-3.
Get that bomb down, at least allow the cash injection. Let's see how many more kills can get gains.
USP starting to close out the distance. Glock in the hand of Azuwu, and same story for Lucky here. Backed up towards the bench. Shots ringing out from Azuwu towards the right-hand side of the site. He gets his kill very quickly. 14 deep for the man. And a pistol win to give Endpoint the lead.
Azuwu is the highest rated player for Endpoint on Mirage in the last 3 months, and there's no surprise when you see him acting like this. An aggressive rifler on T side and a really stable one on the CT basis. Strong retake from Endpoint. Sashi aren't a team that like aggressive buying all that frequently. But looking at the bomb plant and looking at a couple of casualties, they have the confidence to buy it up in round 14.
Endpoint must understand that they're facing this resistance here. Tech 9's Mac 10, couple of Galils out for Sashi. Mighty Max on the spot out of the apartments. The jump face, the smoke in his hand will put that out as soon as he spots presence. Iceberg trying to strike out towards Azuwu. Caught on the reload, still wins the fight.
That timing was pretty good towards Iceberg, but Lucky gets a returning pick. They know that Azuwu and Con is very low on HP.
Crucial was the man to fall. 9 points of health for Azuwu here. Smokes do come out from Mighty Max in the end just to suppress the apartment's potential, although there maybe Quez and Mistar were waiting for that. The bomb is still out there. Cabby just gets caught at the edge of the smoke. Azuwu takes a secondary pick at low HP.
And Max on B is in a really good position to go 1-for-1 and try and stall that bomb from going down.
Backup will be a little bit slow to rotate, though. They're all focused on Lucky's position here in Connector. He takes a fight. Azuwu wins out another kill, a triple found. Mighty Max now hearing them diving out of the apartments. They don't check this truck position entirely. The Mistar can find that trade as Quez does get caught. Now it's all him in a 1 versus 4. Crashing that first kill, naded to hell. Cjot takes him. Another bomb plant for the likes of Sashi, but another round for Endpoint.
A massive round from Azuwu. And all of that round comes off of the first contact, where that duel is kind of 50-50. You've got a Galil versus an M4. You've got close range. It goes the way of Azuwu, and then from that point onwards, Sashi, they try and work on trading him. They think, okay, let's work the edge of that smoke in Con. Let's hope that they can catch him repositioning, maybe with his knife out, maybe with Util in the open. Cabby doesn't win the fight, and then even the next player that's cutting rotations in Con can't do it. To get 2 more kills on red HP is extremely impressive.
Mental stuff from a mental player who is making the difference for Endpoint here. They lead over Sashi. The bomb plants continue to bring up buys for the Danes, though. Those odds at Leon.bet are starting to equalize a bit more. Was at 1 to 4 point something earlier on. Endpoint starting to turn heads now.
Sashi are desperate for an opening pick in a round like this. Single AK for Mistar. Couple of Galils for 2. Crucial. Doesn't see anything on a walkout just yet. Getting back into the window room area with 2 players under pass.
Smokes up on Iceberg. Molly's in past that smoke to try and keep the CTs at bay, try and flush out presence in the ladder room. HE's to reveal presence for Cjot, finds Quez.
A really good timing on the breakage of that smoke, but Iceberg, look at the timing he's got.
C-Jot's missed an angle, and this might cost Crucial. His back will be turned towards the man. He turned up. Iceberg still finds his pick. Meanwhile, Surreal on the B-side defensive with Mighty Max. Cleans up the short aggression. And Iceberg overwhelmed by C-Jot as he turns back. Endpoint. This CT side looking very proficient.
Well, it's been a really good comeback from what was a pretty comfortable 5-0 start from Sashi. You actually feel for the in-game leader there, because that timing is a round-defining play. If they can trade out evenly on that split-in from short in the apartments, you're looking at a different round. Iceberg can cut rotations from market. He can be really annoying in an uncomfortable position on the map. Unfortunately, it's Max and Cyril that just make sure that those B players get no success.
Seen 7 rounds in a row for Endpoint, including the 4 at the turn of the half. The Brits are back. And Sashi are contested as Crucial starts fragging away against these pistol players. Quez caught by Zuru as well as he starts to pad his stats. P250 in the smoke of Lucky can get 2 kills, one of which was straight through that smoke. Zuru in the backside pressured. Backups a little bit late to rotate. The Tech 9 may work against him. A 2v2 established by Sashi's pistols. And now they've got M4s to work against. Lucky challenging Mighty Max as Cyril takes down Mistar. He's in the clutch. Lucky caught with a headshot. Bomb plant denied. And Endpoint just barely take the round.
Ooh, that was a tight one. That could have changed quite a bit of this second half if that pulls through. Sashi have done a lot right in that 2v2. Try and prioritize the plant, fight aggressively towards CT. You need advantages because of the lack of real advantage that you have. That gets close. Whoa. You could feel the steel.
I honestly saw it coming. As soon as they got that to the 2v2, I was like, that's Sashi's round. Endpoint have other constructions, have other ideas. Quick in towards this A play. Again, C-Jot's going to hold the line at the center of the bomb site. Azu is able to trade back the casualty, take him out of CT forces. Flashes centers, Quez goes deep. Mistar burning the Molotov. Oh, full on 1G there. And now Azu can strike against it. Quez caught through that smoke. Lucky, no information to play with. Got to grab that bomb, got to plant it. There's 4 players inbound for Endpoint though. And Lucky, he's trying to isolate these fights. He's got Azu, he's got a second, he's got a third. Oh, just shut down by Max. Okay. Sashi picking up the pace. Endpoint, I don't know how they're winning these now.
Well, that should have been back-to-back sit rounds, and instead it's come down to 1v1s. Azuru is just playing at such a high level right now that he's going to be the difference why Endpoint win Mirage. His overall impact on opening kills and maintaining multi-frags has been second nature. Right there for Lucky in the 1v4. Tap that bomb, draw the fights. He gets so close to yet another steal, but not to be. And it's got to feel for Sashi that they've been hard done by, that they haven't won those last 2 in a row, that they haven't given themselves a bit of a survival chance in this second half. Endpoint, well, they can taste the success. They're nearly there.
2 more to gain. What a CT side this has been. I didn't see this coming. Sashi maybe about to concede their first map to Endpoint in their history. 5 rounds to make up, 2 for Endpoint to close Mirage. And their win streak may continue. Sashi. And so much for the 2-0 if this goes to map point. Cabby trying to set something up, but Surreal is just too good now. Opening frag.
Now, the opening picks have been strong for Endpoint in the second half. And Crucial gets another down to the underpass player, and the players at top mid just don't have chances. They don't have opportunities, Sashi.
Five on 3. Where he's fallen back, faced in by 3 CTs from mid. Surreal, another kill to him. And Lucky with the bomb, isolated towards mid, can find another individual fight. And the 17th kill of the game, trying to get number 18 on Crucial. Got within 1 point of health for doing so, but unable to land the full-blown casualty. Has to regroup with Mistar. and try form up for the hit.
And it is nice to see Cyril generating impact because he was at 0 kills, 2 assists, and 8 deaths. Now,
yeah.
I don't think he needs to be a player on Mirage with how Azubu is playing to kind of step up, but for his overall confidence level and the ability that he can perform on map 2 and potentially even map 3, you want a resurgence for someone like him.
Lucky needs to charge into the B side. Crucials missed the mark of the AWP position. Mighty Max on the back lines. Orb doesn't connect. Max does, though, as he also hits double digits, the last player on the CT side to do so, but that's all 5 men coming alive in this second half. Not quite as alive as Azubu, but even so, a combined effort to get to map point.
And for Sashi, it's almost blink and you miss it. They were competing really nicely in that first half. They were up 5-2. They had that 6-2 scoreline. And yes, the rounds have been very close. We saw it with the back-to-back 1v1s that were won from Endpoint. But this entire map has just been taken away from them.
And Sashi were last winning a round at 6-2. Endpoint streak has come together. Azulu set them up. His teammates have started to come alive. Mighty Max is going to get caught by Iceberg in this round, though. Sashi trying the faster pace again. They found that opening. Iceberg is low, and Azulu is back towards CT, unawares of the players that are making their way forward of that smoke. The HE will get sent. Iceberg trying to find aggression. Damage done to Quez. Azubu's picked up by Lucky. Iceberg, look at his HP marker, look at his position. He's going to find players with their backs turned. Cyril can pick up Iceberg eventually, but Cavi continues fighting. Dink down on the man. 15 points of health for Cyril. And it looks like Sashi are going to maintain lifelines for a little bit longer.
Good entries from the in-game leader of Iceberg, straight out of A main. Sashi may have given themselves survival for one, but realistically, how many rounds can get gained? I'll be surprised if they can push it to double digits. And might be able to get to 9, but any more than that? Nah, probably not.
The 10-round streak has come to an end for Endpoint. Now a 6-round streak needs to get generated by Sashi to bring this back to overtime. As you say, it's difficult. And that's saying the least. At least the buy is somewhat limited for Endpoint. The FAMAS, the 5-7. The damage, those previous 1 versus 1 rounds will come back to bite the CT forces, but the HGs are still absolutely on point.
Now, this walk from Azubu could be seriously impactful. Let's see how many players he drops out here from A ramp.
Push in, miss. Oh, just barely stays alive. The M4 couldn't quite stabilize the spray. The AK turns back an advantage for Sashi.
Now that could have been the start that Endpoint were looking for. Now they still have 2 players on this B bomb site. They've got Max as a jump spotter. I say that, and Cyril's starting to rotate away. This threatening round doesn't really feel that threatening anymore.
Mental 5-7 sequence or bust from Mighty Max, and it seems to be likely to be bust. He does find Iceberg, but flash blinded catches him off. And Cyril did start the rotation when Max had taken contact, but recognizing that the B site is lost to them, the rifles probably need to stay in play here for the CT side. And there's an M4 being dropped out towards the Palace entrance. Upgrade that from the FAMAS and keep those 3 key weapons up. Endpoint. And stabilize as much economy as they can, as Sashi will be allowed another round.
Now, we're not going to see a buy here for Endpoint. They should just hold on to the 3 rifles and upgrade lightly at best. You want to protect yourself for that next rifle round. You want to give yourself the best chance of closing. Sashi. Round by round. That's all you've got to try and picture with this comeback.
Step by step, piece by piece, they'll build back into this game. Endpoint. When do they shut it down is the question that, well, we're asking, obviously, but they themselves may be asking. Probably not in this round. Money stable for a buy in the next, so Max and Azubu shouldn't be investing heavily here. Maybe some utility or the upgrade pistols might get passed back if they have any on the CT side. They don't. And number 9 may not be a guarantee for Sashi, but certainly feels much more likely outcome here. out to the apartments. They look to stack and go very quickly in.
At least the M4 can strike pretty much straight away from Crucial at shorts.
Max is there with him. Crucial smoked off. Well-placed utility there from Sashi. Cabby's going to hold out from mid as Lucky gets to Zulu. Important player move. Crucial can answer back. Mighty Max looks to get out of the way. There's rifles dropped towards mid. They're probably going to look to pick those up as C-Jot strikes on Lucky outside of market. Advantage now taken by Endpoint.
They should go for this now. With the man advantage, do not protect the save of those rifles.
Molotov in from the apartment, trying to get back out to the back lines, trying to push players away from jail. Iceberg so close to that Mac 10. Players on shore. Molotov sent. Quez is revealed. Iceberg still watching. Surreal starts to prod. Quez nailed down on HP. He gets another kill. C-Jot turns it. Mistar backed up. Iceberg back turn for only a moment. Surreal gets him with the M4 firepower. And Mistar now known that the CT side is going to hide though. The bomb's out for him. Surreal can take the kill, but he hasn't got a kit, so he hasn't got a time for the retake. Endpoint. A lot of damage done there, but ultimately it is not a round.
That's a very good effort because it's one of those moments where you're trying to just work damage, and then as soon as C-Jot gets that kill, you know it's on. We're going to try and attempt this. And without that kit, unfortunate scenes. 3 rounds to the difference. Now, we need to read the economy game and say that Endpoint are going to have a buy in round 22, and they're going to have a buy in round 24. Round 23 is going to be the half and the eco. So there is 2 good chances for the UK squad to close.
Endpoint. A rifle round here. M4's crossed the border. Zulu struck first on Cabby. Back to his form. A frag taken. The T's stalled out. Completely separated from each other as well. 2 men at apartments, 2 men at ramp. Lucky's waiting for a peek out from underpass. He gets it, but he doesn't land the shot.
Azuru really has been superb on this first map of the series.
Yes.
Another strong opener when they need it most. Sashi trying to retake this top mid angle, and they've got a crossfire of 3 to deal with.
The real spotted, bursted upon Azuru, takes contact, does lose his life, assisting the kill. Iceberg adjusting the Crucial next. 3v3 for it. Needs to do damage towards the T side. They're at a HP disadvantage. Quez and Iceberg specifically as they make their way into what seems to be the B play.
C-Jot spotting nothing on that lurk. Some more information for them to double up and keep this presence on B. The util is light though. Max and Surreal have nothing to defend against the split.
No need for the rotations. They have to hold down their angles. Hold on the lines as Quez peeks in dry to Surreal. That's an easy frag to drop the bomb. C-Jot's on the way now. Sashi have to commit to B. The AWP shots are lucky missed. Mighty Max picks up Iceberg. And now the Dane is in an impossible, unwinnable situation. 2 HP in a dream. Endpoint have a dream of their own though. And the 13-9 seems to spell that dream out. They're just waiting for the man to give up the ghost. And there it is. Locked in map 1 for Endpoint.
Yeah, well done to Endpoint. They've thoroughly surprised me there, Jay. They got off to a slow start, didn't look competitive at all, and then Azuru started showing us more and more of that grit and impact in the early rounds, and slowly, players started turning it around. Yeah, there were some really close rounds. Yeah, you could have very easily said, okay, Sashi at a bare minimum might be able to go to overtime, but the result in the end is one that they'll be happy with.
I have to say, though, MVP of that map, Azuru, easily. Like, he was the reason why they kept it together in the first place, and as you mentioned, it was his start that led to the other players coming into their own on the Endpoint side. So hats off to him because that is a stellar map and one that certainly is going to make the difference here for them. They have their map pick. Their Mirage undefeated streak stays intact. But Sashi have other tricks up for the rest of the series though.
Yeah, and it does make me now ponder on, do we get that level of Azuru on map 2? On map 3, because I hope we do. It's just that you kind of have to wait to see whether that consistency is going to be there, because if it is, that's going to be a big stronghold for Endpoint.
We'll have to find out on Vertigo. Endpoint historically great on the first iterations of this map when it was introduced into the map pool. However, it's a very different time and a very different setup. As we head to a break, it's Sashi's map pick when we return.
What kind of shame is this? Are you new? Have I heard of Hell Case?
Best cases in the world. Book a rookie on me. Don't be shy, come on. Haha, newcomers are lucky today, huh?
Hell Case. The best cases.
Don't worry about tomorrow. Yeah, yeah.
back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. Said I'm bringing it back, keep bringing it back. It's all like swinging. Back, back, keep bringing it back.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow. Why you still testing my patience?
And how long have you been here?
From early morning.
Take notes, kids.
Hey, was that a bait? Will you share?
Hellcase, don't miss your luck.
The efforts of Endpoint have led them up in the series. Now, can they continue momentum into Vertigo? Sashi's map pick. They start things off on the T side. Tweg, are we going to end in 2 or are we going to 3?
Oh, we're certainly going 3, but this is Endpoint's time to really step up and prove that they can have a solid CT side. I was impressed with what I saw on the ramp defaults over against Mouse NXT yesterday. Now they've got to do it against the Danes.
Already they're running into one man, a Seajor, who draws out first blood on Iceberg. Double up, in fact, found as he backs off towards CT Sport, and Lucky can pick him up, get the man advantage. Down one player for Endpoint. Still remaining for Endpoint, though. The bomb gets planted.
And Max has got a flash, and this is going to set up the retake.
Straight in for his teammates. Crucial finding Lucky on a quick prod out. Mistar back behind the generators, spotted. Engagement to the USP arranged. Mistar allowed a secondary kill. Max has got to back away. 2v2. His teammate pulling out towards the backstab. He's pulled the attention away from the bomb site itself. But now Azumu has to clutch it. Facing the corner. Engagements against both. They both swing together and Sashi can take the pistol. Mistar can take a 4K.
You'd be fuming if you're Endpoint. You've done everything right. CJOT's got 2 kills on the defense as they're coming over Guardian. You've got a 4v2. You just need to trade out Mistar, and they cannot do it. That is a massive recovery from an individual Glock player, but it shouldn't have happened. That should have been an Endpoint round.
And instead, Sashi take the opening. Get started on the front foot here. Much like they did over on that Mirage, the 5-0 start that seemed to put Endpoint's chances to pay before the map had really gotten going. And just like that situation, basic eco setting from the CT side. Azuru's caught fast by the HEs and Molotov damage, stacking over on the A site. They can't really afford to do much more than that.
And we know that Sashi are a very strong Vertigo team. They prefer their nuke, but their Vertigo is their second best. Play it a lot in Tier 2, play it quite consistently at the Tier 1 events as well. They'll be looking at getting out here against Endpoint and showing comfortability, not showing that Endpoint can challenge all that frequently.
Well, Endpoint didn't challenge them on their last Vertigo meeting against Sashi. That was a 13-4 stomping for the Danes. During that Skin Club match from a month ago. The 2-0 series from Sashi that set them on to second place in that tournament.
Terrorists win.
The guns now inbound from the Endpoint side. Contested well when they had those M4s in Azuru's hands. And Crucial was the guy that stood out yesterday against Malzahn XT on Vertigo, so those are the 2 men I'm watching out for the most in terms of individual performances.
Well, if we look at just ratings alone, it is Azuru and Crucial to be up there with the top of the team. Now, Azuru tried a lot of aggressive ramp maneuvers on the CT side. Saw him playing in the tarps and out towards 51, so watch out for that.
Initial damage done towards Quez. It's a challenge out towards the B stairs initially. Cabby finding Mighty Max on the ramp tail. Look how far forward he's gotten towards the A site. Azuru's still holding on that sandbags angle, so Cabby's not allowed to walk directly into the bomb site. No rotations are called in by Endpoint. They're going to hold out for the quick B split. Lucky trades Surreal. Player close towards the main entrance is Seajot. His M4 catches Quez. Advantage maintained by the CT force. He puts that smoke down and try and keep them at bay. He's forced to fight through the smoke and does take Lucky with him. He's on 22 points of health, but the bomb is out in the open, and even Azuru comes up with support. Endpoint win the rifle.
And I have genuinely felt that CJOT's been kind of mid since joining up with Endpoint. He showed a lot more promise on Sprout than what he's done under Max's in-game leadership. But on Mirage, he had some critical rounds. And think about what he's done on Vertigo already. He had the 2K to start off the pistol. He's then alone on B, fighting of the split of players coming over Guardian and from the B stairs. And he's delivering. He's putting frags up that are making round-defining plays. So the poll is definitely generating good levels of impact that's enough to drive Endpoint to be a bit scary in these first few gun rounds.
Yeah, good early game stuff from him. Next concern then becomes how much further he can convert it over the course of the matchup.
And that may be one of the issues that Endpoint have had so far this year, is not really having a strong fifth player. I remember when Switcher came into the roster to replace Heavy God, he really underperformed. He was struggling immensely. And then Slend moves out to go out to Gamer Legion. You go, okay, well, let's bring Crucial back into the roster. We need a fifth player. All right, we'll bring Seja over now that Sprout is completely disbanded. And it's just felt very difficult for the core to maintain results and maintain ability.
And stats identity of Endpoint, though, always bringing players through the ranks, giving them opportunities to go to higher ends of Counter-Strike. Done that over history. Djot straight in the AK in the present, finding Iceberg, and a Molotov damage done to Quez, but he comes up with the kill. The HE will take him back on Azuru's part.
A good work out there from the B stairs. Sashi invested heavily into round 4, so when you're on limitations, you don't really want opening losses. Cabby up against the HE gets dunked down to 65. This is not an easy round to work. Now, Cabby's got a bit of a solo lurk out of the tarps at 51. Everybody else, though, of Lucky and Mistar are just packing outside B stairs.
Minute left on the clock. Mighty Max trying to jump face and get information to the T side. He doesn't know that there's a player that's already walked up the tops. Hunting for information. He's seen one player that will call attention right back, including the bomb known to the CT side. So adjustments ready for a third player if they need him.
Very defensive here from Max. Him and Crucial can play back deep in the bomb site. Right about that third player starting to walk over from Surreal.
Smokes down, short entrance. Crucial going to try to get ahead of the game. Incendiary is up. Crucial did not think Cabby was going to push forward of it. Mighty Max has got to trade, and that's exactly what he does against Lucky. Look at Cabby into the elevators, though. Surreal gets caught. Mighty Max is not ready for his AK to come in for the flank, and he catches him freshly for the smoke. Azuru takes it back to a 1 versus 1. Mistar bombs on his back, but his life is taken by the AK. Triple found for Azuru, a 1 versus 2 clutch held, and Endpoint take their second round.
And that looked quite uncomfortable for Endpoint. I actually thought Sashi was going to be able to steal it. I mean, straight away, yeah, you put the incendiary out there towards Gap, but Crucial getting aggressive on the other side of the smoke and just hoping that he doesn't run through it feels really strange. Zubu got them out of trouble. 2 really quick flicks out there with the AK and the sniper's nest, and another big impactful round from the young man.
Equalised to Sashi's pistol conversion. Now they look to storm ahead in the lead. No bomb plants allowed. Damage is pretty heavy on Endpoint, yes, but Sashi can't really afford to punish it here. It's only the upgrade pistols and an eco round. Glocks across most. Deagle on Cabby. And suppression held by this ramp defense.
Sashi are just hoping that they can brute force a mistake of over-attention, an over-peak. An aggressive play, anything like that to punish some riflers.
Azuru, Max engaging. They do lose Max to the Glock and the sheer number of players that are out there, but Azuru holds his nerve. 4 kills total. USP good enough against the Glock players. 4 alive for Endpoint. Build the cash up. Go to the rifle round for Sashi.
A funny story about Azuru. Before he even made his name known on that 1-pin roster that eventually went over to Coalesce, I actually played him at a local LAN event, Jay, where he was standing in for Arctic Raptors, and I'd never even heard of Azuru. No clue who this kid was. And it was one of the very first times that I've been properly owned by an unknown player. And at that point, I knew that he was going to be decent in the local scene. I certainly didn't think he was going to be able to do this and have an international career.
Becoming the difference maker for Endpoint against Sashi. Quez has found Siege or elsewhere, though. He becomes the exploitable factor of the B site. Impactful stuff in those first few rounds, but shut down on an man advantage for Sashi here and now. Players at ramp pressing for more map control. Azuru doesn't want to press ahead of those smokes, however. He's very tentative about this position. The teams are backed away from B. Look at the flank to the A site, though. Look at the walkout that Cabby's made happen.
And Cabby is basically in a round position where he could just win. It's all about the timing. He should get both of these kills.
Mighty Max gets caught off guard by Azuru, trying to hold him. Light shots on Lucky, good past the tops. Looking for Cabby on the center of the bomb site. He's trying to prod. Backup has arrived, but Endpoint are still down by a man here. Smokes involved, suppressing entryways. Another one down to the short entrance. Crucial challenging Iceberg. Iceberg wins against the Mizzou, and Surreal just best to fall back. Grab that orb and get out of there.
Excellent lurk from Cabby, and even the spam against Azuru in the elevators. I'm sure that Endpoint are going to be scratching their heads thinking, how has that happened? What in our setup crumbled apart to allow a mid player to walk all the way into elevators and basically towards Crane before they even knew that that was a potential?
Last man should get hunted here as well. Surreal fighting onto Iceberg, dealt with by Cabby. And Sashi can maintain control of the lead. 3-3 as they equalize against Endpoint.
Endpoint have only played in local grand finals so far this year. Their last proper grand final was in December last year at that Monsters Reloaded event where it was, that LAN out in Turkey, where they had a 3-0 victory in the grand final against Eternal Fire Academy. Now, you can go and have a look at that tournament. There was no one decent there outside of Endpoint. So it has been a long time coming where they're even in a position where they can feel as if they can be at a grand final. They are one map away now.
Sashi won't let them get that map so easily here. Endpoint bringing in the force by the damage, of course, against their economy game. It's a great Seajot's going to find Mistar to start, but the quick trades of Iceberg establishing the mid presence, and with that, the B site crumbles. This play from Ramp may have been a little bit slow to catch off the individuals, had no choice about the press. Zuru will catch Cabby, get an AK in his hands, the man advantage for Endpoint. But no kits for this retake.
Quez is in a really strong position to initiate this crossfire between him and Lucky.
Zuru tagged, Lucky's AWP being watched for here. Trying to get the shoulder bait, actually brutal. Does get the kill back. Follow up from Quez. Does get turned by Mighty Max. And SMG involved in that one. 1 versus 2 for Iceberg. AK now being closed upon by Famasi. Gets inside of that smoke. A kill gets found. And Max now needs to clutch it. Can't get it done. Iceberg at range. Keeps hold of control for Sashi.
Seajot can't do a lot in that round because he's the lone B player. They're playing 4 towards Ramp. And he just gets overwhelmed by the split in from Stairs and Guardian. He gets a single kill. Now, for a moment, once they trade out Quez, it feels like there's a decent opportunity at it. But it's the in-game leader of Iceberg that crunches 2 very clinical kills. Endpoint not quite going to be able to steal on the force buy.
Should be down in the USPs only for this next one here. They, as you mentioned, invested heavily, so cash not there for this CT side. And Sashi can try and get to number 5 like they did over on the first map up. Not quite as one-sided and staunch as the 5-0 streak that we saw initially, but an advantage for this T half of the map.
Now, all about contention in this first half, just to give us a bit of a gauge on how competitive this overall series can be. Now, Anubis, I would say, is a weaker map for both squads. Sashi haven't looked all that competitive against some of the higher-end teams in Tier 2. I know they've got a little bit of a winning streak of 3 maps in a row in the very recent history. And Endpoint, I mean, 5 wins, 12 losses. Yeah, it's a bit touch and go. Let's get a bit more judgment here on Vertigo, whether Endpoint can really try and steal the 2-0. Given Sashi a lead by 1, and you can only imagine with a very light investment on an eco that not even much damage is going to be done in this next.
And maybe a gamble stat to a bomb site and hope that Sashi go there, and if you can take rifles out, then great. If not, then, well, leave it be in that particular respect.
I think they've got to find a way to shut down some of these lurks in from mid. I know that it's only been a single gun round and then the next was a force buy, but we have seen 2 rounds in a row in which Cabby exploited at first and then Iceberg exploited at second. So when you've got Sashi now starting to realize, okay, there's a hole in the defense, we're going to keep exploiting mid, they can start running some variation off of that. The Endpoint need to plug that gap for sure.
We've got to plug the gap in their lineup first. Seajot, as you may notice, is not in server, losing its internet, apparently.
How does that happen, Jay? How do you lose internet?
Well, it goes down, doesn't it? It goes offline, so... I don't know about the Polish internet services. I know in the UK, some of our ISPs are absolutely atrocious, and so you lose internet quite a lot.
Doesn't happen to me.
Not to me anymore, because you and I are on a good ISP. But
yeah, I've always been on decent ones. Yeah, very rarely. Once a blue moon.
My old one was awful. They
not the one.
At least 2 occasions this year where I've had to literally pack up my PC and go to a different house just to actually get the streams done, get to work.
Well, for our English fans today, supporting the likes of Endpoint, we know that the Championship has started yesterday and the Premier League is up in about a week's time. So I'm sure a lot of us are following both the football and the CS, putting the UK lines up on the success.
Yeah, National League's also started as well. I've been
Oh,
following
yeah.
that.
Shout out to anyone that's watching the National League out there.
Of which there is only me. More focus on the international Counter-Strike at this moment in time. Endpoint down on a round, about to concede a second as well. They do go for the gamble stack on this A-bomb site, but unfortunately Icebergs walked B, so not what they wanted to see out of this one. No rifles that they can take out of T-side hands. The MAC-10, of course, taking point means that when they do start to rotate, if they do start to rotate, they're going to run right into the moneymaker.
They're really good at searching Sashi. I mean, right there, you've got Mistar and Lucky down at bottom ramp, and then Iceberg just walks up on B, sees nothing at all, and it's an easy read that the gamble stack is towards A.
600 box gained for Iceberg. 1200 now against Surreal. Not a lick of damage done to the man either, so proficiency again for these upgrades and these automatics against the basics of the pistols. It's kind of what you expect. It's all an eco for Endpoint. They're focusing on the rifles in the next. I just want to see if they can avoid Iceberg and try not to give away too much cash. Fight on the third man. Dan the fourth comes in, so actually he's becoming quite rich at the moment. Does lose his life to Crucial, but $7,450 for the man going into the next round. Of course, he'll be able to buy up. No problems there. Endpoint, similar story across there, boys. Second tactical called in for Endpoint now.
Yeah, Sashi, the side in the group stage that have just dropped a single best-of-3 in ECL this season. One of the favourites to try and look for that Pro League spot for next season. Endpoint, on the other hand, stuck in advance and have been there for a little while. They didn't make the playoffs for the last season. Currently 4-1. Sure, with Endpoint's history in that sort of circuit, they'll be looking to try and see if they can make more deeper runs, more qualifications happen. Again, the best performances in terms of a tournament placing that we've seen from Endpoint in the last 3 months has been top 8s in the regional Clash Arena and CCT. We're not seeing top 4s. We're not seeing top 2s. So for them to even be in this position is a positive in itself.
You can look at the run in totality and have some questions about the specifics, but as you mentioned, top 4 is rare to see. Endpoint want to go for silver and gold, though. You know, that's the hunger inside of these players. Iceberg and Cabby have the better kills, though, starting things off to Max and Azubu's peak, dealing with this ramp presence, and Endpoint are just careful around the A-bomb site. Not going to get onto it for Crucial. His backup's not rotating either, so there's going to be a safe call.
I like the intent there for Azubu to fight aggressively, to put emphasis down on at least challenging the ramp players, but when you've got both CTs challenging heavy and both players lose the fight, well, the round's just over straight away.
Yeah.
And my concern now is just the scoreline, because you're looking at a 6-3. If even one more player gets hunted, then there's not going to be a buy in the next round. We could be looking at an 8-4 sort of scoreline here for Sashi, which would basically limit any opportunity that Endpoint have of stealing a 2-0.
Sashi's confidence seems to have returned to them. Hunt will try and get in against these rifles as well. See whether they can hunt down Surreal. Iceberg takes Seajot instead. Surreal just trying to hide. Does take the man. Double up, not secured. Mistar trades it. Crucial does catch one through the danger. Trying to back out of the way. Trying to evade as much contact as is possible here. It seems like he's found a corner which he can hug. So no further casualties against the CT line. Either way, that's 4 on the buy-up, so they can't afford much around the M4.
Now, they could upgrade a little bit of armor, some pistols here or there, but you don't want to be buying too heavily. That is unfortunate, because you could guarantee that if it was 3 rifles saving in, they probably would have bought there. Would have been able to drop over, give yourself a strong gun round in round 10. Sashi just feels like they are running away with it, that we're not going to see much from Endpoint on Vertigo.
Well, Max already overwhelmed in this round. Again, the MAC-10's out to play for Iceberg. Run and gun, run them down. M4 is on site here towards A. He starts backing off. Azubu not seen past that smoke. He gets the information back for Iceberg's position, so Crucial can use that to his favor. 4 versus 4, though. No bomb plant denials. Back to that of Surreal. Can only do so much with this Deagle, though. Mistar's caught Azubu, so now he's out of play.
Quez knows that there's a deeper player out there to the sniper's nest. Easy flash assist for Lucky. And that has been a constant thorn for Endpoint on retakes and post plants. It's just some of these flash assist plays. Crucial trying to hold on to the M4. Surreal trying to make a backstab play happen. If he can just get one kill and save a rifle into the next, then you have to look at that as an advantage.
Well, Sashi will hold the overall advantage on the scoreline, 7-3. Can no longer lose the T-side half. Endpoint so far only one better than their previous CT side performance against Sashi. It was a 10-2. They turned over by the 12th round. 9-3 is the best that Sashi can do. So small improvements from the Brits, but nothing that will really threaten here on this map.
Yeah, that last matchup was a decider match in the group that then allowed Sashi to get into the playoffs and make their way all the way to the grand final. Both matchups have been eliminations towards the side of Endpoint. Even that Alyssa Invitational one back in May, that was the first round of the playoffs. That also allowed Sashi to go to a grand final. They used the chain logic, beat Endpoint in an important game, and get into a grand final. It might happen a third time.
Equally so, beat Endpoint to get to the grand final and still play second place regardless of that. That's another pattern to watch out for. Azuu is going to start things off for the CT side, but Quez and Iceberg and Cabby are just all over them instantly, dismantling this A site. Like, they're back in form now. There's no way that Endpoint can do much about this. This map, it feels like it's just a complete loss here.
Yeah, just give us Anubis. This is done. There is no way that Endpoint are going to be able to hold weight to contest a 2-0 now.
And they're getting schooled. Absolutely schooled in this first half.
The problem is, even though they're setting up Azuru for impact, it's taking so many other players away to set him up that it's almost not even worth it. I mean, right there on the boost towards yellow, it's an opening kill, but then it's just an instant collapse of Mighty Max and Crucial. He's been fragging well. He's been delivering impactful kills, but they're not making a difference to the rounds.
Now you get into this situation where the guy is performing great individually, but the teammates around him are not able to support that. They're trying to, but it's not, as you mentioned, having any effect. Guys like Crucial, who was the top performer in the Mouse NXT Vertigo, he's not caught up to Azuru's numbers. In fact, half of his kill count. Got a chance to get on the AWP if he so desires here for Endpoint. He might need to do so to at least lock in number 4, at least take a consolation prize at the turn of the CT side. Need as much as they can feasibly get out for the next half, because it will be a very difficult climb back.
Iceberg up against the HE between him and Lucky. Azuru getting caught between the mollies. He's just burning in gap.
Puts that smoke down eventually. And trying to charge forward of it. Surreal, meanwhile, in mid, almost lines up a triple, but does get 2 of them. So advantage has been gained by Endpoint. Seejot going to get Molotov out away from this Guardian angle. Back towards Spawn. Meanwhile, the T start walking up the stairs. Got flashes coming in. The M4 going to be exposed below this smoke. Players peeking in. The M4 spray doesn't come up good for Seejot.
Cabby with that re-smoke down just to make it more uncomfortable for the retaking players. Mistar is very aggressive to fight against these CTs as well.
Zuru backstabbing against Cabby. Low HP on that man for the CT side. The 2 coming in from Spawn. Smokes up, second player drawn, and Zulu gets caught. It's now all on Max and Crucial. Max goes down, Crucial with the AWP pick. Second one landed on Quez. Where's the third? He's known. The HG sent his direction. He disappears back through that smoke and hides away from the AWP's position. He picks up the M4 instead for Crucial. He's got a kit. He's tapped it. He's looking for the fight on Cabby. Cabby leans in and catches him off guard to the left-hand side. And the Danish squad can take a much better 9-3 opening half.
And one aspect that we didn't discuss in the gun rounds, okay? So the first few rounds of the entire map, we are having Seejot putting in some good shifts on the B splits from Guardian and from the B stairs. Notice how after those first few rounds, they never hit B again. They did it on the Eco, they did it on the MAC-10 where Iceberg was searching up, but every single rifle round from that point onwards, it was taking ramp. And it meant that Seejot could not get involved like he did previously. They knew that he was a threat.
They apply this threat extremely well. Only for those moments, never for a true half advantage. Endpoint 6 to make up. Sashi into the pistol. Endpoint. Kind of need this round in order to maintain anything over the Sashi side. They've lost 2 of the 3 so far. Lucky caught Zuru starting things off. Max going to take Lucky right back. Crucial trying to get his kill in the round. He's wary of someone being over there at the sandbags. Utility sent on to the execution. Endpoint trying to make their way to the A side.
They're coming up quickly, but those Julies are still doing damage. Cabby cannot be traded out here from default. Mistar getting involved in the action. The Glock struggling to open up a pathway for the bomb to go down.
Surreal and Max 2 versus 3. Players are tagged heavily across this CT side. Iceberg next up to Task, and Max didn't see him over at the orange boost. He was focused on short. Surreal has snuck around the back lines trying to flank the man, but the HP difference is far too staunch. And Sashi will take the pistol.
And do you remember when we had that massive round streak of 10 rounds in a row on Mirage? Oh yeah, we've just had 8 here from Sashi. It's kind of crazy to have these long and extended round streaks, because at times, especially on comfortable maps, you think, okay, maybe 4 or 5, depending on the gun rounds and how many players are staying alive. But to have score lines like that feels very strange in a semi-final.
Yeah, Endpoint contesting well on map 1 only, but Dashi returning the favor. And they were already in the lead when the streak had started. Then the Ares on Cabby. Iceberg engagements found Max and Cyril can take a couple players back on this, but not quite able to force out anything more than that. Expense will at least have to be taken on the CT side here, but Cyril doesn't have the stopping power to deal with the automatics here, and MP9 and M4 should stay in. Actually 11-3. Endpoint have these AKs out. Need to wreck the economy state of Sashi now. Need to reset them if they want to start to bring this back.
To be fair, that's actually a pretty excellent eco. There was extreme light investment, and they get away with a lot of economical damage, which could force a double eco just the next gun round.
Engagements to look here towards this ramp entrance. Iceberg is holding it on his lonesome. Pushes down towards the stairs as well from Quez. May look to catch a bit of an engagement on the B side. Also in mid, 2 players stacked up to challenge Seajot. Who is going to blink first? Who is going to strike first?
Iceberg isn't giving much of a chance to these ramp players at all, playing it extremely defensive. Now, it seems as if there might be an info play towards mid with Lucky and Cabby as 2. Taking all of the B stairs, allowing Iceberg to play on A completely solo without a teammate in sight.
Mollies to their respective positions. Iceberg smoke. Going down to the tops here will stop progress. The Endpoint have already made their way up. The boost in from Lucky. Is he going to spot Crucial? He certainly will do so, but Crucial can return fire and evade the kill.
Watching out for the gap player. Azuru who tries to work the edge of the smoke. Surreal not even looking towards that right-hand side. Quez is going to get 2 and drop that bomb. Max needs the trade, but even he gets dinked in the process.
Crucial's also tagged, striking out towards the A bomb site. Mighty Max is all alone. Cabby's going to catch him, caught up on the wall. And that one corner, that one push that came in so early in the round is going to cripple Endpoint again. Their reset chance is wasted, and they're out of chances on this map. It's 12-3, map point for Sashi.
Timing for Crucial as he tries to see if he can work a pick towards A, but even that doesn't happen. And Sashi, there's a reason why their Vertigo is so strong in the pool for them. And this is going to be 10 wins and just 4 losses in the last 3 months for them. Endpoint held contest in the majority of the first few rounds of the half. But outside of that, it has been an outclassing showing, and one in which Sashi can kind of look at Mirage and say, at least we gave you guys a fight. At least we were holding contest in some of the rounds.
Endpoint, however, unable to win the rounds unnecessary. AK in for Cabby, striking onto Lucky's extra support, spray back on towards Surreal past that smoke. Crucial can respond, but it's a 3-for-1 response. Bomb is at least in his hands. Seajot can group up with the Galil, but it's a Matt 10 and Galil to win the rest of this 2 versus 4 situation. It's so impossible.
Even Quez playing out here to quad, flash around the corner. The timing is once more perfect.
Almost everything about this map has been perfect for Sashi. Endpoint only holding contest in their initial 3 rounds, and after that it was all Sashi. Crucial. Smokes off the right-hand side of the generators, trying to push on to Mistar. He knows he's somewhere around his position. The incendiary to ensure that he can't plant that bomb. Blind sprays does catch the man, but now the backstab of Iceberg will close in ever so slowly to find the killing blow and make it that 13-3. Sashi take us to map 3 for the second time today in the semi-finals.
11 rounds in a row there from Sashi, outweighing the 10 that Endpoint were able to get on Mirage. It's a good showing. It was a comfortable showing, and it does intrigue me for what this third map decider is going to be up for.
Indeed. I mean, look, we saw 2 very different maps. One that was very confident from Endpoint that Sashi still held contest in. One that was very confident from Sashi that Endpoint didn't quite hold contest in. And you mentioned that this third map is not exactly great for either side. It is the first time we're seeing it between Endpoint and Sashi, though.
It's very true. At the same time, though, you have to reflect on a really experienced and successful team in Tier 2 versus another team that's been in a slump for quite some time. Now, going into a third map decider in a semi-final, everything is going to be pointing the direction of the Danes.
Well, Endpoint have already shown us quite a bit in that opening map. They're going to have to show us a bit more in that closing map. It's Anubis to end the day and end the semi-finals here in Hellcup 10 as Sashi and Endpoint do battle one more time after the break.
It's almost yours. When are you gonna get another chance like this? Go ahead. Go ahead. Why are you slowing down? You almost got him. Come on.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? So, this is what you decided to do to me, to all of us, for pixels? Fuck you and your Roland. Let's get out of here, bro. Have you seen how many scammers showed up?
back, back. Keep bringing it back, back, back. So I'm bringing it back, keep bringing it back. But you can fall like swinging it back. Back, back, keep bringing it back. Like swinging the back, and I'm bringing it.
You think that I'm running in place? Y'all really testing my patience. Right before I blow up the spot, I had to get back to the basics. What if my talent is wasted? You see what I'm lacking the placement. Thought since I rap in the basement, but my come up is legend, is greatness. I don't care now, it's pedal to the metal. I can never quit now, I will never settle. Puppet to the game, I'm pulling strings like Geppetto. We in the same game, but I'm on a different level. I passed it. Gotta keep grinding till I'm laid up in the casket. No fake round, but you feeling too plastic. Yeah, y'all feeling too plastic. They say my style crazy, but then it's straight jacket. Wow.
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Yeah, guess I know no better. I ain't got no chill, so they call me a devil, I know. Look, I am just a man on a mission. If I want it, then I get it, I go. And if you're trying to test me a beast, you gon' need Liam Neeson. The chance that you taking is flagrant. You're testing your luck. If you think you make it out, then you're sadly mistaken. Careful what you putting your stake in, cause I ain't got no patience and no limitations. You trying to figure me out, and I know I don't make sense. But no one's there when you call like you're trapped in the Matrix. You need to take a break from it. I think you should take 6. Cause yes, I hold a throne and no one else can replace this. The pain will only go deeper the harder you chase it. I'm the greatest that you ever made. It's time that you face it. So tell me,
Why you still testing my patience? Trying to turn me into something I ain't trying to be. All the hate is in heavy rotation. You gon' lose yourself, quit testing me.
don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me. Don't make me lose my mind, cause I'm looking like Wesley, test me.
Kiss like this, 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 this. Kiss like this, can come back, though the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you gave me nothing. And you let me here a long way, Hey, hey. I was lost on my own way. I will never be the same girl. But someone told me never to stay. We can come back. We can come back, though the time is gone. I'm running to escape from your left. Don't lie, 'cause I know your heart. Don't try looking for someone to forget. 'Cause I gave you my whole life, and instead you gave me nothing. And you let me here a long way.
You look into your inventory and there's only... It's time to forget about this garbage. Here you will find everything to play with really cool skins. Open top cases. Upgrade dropped skins and turn your junk into a cool gun using the contract system. Every day, thousands of people upgrade their inventory with us. Hellcase.com. Look at yourself in a new way.
Wow, a very different set of opening maps to get us through our semi-final action here between Sashi and Endpoint. Endpoint looking confident on their map pick. Sashi looking dominant over on Vertigo. And now we look to Anubis to decide who is going to be the team that joins the Mega in tomorrow's grand final. Dweg, I have to say that I feel like Sashi at the caliber of the team has the favoritism going into this map. But as you said earlier, not a great one for either side.
I would say it's actually been taking a bit of a positive turn recently for Sashi. The 13-6 versus Ecstatic, the 13 versus 10 versus 1 win, and the 13-2 yesterday against Xpera. I think Sashi are going to take this 2-1 fairly comfortably.
Well, Endpoint have this last map to try and show up a top 2 result, what would be their first one since that Monsters Reloaded event. As the pistol goes live for the final time here. It's Lucky getting 2 picks out of the CT bases for Sashi on the B defensive. Endpoint trying to stagger and push forward. Surreal and Crucial can get a couple picks back. Crucial can double up onto Cabby. Quez is now the last player standing at 100 HP. He can take the swing on 1, take him down. 3 points of health on Surreal. The Julies looks set for a C4 shot, and that's exactly what he gains. Sashi takes the pistol.
A fantastic hold from Lucky. I mean, that first counter kind of comes in for an info play. It gets disallowed. It means the Endpoint can bring a bit more pace on overwhelming the B bomb site players, and it's just so much time stalling. Quez is able to get 2 pretty easy picks of the Julies. I mean, didn't even need the headshot as that final bullet gets the connection. Endpoint forcing up anyway, even without the bomb plant bonus. This is quite risky.
Want to try and get a much better start here. One thing they've been lacking is the starts in these matchups. Sashi are pulled ahead. Even on that Mirage, it was a 6-2 at one point for Sashi before Endpoint started bringing things back. Pistol and conversions have been the name of the game for the Danes. Endpoint Those Galil players in Crucial and Surreal. Mac 10 of Azubu who's ran right past Iceberg. Mistar can take the kill out of Electric. Double up on Crucial as well. Mighty Max overwhelmed on the lurk, and that's basically just a run down from the CT side.
They were ready. Now notice how Iceberg is already playing anti-flash in jail behind that lurk smoke. They've got the intention that that's going to be a bead pop. So as soon as you hear that flash, you turn back into the action, and all of that chaos just allows Mistar to get an easy couple of picks from Dark with that FAMAS. Endpoint going for the BXE and just get nothing. They get nailed to the ground.
Wonderfully confident stuff from Sashi. Endpoint. You said they forced the issue in the last round, so not going to be much of a force for this one. Pistol upgrades are at least available until Surreal gets shut down. His Deagle's out of play. The PT-50 on Crucial is the last upgrade that remains. See if we can get an opening pick on Cabby. Does at least set Mighty Max up for that trade. Now an SMG for the captain to play with, but not much outside of it.
Quez is maintaining vision out from camera. I'm lucky and keeping eyes from that temple entrance in case they try and prod mid more aggressively. Iceberg on the timing, needs to deal with both of them. And to be fair, for a lightened investment, it's actually quite a damaging round here for Endpoint.
Third frag will be lovely for Mighty Max here. He's seen the man up mid. But Lucky playing hidden. Where the Max has to go towards him. He had his eyes set on elbow. Should have looked to the right-hand side of towards the doorway. Still basic clean-up for Sashi. Endpoint making it as expensive as they can. Go towards the gun by now. The first rifle round of the final map.
You can only expect that a top 4 finish is going to help out Endpoint's HLTV ranking of getting outside of the top 100. Really want to be able to cause more than just that. If you've already been able to take a map in this best-of-3 series, then go on and try and see if you can get into the grand final. First gun round for Endpoint in this first half. Surreal trying to line up some aggressive nades into B, but because of that counter flash, he actually opts against it and puts the molly down instead to disallow Sashi that aggressive move.
Slow to position. Damage done to Surreal to start things off. Zulu leans. Quez got utility in hand to challenge him. If Zulu can get the headshot off in time, then maybe he'll open up the man advantage. Unfortunately, Quez has fallen away, so that's no longer an option for him.
A really good repositioning here for Quez, not getting caught off guard from the timing, and passing that smoke back over to Cabby so he can smoke off camera, stop this A-split.
HE sent. Flashes start getting into the bomb site itself. C-Drop backed away. Lucky's AWP continuing to spot players or try to spot players at that smoke. No one taken vision yet. C-Drop opens up the kill counts on Quez. 40 seconds for the hit.
And knows that Lucky's out here on A, but they don't know about the third player, Cabby.
Watching camera about to be exposed. Lucky caught a collateral. And Cabby can take Mighty Max down. Crucial. Trying to trade back, but ultimately the man advantage is far too staunch, and Surreal on 18 points of health. Cannot win the 1v3. Dealt with, found out. Sashi take the rifles.
And say what you like about that collateral impactful kill for Lucky, but they are just being read. There is 3 on A for Sashi. You've got Quez at the back plat, you've got Cabby that's holding camera from the stairs angle towards bricks, and then Lucky's in heaven. If you're Endpoint and you're trying to maneuver an A split, you cannot afford for there to be 3 on A. You need more distraction elsewhere. You need to be able to put players in default to put pressure on B, to force over rotations, to allow util to be dropped early. For Sashi, that felt easy, and that's a concern on the CT side of Anubis.
Tacticals taken by Endpoint because they need to turn something back. They need to do it soon. T-side is the one you look at and expect to see positive performances. Endpoint obviously have the better half in terms of their recent statistics on it. But yet to start once again against Sashi. The AKs are in for the CT side as well. Endpoint can only half buy into round 5.
Sashi want to try and keep as many of these double AKs in as possible come the next gun round. Do not drop them up against this upgraded eco. Now for Endpoint, they are going to start challenging aggressive mids.
Backed up on Cabby. C-Jot takes the casualty to open things up. Mac 10 in for the pick. Mighty Max leading that bomb into the bomb site. Overwhelming, lucky with a missed flick AWP shot. Quez can answer back. Crucial continuing to hold the mid rotations as Surreal answers to Quez. Iceberg trades back the man. Advantage taken by Endpoint here in the post plant.
Now that Incendiary tries to force one of the defaults players out. This is actually looking incredibly promising for Endpoint.
And Sashi going to make it around for them, falling back to save these two AKs. No access to site, no man advantage. Opting to let this one go. Endpoint, half by steal to get their start.
They're just beaten by pace. You've got Cabby out there, sort of in the house smoke, who's completely blinded. He gets overwhelmed by the MAC-10, and then the AWP doesn't have the information that they can already be on that right-hand side. So he's sort of in an angle that he gets jolted, misses the shot, and then it puts all that pressure on Quez to perform. He only gets one kill, so they opt against it. Look to go in for the save. Endpoint can be very satisfied with that first round victory.
Three to the good on Sashi, still holding the advantage. Endpoint. Now I've got to close the gap. They have got to face the rifles again. The two AKs still remaining for Mistar and Quez. AWP in for Lucky, who has been sick with it and taking an aggressive stance as well towards the B bomb site, supporting Iceberg, who peeks in first to main. Might catch Mighty Max if he continues sort of facing back here towards this position. It seems to be just to hold the angle, though. The real emphasis is over on water.
Quez is hearing a lot of this utility, but just going to smoke down rather than re-aggressing for a fight. And the B players have now broken that boost and are actually taking more territory away from Iceberg.
Yeah, this will confirm that there's no one on the B site attack. They can leave the AWP of Lucky back at Electric to cut rotations, and Iceberg can just continue his walk up. Mighty Max about to be found. Iceberg just takes the kill, doesn't stick around for any more. Now Endpoint be forced to act against Quez. AK in the corner, caught by Surreal. That's a trade. A 4v4 continues to lead him into the site itself. Mistar good for one pick. Cabby with a mow down. Mistar doubles up. Bomb dropped in the open. Crucial's AWP shot misses. He's got a 1v4 to win from here. Sashi, answer back.
I've seen enough, Jay. There's no chance Endpoint are going to win Anubis. They are just getting misread in the situation where info is constantly being gathered, and the T side are just giving too much respect. I don't think their defaults have been particularly solid at all. Sashi, I mean, what a response after Endpoint have just won an eco.
Strength from the Danes, strength from the CT side, strength from nowhere near Endpoint here. Another overwhelming round as they walked right back into the meat grinder of the A-bomb site. Crucial's AWP will stay. Surreal has money, so he can buy. It looks like it will be a buy in general across the T-side line. They need the rifles to come back and re-establish some confidence. Sashi are all over them at the moment.
And they've got to leave someone outside B. That is the bottom line. Whether that be Surreal, whether you put Cjot there, someone has to be outside B for almost the majority of the round. They cannot allow this to consistently happen. We have seen stacked up bomb sites off of pure information. They aren't gambles for Sashi. Triple AKs and an AWP. The dream for a CT side.
Cabby caught, tagged to 12 points of health. Dart up to the mid face of Mighty Max. Much more spread out is Endpoint's default, hunting for the opening frag at both main entrances out from mid. Smokes are in the way to stop progress on the T-side attack. It's passive as it stands.
Where is Azuru? 0 and 5, the gun player that really stepped up on Mirage. Everyone went missing on Vertigo, to be fair. But if you want to challenge, if you want to send this to a 2-1 victory, we need raw impact out of Azuru, and I ain't seeing it.
He was the difference maker for the start of the series. He led the way on the kill count. His teammates eventually looked to join him, and they took over that map as a result. Maybe it's him that needs to step up and really provide the confidence for Endpoint as a whole. They find that opening start on Cjot. Mistar first to fall.
Now, this is just a fake on the B-bomb site. Rather than committing with this, good info for Lucky. He sees nothing in main, so they're going to leave an A player for now of Quez, and he is just re-smoked off A main. Look at that timing.
They got to push now. Endpoint don't even have the bomb here towards main. Still making its way in from Ruggs. They're going to have to go quick. Flashes required. One smoke sent out towards heaven. It's a dry face in from Azubu. Seejo can take the trade back. The rotations were heavy-handed from Sashi. They're back on a B-bomb site. And they're going to play the careful approach to this. No fast rotates, no charging back into the retake. With Cabby being low, with them being down by a man, they're happy to save again.
And that was played to perfection from Quez, and he's probably disappointed in himself to not get two there. When they've got to pop through that smoke without a flash, you're thinking, okay, at a bare minimum, I'm getting one, but I should be able to get two. Just couldn't quite transfer those bullets, and if he was able to do so, they probably do attempt the retake. Endpoint just about break this, but it's not consistent. And for a T side of Anubis, you want a 7-5, 8-4 kind of scoreline. I'll be damned if they get even 5. I don't think they will.
Terrorists win.
It's the second round for Endpoint in this game. Sashi three to the good on their lead. Still the money basis to buy it back and the confidence basis to instantly respond to Endpoint. They've done it before. They can do it again here. Economy state has at least been invested into. So Sashi, good kills for Crucial to open up. Lucky's missed shot, almost getting Mistar as well. Tagged up to 8 points of health, going to evade that HE and Electric. The smoke down to suppress the entrance much faster and much more confident from Endpoint. That kill doesn't go the way of the nade.
A really good drop down out from mid is putting so much pressure on Mistar to kind of counteract the loss of the AWP. Now, they're not gamble stacking, which is intriguing here for Sashi. They're still trying to maintain 2 on a bomb site each and leave mid.
Quez forcing forward. Azubu trying to get out of the way, but Quez gets him. Perfect flash from Cabby. The turn back from Iceberg isn't going to be quite as good, so Real responds back over on B.
And they're just still trying to fake this B bomb site. It looks to be an A split potential. Max is getting so much space in mid.
Going to push forward of that smoke and look into Temple. He's going to potentially catch Cabby off. Mistar's caught the kill on Seejot, so the defensive line holds, but now Max in a very powerful position. How much is he going to gain towards it? The HE on Mistar. Backlines will get cleared up. There goes the casualty. Quez on the A site. Only now just making his way into mid. The bomb plant, another 2-man advantage for Endpoint. A good round to add to their board.
Well done there from Max to just be able to exploit that timing, to have enough distraction being pulled from the main players to walk out, basically Temple to CT and be the finishing blow. A bit of a strange position for Azubu to be on top of that box as well. Just got caught completely blinded by that aggressive maneuver. Luckily enough, the B players and Max at least redeemed the team.
A 2-round streak for Endpoint.
Terrorists win.
Trying to make it 3 against the CT side. Money was whittled down a little bit. Still got a bit of lost bonus to play from though, Sashi. You can see how that stacks up in the cash game. The M4 staying in for Quez provides extra options, but does that option lead to a forced buy from them? Endpoint been heavy-handed with their investment strategy. Sashi, lesser so. Just the upgrade pistols. We'll go for guns in round 10.
Yeah, they certainly don't need to risk it. They're a strong enough team where they know, let's not get gimmicky against a squad like Endpoint. Let's just try and beat them on the straight-up gun rounds. Now, Quez is the A player, and rather than bringing that M4 out to even the B-bomb site, he's going to continue to press.
Crucial and Seejot catch those openers. Quez exceeding that AK. Lucky trying to get it back, but he doesn't last much longer there. Much more confident from Endpoint. It's understandable against the majority of pistols here. And B site completely open. Cabby about to get naded out. Dealt with by Mighty Max. Flawless round from Endpoint. Back within 1 of Sashi. Now, can they take the lead away from them here?
Sashi haven't been grinding very much recently. If you remember back to the early few months of this year and even the tail end of last year, Espionage at the time and even Tricked, they were basically #1 in the world for the most maps played on HLTV in the last 3 months. But I suppose with the accolades of getting tier 1 opportunities and constantly being in grand finals, they realized that we actually don't need to grind as hard anymore. Only accept the invites that we think we can do well in. Exact same situation here, not having to go into the group stage, being invited straight to the round of 16.
Mighty Max tagged the 25 points of health on the start of things. Sashi, utility and engagements well placed, very little done in return by Endpoint. They were the ones getting off on the HP advantage in the last couple of rounds. Walk out towards mid will still continue. Those HEs will try open up gaps in the smoke for Crucial to spot, but doesn't see anybody yet.
Crucial and Mac starting to retreat and go back out towards the B site. Now you've got 3 on A for the moment, and Iceberg could get caught from Seajot on this temple line.
Drive base, AK wins it, nice and effective from the pole. And that leaves Mistar pretty isolated back here. Sashi may be forced to save once again at a 5-on-3. The Convergence is going to split their way into the bomb site. Mistar needs at least 2 kills to make this workable for his team. But inside of the smoke, oh, Crucial looks back. Didn't scope in, adjusted very fast. And that is round over.
And that is actually insanely unlucky, because we can both look at that one and say the Orc shouldn't be winning that fight. At that sort of range with a walk up in the smoke, that is probably bomb being dropped and a multi-frag for the rifle, and instead Crucial's just hit a blinder.
Endpoint, the slow, methodical approach. Now going into the hunt here. Surreal did see the one man that shoulder baited jump in for Azuwu. Does cost him his life. Surreal can at least take Quez back. They're going to try and go for the hunt, sacrificing themselves to get these guns out of CT hands here. Cavi catching Seajot, though, going to make it an expensive one for Endpoint. They've got plenty of cash, fortunately enough. And they can take these 2 guns out of the fold, then there'll be nothing for Sashi to play with. Cavi and Lucky. Oh, Crucial's got the read! And Cavi's head taken off through the wall bang. Lucky's Orb, the only thing that remains in play.
And that really does make a difference, because Cavi and Lucky could have dropped M4s here. Instead, they opt against it. They decide not to force buy. Go into round 12 with the proper weaponry. Endpoint generating a decent round streak. Max is getting a good read on these mid-round situations and just packing. We're seeing quite consistently mid-lurks find impact. It was Max previously, and then in that round, it was just Seajot, wasn't it? Waiting for that walk on the rotation from Temple.
Excellent stuff from Endpoint. 5 apiece as they try and equalize. Still trying to take the half away from Sashi. The best they can do is 7-5, which felt like a pipe dream when Sashi were up 5-1, but it may well become reality here. Round 11 is only the half buy. The true guns are out in the next one. All they have to do is not bottle it.
First contact for the D. Pistol can hold tucked on the left-hand side. They try and peek together, but it doesn't quite work out. Iceberg and Lucky, the last ones left.
Nicely done by Azuwu. His 3 kills in this map-up. Lucky trying to face the Deagles of Iceberg, trying to get Azuwu to drop here, make it another casualty against them. Unfortunately, Azuwu is continuing to fight away. Missed shot of the AWP. Second one doesn't connect. Azuwu can turn up 4 kills in this round. Go away with a confident basis for the Endpoint side. Go into round 12 with all their weapons intact. Minimum 6 for the Brits. Sashi, final chance to equalize.
Endpoint will feel as if, do you know what? We've actually got Sashi in our back pocket. We're playing well. We're working these mid-rounds. We're giving ourselves a lead. Let's go 7-5 at the turn. Let's try and put pressure on the favorites. Let's make it uncomfortable for the Danes.
The most that you can ask for from Endpoint without being unreasonable. Massive underdogs in this playoff bracket, and of the 4 teams that remain, the lowest ranked of them all. Grand final still a map away. They can take the half. It would be a massive set to their campaign. Of course, T-side difficulties will be inbound for Sashi. Look at Seajot and his press against Quez. Damage up past the smoke. Zulu takes up the mantle of the fountain, finds him in the end. The Molotovs against the AWP player, forcing him back. A site has been taken. Now the bomb just got to rotate. Look at Azuru. He's continuing his press. Surreal scored 2 kills elsewhere. Cabby with the pick out towards mid. It's all just distraction plays and damage that's done to leave him weakened. And a 2v4 to second on the retake of Sashi. Make it 1.
Yeah, just lurks everywhere in that round. They overwhelm the anchor, and they put a lot of pressure with the util down towards camera, and you've still got Surreal outside of B, Seedrot outside of mid. Sashi have got Cabby on the backstab, and this is going to be 7-5. Endpoint, they'll be very happy with what they've been able to achieve there in that half.
It's not quite lucky as 2 T-side collateral, but crucial with a TK will close out the half. The final pick of this one. 7-5 at the turn for Endpoint, who did get their act together. But is the 2-round difference enough? Because Sashi will now switch over to the T side of their counterparts. Endpoint once again in this position where they probably need a pistol to have the best chance of this.
Very much so. A pistol start will at least allow themselves to potentially start becoming the favorites. Quez with some util. Everybody else is going down to the armor. Iceberg's chucked that over. Now this is going to be a B split through canals and from main.
Already Seedrot's challenging it. Electric though. Mistar and Cabby are picked up. The pole trying to provide impact. Saw a bit of it over on that Vertigo B-site defense. His time on the Anubis B-site defense. He's got a 5 versus 3 for his team.
Now, Iceberg can go and pick up the raid boss of the P250, but I don't think it's going to make much difference. Seedrot on that first contact may just be the difference makers. They can start working the space in mid, but you really do need a miracle. You need Lucky and Quez to show up massively here.
Iceberg leads the charge in. I believe Azuru just spotted him there. Falling back towards main. Smokes down to that entryway. The wrap coming in from Temple actually will try and change the narrative, change the difference here for Sashi. The flash forward against Lucky is going to overwhelm him towards B main. So it's just down to these last 2. They have info on where they're coming from. And Seedrot's accounting for the wraparound play from CT Spawn. He's already found 2 kills in this round. Can he make it a quadra? Utility. The main entrance, one player's going to get blocked off, so he's still on site, taps up, gets the 3rd. Doesn't quite have enough ammo for the 4th, but Iceberg is going to get surrounded and dealt with.
Try and get the bomb plant bonus. That's actually pretty good from Sashi. Endpoint, like the activity there, that once they spot the mid player in the canal, but they're not really sure what's going on, make that flash play, put a lot of pressure on Quez to basically struggle to find any more impact damage on that B split. Actually probably shouldn't force buy here. I mean, only 1 player dropped.
They're going in with it.
I think this is a mistake because this should allow Endpoint to get up 10-5. Now, because only 1 player drops, look at how many rifles they can get out. They don't have to worry about going on to the MP9 and rebuying the armor.
5 M4s to work with. Sashi, 2 Galils and 3 Mac 10s. They are going to need confidence that Sashi are expected to provide in this kind of a matchup. It hasn't always been there. It was there for the last map. Early damage done to Seedrot, but Cabby is traded back on his HP markers. A-site defenders now forming up. Max and Crucial. M4s on the center of the bomb site. Iceberg leaning up against him. Crucial about to catch him with his head turned away. 2 kills not found. Mistar doubles back instead.
They try and get that multi-frag. Azuru out from camera, has to trade Mistar, but he's not really giving him much of a chance at the moment.
Both players on the A attack are so low HP. Kill found easy. Cabby forced off of the bomb. 3 versus 3. Azuru is trying to toy with them though. He's not sure of exactly what's going on. Second man's arrived on the scene. 3rd player going to cut rotations at a backstab. Smokes get set up. Cabby is going to be isolating 1 position. He's got smoke down towards heaven. And that should allow the bomb plant.
A Seedrot should come through here from camera, and then they can double up at the heaven position from beach. Re-smoke is just stalling the CTs and Azuru.
Gonna lean forward of it. M4 picked up by Lucky. 2 rifles now to work with, but his position is revealed. Oh, not damage done by Azuru. The HE Not even that effective either. Down to 2 players on endpoint. Sashi, this is exactly what they were looking for. Now can they close out? Seeger has Cabby marked. They check the back of the fountain. Surreal's adjustment on the defuse. They're going to have to look to go. The smoke gets set up and the engagement of Quez reveals his exact positioning. The bomb being tapped and held. The blind sprays come back to do damage. Surreal keeps them out of bay and protects his teammate. Seeger will hold the defuse and endpoint will hold the round.
Oh, that was way too close. And this should be another force up here from Sashi to get that reset going. I'm so surprised that Surreal has gone for the reload there out in heaven when his teammates trying to stick the bomb. Oh, that timing was so good for Quez because he knows if he just connects enough bullets towards the diffuser, that's it. That's the round stolen.
But he couldn't get the job done. Endpoint hold the odds favorite at Leon Bet only by a small margin because it is only a few rounds to the good, and Sashi are making these ones close. Damage against the CT side. Bomb plants keep coming in, so they're going to continue buying here. Find that reset, close the gap of the scoreline. But Endpoint, man, their lead has suddenly started to turn into a threat here on Anubis.
Well, let's consider this. We had 12 rounds in a row get one on Mirage for Endpoint, 10 rounds in a row get one on Vertigo for Sashi, and now this is 8 rounds in a row from Endpoint. What is going on with these extended streaks?
Momentum truly with the teams that get them on. Endpoint currently have the momentum in their favor. They have lost an opening. Max engaging Mistar. Mistar is extremely low, but he found the pick on A main to start things off, and Endpoint are not in a trading position.
Now, only had the XM, so that's okay here for Endpoint. It's about the readability of the round. Now, this looks to be an A split, with mid being taken as 3, with 2 outside of A main. Azuu has no util to defend against this either.
He's going to face 3 players in mid. This is a tough ask for any man, let alone Azuu. Woo! Spray back, 2 kills found, almost getting the 3rd man. Iceberg tagged up, 3 versus 3 gain. Is going to get isolated with that incendiary. Forced to use a smoke up at camera and get the bomb to the bomb site. Seajok couldn't catch him, but Iceberg's expecting aggression.
Now, he's waiting for that quick rotation, but it's just not quite coming in. Prioritize the bomb going down. Crucial getting a HE out there to the bricks.
Not onto Mistar's angle, though. He stays alive at 9 points of health and holds that position. Endpoint, 2 kits are in play. They've got a flashbang to get them into the bomb site here. Got to coordinate this so perfectly. Here it comes. In they go. Crucial gets Mistar, doubles up on Iceberg, and Lucky once again pushed out towards main. No smokes this time, but 3 individual fights to take, and Crucial says not today. Triple for him. And the individuals have stepped up again for Endpoint. They are coming closer to taking this grand final position.
Indeed they are, and Sashi, they're bottling this. I mean, this should be the game to win fairly easily, possibly a game that you should be winning in 2-0 fashion. And instead, it has gone from 5-1 to 5-10. And they keep buying in this second half because they keep doing economical damage. They're dropping a few players. They're getting these bomb plant bonuses. But the buys still aren't amazing. We're not seeing mass AKs. Instead, in round 16, we're getting 2 AKs, but mainly Galils.
The buys are slowly getting better thanks to the cash inflow, but really they need a good round to try and really take a dominant rifle buy. Azuu is going to get caught first. Seajot so fast to respond towards it. 4v4 to the Canal Challenge. And Mighty Max, look at his press. He's caught himself too. Mistar gets Seajot. And the man advantage stays with Endpoint here.
A lot of movement here from Endpoint, a lot of aggressive maneuvers, and Max and Co have done well to fight against it. Mistar and Quez, they actually don't even know now, has B main been taken? Has Crucial gone out and made that info play? There are question marks on the readability of this round.
Max re-smokes mid. Wraps start coming in from the T side, and Crucial better be wary of this potential electric play. He's starting to check it. Will smoke off main to ensure that they can't make their moves up, but that will indicate that he's centralized to the bomb site. Engagement found. Quez goes down. Crucial ain't missing today. Coming to his own in the later portions of Anubis. And this time there is no bomb plant for Sashi at 11-5. Endpoint. Only 2 more to go to claim the series and go to the grand finals of Hellcup.
Crucial has really been impactful in this second half. A lot of consistent frags from him. And it's nice to see that Endpoint are winning and putting on success without the Azuu show. Haven't had to rely on a single individual to get them over. Sashi They're just reflecting on it and thinking, what's happening? We're getting opening picks, but we're just not stringing these rounds together at all. Endpoint are so close now to being able to face off against Omega.
Another buyback from Sashi, this time only off the lost bonuses. 1 AK, 4 Galils. They are getting desperate to force Endpoint to concede. And this would be the most legitimate run that this team has had in their best of 3 winning streak so far. Passion UA are pretty good, but they are not anything like Sashi. Now's and XT are pretty good, but they're weakened. Mistar finds Mighty Max, though. He's not going quietly into this good night.
And Mistar's been the impactful element on T's side that's made it awkward for the A main individual of Mighty Max. Twice now he's caught him off to the opening pick. But Sashi still don't have the inkling on where they want to end. It seems like it is going to be B. Cabby's backtracking out to B main. 2 players are coming into Electric. And this is where the stack is involved for Endpoint.
Smokes up on both crosses. Blind sprays from Seajot. HGs will come in to dish out some damage, so they'll keep the HP bars limited across the T sideline. They need these kills here. Incendiary on the default plant position. Mistar, got to be careful about that because he's low, and Surreal through the smoke sprays down Quez. Flashes are sent. Diffuse, oh sorry, bomb plant I should say, being tapped and stopped by Lucky. The smoke will clear, and Surreal is revealed to position back at Glyph. He gets his kill. Iceberg can deal with Crucial on the wrap around the backstab. Not going to come forward for him. Mistar looks to strike. He gets nothing. Same for Iceberg on the defensive. Cabby are 1 versus 3 outside the main. All 3 CTs facing him, and it's Surreal with the closing triple. One of the vets, one of the known elements, one of the guys that's been around for ages on Endpoint. Will drag the mages through Hellcup. 12-5 map, match, and semi-final points for Endpoint.
11 rounds in a row. I really can't believe what I'm seeing with my eyes. The 12 in a row on Mirage, the 10 in a row on Vertigo. The now 11, like what is happening? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't happen at this level. It is wild and strange, but Endpoint are the ones that are coming out on top. Sashi cannot end this streak, even with the opening picks that they are consistently getting.
Well, finally, Cabby's forced out 2 of them. No trades this time, but Mighty Max is able to respond elsewhere. Trades available now towards the A bomb site. Mighty Max tries to hold his nerve. The spray isn't good enough. And it looks like Sashi with speed have beaten Endpoint to the punch at last. It's coming extremely late, though. 1 out of 7 required to get back to overtime. It's a long, long task.
And we have seen Mistar get 5v4s, and now it's Cabby to make a 5v3, and finally they can end it. Endpoint, though. Hold on to your rifles, buy in the next round. Simple as that.
No other choice in the matter. That's assuming that they can get past Quez here at spawn. The real down. M4 of Seajot under threat by the Galil. He's trying to hide himself away in the right position, trying to get away from T-side contact, but has no information to their exact positioning, so all risks to move this far out of position. In the end, it seems to be the right risk taken. This rifle will stay. There's money in reserves for the CT side, not a massive amount of it, but with this gun being held, with Surreal being on 7 grand, weapons can get dropped, Crucial can buy. Rifles back for the CT side.
And it just makes you ponder on the results on Anubis that have been seen from Sashi in the comp already. That 13-10 versus 1 win in the round of 16. The 13-2, yes, okay, it was a T-side start versus Xpera, but just annihilating a top-end Tier 2 team. Today, though, it just hasn't been their day. D-Jot evading that double HE stack to get quick out to Electric.
Max on position, wins the fight on Mistar. An opening kill going his way this time. Trying to get out of dodge, though. He's all alone towards the A bomb site. This Molotov will force him into the open. A counter Incendiary will at least drive Iceberg back. And the second man of Zuru is called in to support his captain.
A really good work there for Max. And now it just feels as if Iceberg wants to make a play. He wants to make a contact out on A with Lucky.
Both players moving. Max switch to get a contact with the dink off. Zuru trades. Lucky responds. Crucial still out here. M4 to engage upon Lucky. Finds his casualty. The bomb carrier of Cabby needs to be very careful about pressing. but crucial. Still looking for a fight. Sees the utility, sees the arm that threw it, but Cabby still gets the headshot. 2 versus 2. Bombs on the way in. CT's closing up. Siege up from heaven. Surreal from the back lines. Extension of this AK might still catch him though. Siege wins against Quez. Cabby to clutch this one. 2 to his name, a triple if he holds it. Bomb picked up. He's going back to Surreal. Surreal set the trap, and it's sprung to perfection. Endpoint dominant on Anubis, held together over on Mirage. Might have lost the plot on Vertigo, but they get the 2-1 series. They move on to the grand final of Hellcup 10.
And this is the first time that Endpoint have been in a proper grand final in 2024. It's a long time coming. We've only seen local grand finals, and some of which they haven't even been beating the UK teams. 109th on HLTV, the lowest for Endpoint's core in history, has now beaten a top 30 team in the world and disallows Sashi's 5th grand final in the last 3 months.
Who would have seen this coming today? Like, we looked at this match saying Sashi all day, every single time. All the history favors them in this head-to-head. They are one of our tournament favorites. Endpoint have had a couple of asterisks next to their run so far in Hellcup. The group stage wasn't as prominent of opposition for them. Yes, you got that Passion UA match during the round of 16, but Mouse and XT with their stand-in, the 6-game, now 7-game winning streak that we're seeing out of them has had some very weakened opposition, but momentum is well and truly with Endpoint here. This is the most legit result we have seen from these boys in the last 3 months.
And you wonder, is it a correlation of kicking their coach? You don't want to put all of the problems towards him, but hey, they spoke about conflicting playstyles. They spoke about the lack of results. They've kicked their coach. They're on a 7-game winning streak, and they've beaten Passion UA, Mouse and XT with a coach, and now Sashi. Maybe there was a conflicting argument of how Max wants to play and how Frog wants to play. And now with that out the window, Max can prioritize on where he thinks this team needs to be and how they want to play.
Well, there might be a wider question as to who fills in that coach role, but at the same time, do they really need it if they're going to keep getting success? I mean, look, in terms of long term, I feel there might be some concerns, but you are right about that correlation. It's a very curious little pattern that we've seen here from them. But for Endpoint, regardless of the situation, regardless of what the spike has been, they won't be too fussed about the details. All they'll know is that they are in the grand finals of Hellcup number 10. The grind through the bracket has been so sick for them. Yes, it hasn't always featured the best of competition throughout the course of the tournament overall, but look, this is a result that you can be very proud of if you're Endpoint.
Yeah, very much so. I mean, again, it's been a long time coming, and I think now you've got to come out and win the tournament. We know that Nemega are very strong in Tier 2. We know that they had an off day today, and they still pushed ahead. They need to come out firing because, again, the way they played on Map 1 and on Map 3, they can be extremely proud of.
Indeed, an Omega set against Endpoint, and not the grand final that we were expecting here in Hellcup, but it is the one that we are going to get. So congrats to the Endpoint side, and good luck going into tomorrow, because the Omega will not be a short order. At the same time, though, the Omega have had some struggles against Bait today. They have had some testing moments at times, so I wonder if there's a few more tricks up the sleeve of the British core.
Yeah, I mean, it's not a final that we anticipated at all, and I'm sure Nemega probably would have done a lot of prep towards Sashi in this afternoon. They're going to have to look at this result now and say, actually, let's start prepping for Endpoint. Let's use this evening to see what we can understand from this British core.
We've got a long best of 3 to pull information from, and from one of the squads that have trumped them in the past. You might find a few expectation positions, or you could just find some issues in general. Either way, it's up to Nemega to see what they're going to do tomorrow at 3 p.m. CEST, where the grand finals of Hellcup 10 will, of course, begin. You don't want to miss it because it is set to be, hopefully, an absolute banger. For today, though, thank you so much for joining us here for the semi-finals. It's been an absolute pleasure to be here over the course of the Cup. So, Dwayne, any final words from you before we head off tonight?
Just tune into the grand final. Let's see if Endpoint can finally do something with their first grand final this year.
All kicks off at 3 p.m. Make sure you join us on behalf of myself, the Eternal J, my co-commentator Dwayne, and all the production staff and admins behind the scenes here at Hellcup. We want to thank you so much for watching and for listening. We'll see you back here tomorrow for the grand final, but until then, good night and goodbye.
It's almost yours. When are you gonna get another chance like this? Go ahead. Go ahead. Why are you slowing down? You almost got him. Come on.
Whoa, 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 whoa. What's going on here? So, this is what you decided to do to me, to all of us, for pixels? Fuck you and your Roland. Let's get out of here, bro. Have you seen how many scammers showed up?